Han Li wasn't the only one to experience this. After their initial alarm, all of the other cultivators present also discovered the changes in their magic power. For body integration cultivators, this improvement was very minor and only equated to around several months of arduous cultivation at most. In contrast, spatial tempering cultivators received a much more significant boost in magic power that was the equivalent of over 10 years of arduous cultivation, which was naturally fantastic news for them. All of the body integration cultivators were quite bewildered by this occurrence, and they immediately turned to appraise the giant black bell with intense, unblinking eyes. Expressions like greed and ecstasy flashed over their faces, and it was as if they would like nothing better than to rush onto the platform and grab the treasure for themselves. Just the chime of this bell alone could enhance one's cultivation base. How astonishing was that? Using the treasure seemed to have caused significant backlash that left the green-skinned man a shell of his former self. But even so, this was definitely a supreme treasure that defied the natural order. Could this be a legendary, profound, heavenly treasure? Han Li also had the same suspicion as he appraised the black bell in an astonished manner. Unfortunately, spiritual sense was greatly restricted here in the Black Realm, thereby preventing him from assessing the black bell in the distance with his spiritual sense. Otherwise, the fact that he owned the profound heavenly fruit would make him more able than others to determine whether this was indeed a profound heavenly treasure. At this moment, the frail old man on the platform suddenly placed the purple club in his hands down onto the black stone table before him in a respectful manner. Spiritual light then flashed from beneath his feet, and he instantly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, he was replaced by another humanoid figure who appeared on the other side of the bell. This humanoid figure wore a set of silver brocade robes and a golden WYRM head mask. His eyes were of a bright green color, and he didn't seem to be a human either. His emergence on the platform naturally instantly drew everyone's attention, and he looked around briefly at all of the surrounding hovering pavilions before speaking. Hee. I'm sure all of you have just experienced the miraculous power of this heaven match bell. That bell chime was a small gift from our Black Realm to all of you. This heaven match bell is one of the most precious treasures we have to offer during this convention, and we're bringing it out as the first item for exchange to liven up the atmosphere. I'm sure this treasure won't disappoint the lucky fellow Taoist who manages to secure it. What? This treasure really is being offered for exchange. Even though most people had already guessed this to be the case, it still came as a shock to some after receiving verbal confirmation from the golden masked figure. As long as you can offer a treasure that I'm satisfied with, why wouldn't I exchange this heaven match bell? The golden masked figure chuckled. That's rather strange. I've attended this Black Realm exchange convention on many past occasions, and the treasures that have been offered for exchange are certainly nowhere near mundane. But very few treasures of this caliber have appeared, and never has one been brought out as the first exchange item. Could it be that your Black Realm is also preparing for the upcoming tribulation? An elderly voice rang out, reverberating throughout the entire hall, thereby making it impossible to deduce exactly which stone pavilion it had originated from. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. The tribulation that was being referred to here had to be the upcoming devilish tribulation. It was quite clear that all of the convention-goers present were aware of the devilish tribulation. Thus, no one was surprised by the question that was being asked, and everyone turned to appraise the golden-masked figure, awaiting his answer. Indeed, fellow Taoist, the devilish tribulation will befall both the human and demon races. And as a part of the two races, our Black Realm certainly isn't exempt from this, so it would only be normal for us to make some preparations in advance. However, I have to correct you on one thing. This heaven match bell is indeed quite an extraordinary treasure, but not as extraordinary as you think, and it possesses some flaws. Compared to the treasures brought out in the past Black Realm exchange conventions, it actually is inferior to a few of them, the golden masked figure said with a smile. Flaws? Can you elaborate on that, fellow Taoist? Is this not a profound heavenly treasure? A cold voice rang out from another stone pavilion, and it was clearly tinged with a hint of disappointment. Profound heavenly treasure? You think far too highly of our Black Realm, fellow Taoist. We may be quite powerful, but there's no way we could get our hands on such a treasure. There's no way that even the 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs, or even the two grand Ascension cultivators in our two races would possess profound heavenly treasures. Even if such a treasure were to fall into the hands of our two races, it would bring genocidal disaster upon us. Otherwise, why would that united foreign race army have attacked Deep Heaven City several centuries ago? The golden-masked figure said in a meaningful voice. He was intentionally being slightly ambiguous with his words, but many of the body integration cultivators present were clearly aware of what he was referring to. The golden-masked figure paused momentarily before continuing. However, seeing as our Black Realm is willing to offer this heaven match bell for exchange, we naturally have an obligation to disclose this treasure's origins to everyone. In a sense, this treasure has also been imbued with a hint of the laws of heaven and earth, so it does indeed possess some incredible abilities akin to those of profound heavenly treasures. The treasure was discovered within a secret region on the territory of an extinct foreign race, and it was quite damaged when we found it, so it's nowhere near as powerful as it otherwise could be. According to the textual annotations found in that secret region, this treasure should be part of a pair of treasures, which comprised of the most powerful treasures of that extinct race. Aside from this heaven match bell, there's also a heavenquake mallet, and the two of them should be used together. Unfortunately, we searched through that entire secret region, but were unable to find that heavenquake mallet. As such, we could only commission a tool refinement master to refine a replica heavenquake mallet using precious materials such as deep-sea purple copper, and the process took a vast amount of time and resources. This replica wasn't exactly a resounding success, and it can only achieve 10% of the effect that the original treasure would be capable of at most. As for repairing the heaven match bell, that would require extremely special materials that can't be found in this realm, so we could only leave it in its current form. Otherwise, if we could have the complete heaven match bell and the original heavenquake mallet to accompany it, the powers of the two treasures wouldn't be inferior by much, even compared to a profound heavenly treasure. Of course, if we had been able to accomplish this, then there's no way that we would be bringing out this treasure as the first item for exchange during this convention. Right at this moment, an indifferent female voice suddenly rang out. I don't really care if this is a profound heavenly treasure or not, I just want to know its exact abilities and flaws. Of course, I was just getting to that. I'm sure all of you have already experienced this spell's ability to enhance one's magic power. However, this ability is only effective for cultivators at or above the deity transformation stage. A chime of the spell can enhance a deity transformation cultivator's magic power by a degree equivalent to 30 years of arduous cultivation, which is reduced to around 10 years for spatial tempering cultivators. And for body integration stage fellow Taoists, the effect is quite minimal. However, the bell only works 3 times for each person. After that, no matter how many chimes of this bell one listens to, it won't do anything for them. On top of that, if the number of people listening to the chime of the bell on a single occasion exceeds a certain threshold, the magic power enhancement effect would be significantly hampered. As the golden-masked figure continued in his introduction, the scorching looks in everyone's eyes faded significantly. Most people were shaking their heads and giving up what they perceived as a lost cause. Not only that, but not just any cultivator can make this bell chime. A body refinement warrior must be selected, and they must reach a certain level of mastery in a foreign cultivation art that we secured from the same secret region. Due to the fact that this heaven match bell is damaged, the one who strikes the bell will suffer backlash from the power of laws within this treasure, depleting them of their true essence and leading to their death not long after the event. Hence, if you want to use this bell, then you have to nurture a group of specialized body refinement warriors who are willing to die for this cause, which may be quite troublesome. However, if it were to be used appropriately, this heaven match bell can still be quite useful, especially to those who are part of large families or sections. The golden-masked figure finally completed his introduction. After hearing all of this, Han Li's brows furrowed slightly and he returned to his seat. It was quite clear that this heaven match bell wasn't going to be of much use to him. In contrast, he was rather interested in that foreign body refinement art that the golden-masked man had mentioned. Like Han Li, many of the other people present had also lost interest in this treasure after hearing this lengthy introduction. The entire hall was silent for a while before someone finally asked, "What would you like for this treasure? I'm sure normal items wouldn't be able to catch the attention of your Black Realm." "Hee, not necessarily. I'll state a few items that I'm willing to exchange this treasure for, And if any of you possess one of those items and are willing to offer it for exchange, this treasure is yours. If none of you possess any of those items, then we're willing to exchange this treasure for top-grade spirit stones or spirit medicines over 1,000 years old as well, but that will naturally require an unimaginable sum, the golden masked figure said. And everyone was quite surprised to hear this. Are you serious? The same unknown female cultivator seemed to be very interested in this heaven match bell, and she was very excited to hear this. Of course, I wouldn't make jokes on such an occasion. On top of that, our Black Realm naturally has more items we'd like to offer for exchange than just this heaven match bell. Here is a list of items that we're searching for in exchange for our treasures. The golden masked man flipped a hand over as he spoke to reveal a white jade slip. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed and a pillar of white light erupted from the jade slip before dispersing into a series of ancient silver characters in midair. These characters depicted the names of over 100 types of items. Over 3 kilograms of earthine crystals, a 30 feet long section of snow spirit wood, green blood fruits that are over 100,000 years old. Han Li looked at the list of items and was quite stunned by what he saw. Not only was Han Li stunned by the items on the list, many of the other people present were also quite astonished by what was being shown. All of these items were extremely difficult to find in the spirit realm, and even those of the Black Realm couldn't be sure that the convention-goers would have these items, so they had listed alternative options, such as using large amounts of spirit stones and spirit medicines to substitute for those items. Of course, it was quite possible that there were people who possessed items on this list but simply wouldn't want to exchange them for such a circumstantial treasure. After all, this heaven match bell would only be useful for those who were part of large powers. Han Li sat in his chair and appraised the list of items with a contemplative look in his eyes. I don't have a 30 feet long section of snow spirit wood, but I do have a section that's 10 feet in length. Would I be able to make up the rest with spirit stones? The same woman from before asked. It was quite clear that she really did want this treasure. I'm afraid not. The size of the snow spirit wood is very important to us and we won't be able to use it even if it's just a single inch too short, the golden masked man replied without any hesitation. That's rather disappointing. I really want this heaven match bell, but I'll have to give up on it. The woman sighed before falling silent. If I don't have any of the things on this list, can I offer other items for exchange? A completely emotionless voice rang out from a stone pavilion in a secluded corner of the hall. Theoretically, yes, but we will only take materials that we require, and they have to be of the same caliber as the ones we've listed. The golden masked man replied with a smile. The man who had spoken seemingly hesitated momentarily before speaking again. In that case, take a look at this and tell me what you think. As soon as his voice trailed off, the pleasant cry of a crane rang out from that stone pavilion and a snowy white crane with a black wooden box held between its beak flew out of the pavilion. With a single flap of its wings, it reached the white light barrier in a graceful manner, then passed through it without any impediment, presumably as the golden masked figure had done something to grant it passage. The golden masked figure raised his hand and the crane immediately opened its mouth, releasing the wooden box and allowing it to fly into the man's grasp. After that, the crane continued to circle around in the air above the stone platform, refraining from landing, but also displaying no intention to return right away. Meanwhile, the golden masked man had already opened the black wooden box, and a burst of green light flashed from within it. His pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the item in the box, and a serious look appeared on his face. He didn't reach into the box to touch the item, but light flashed through his eyes as he examined the item intently for a long while. The owner of the white crane knew that the item was being carefully appraised, and he waited patiently for the verdict. All of the other people present were naturally curious about what was inside the wooden box, and they were also waiting for the response. If that item failed to satisfy the golden masked man, then they would still have chances to secure this heaven match bell. After a while, the light in the golden masked man's eyes finally faded, and he heaved a long, wistful sigh. Are you not satisfied with this item, fellow Taoist? The owner of the crane seemed to be quite taken aback. Normally, the value of this item would indeed match that of many of the materials on my list, but if I want to truly make use of it, I'll have to nurture it for at least 10,000 years. The tribulation is about to befall us within 1,000 years, so I would rather take more pragmatic things such as spirit stones and materials that can be used right away, the golden-masked man replied in a euphemistic manner. He then placed the lid over the wooden box again before tossing it into the air. The white crane let loose a sharp cry before swooping down to catch the box between its beak again, and it then flew out of the light barrier and headed back to its master. After a brief silence, the owner of the white crane heaved a slightly forlorn sigh. That's quite a pity. The golden-masked man's brows furrowed slightly in response to the lukewarm reception that the heaven match bell was receiving, and after a while, he heaved a resigned sigh. Are there other fellow Taoists wishing to offer items for exchange? If not, then I'll have to auction off the item for top-grade spirit stones or spirit medicines. Everyone remained silent and no further offers were made. In that case, let's commence the AUC. A wry smile appeared on the golden-masked man's face, yet just as he was about to commence the auction, a coarse male voice suddenly rang out. Please wait, I have something that your Black Realm wants. No, to put it more accurately, it's something even more precious. Would you like to see it, fellow Taoist? A hint of surprise flashed through number 11's eyes, and her massaging hands faltered slightly. The man who had just spoken was naturally none other than Han Li. At this point, he had already flipped a hand over to produce a yellow jade box. Of course, I would be more than happy to see it. If you really do have something of exceptional value, then I'll definitely offer an exchange that's worth your while. The golden-masked man was elated to hear this. Han Li merely remained silent as he swept a sleeve through the air, and a white snake flew forth before swallowing the jade box, then shot forth as a streak of white light. The golden-masked figure glanced at the snake right as it flew into the white light barrier and slowly descended beside him, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He had clearly identified that this was no ordinary puppet. After landing beside the golden-masked man, the white snake opened its mouth to expel that yellow jade box. Compared to the special properties of this puppet, the golden-masked man was naturally more interested in what lay in this jade box, and he carefully caught the box before removing the lid. A ball of black light was hovering within it, and within that ball of light was a shimmering silver spirit herb that was several inches tall. This is a Een Phoenix herb, the golden-masked man exclaimed in an ecstatic manner. Right at this moment, Han Li's voice transmission sounded beside his ears. That is indeed a Een Phoenix herb, and it's been growing for hundreds of thousands of years. So it's far more precious than the 70,000-year-old Een Phoenix herb that your Black Realm is searching for. It's been growing for hundreds of thousands of years? The golden-masked figure drew a sharp breath upon hearing this before hurriedly releasing his spiritual sense to encompass the entire herb and commencing a thorough appraisal. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He had obtained this spirit herb from that medicine garden in the vast glacial realm, and he had given most of them to the body integration cultivators of the heavenly cloud races, leaving only one for himself so he could secure the spirit herb seeds. After returning to Deep Heaven City, he had already used a special secret technique to secure those seeds, so he had a superfluous Een Phoenix herb that wasn't really useful to him. Of course, he also had a few other spirit herbs that were no less rare and precious than this Een Phoenix herb, and he had secured seeds from all of them as well. Han Li hadn't originally intended to exchange for that heaven match bell, so if Een Phoenix herb hadn't been on the list that the golden-masked figure had presented, then he would have merely passed up this treasure. However, seeing as they were actively searching for this spirit herb and he didn't have much use for it, he was naturally going to maximize its value by exchanging it here. On top of that, he really was quite interested in the foreign body refinement art enclosed with this heaven match bell. So he finally decided to speak up after some careful contemplation. This appraisal was clearly more thorough than the last one, and it also took a lot longer. Finally, the golden-masked figure exhaled as he concluded his appraisal, and his lips tremored as he transmitted his voice to Han Li. Where did you obtain this Een Phoenix herb from, fellow Taoist? I was unable to determine its exact age, but it's at least been growing for 200,000 years. Can you verify its exact age? The golden-masked man's voice was filled with unbridled excitement. I'm afraid I'm unable to verify its age either. The only way to ascertain its age would be to refine it into pills, then examine the effects of those pills. However, I can indeed confirm that this spirit herb has been growing for far longer than 200,000 years. Are you interested? Han Li replied with a voice transmission of his own. We are most definitely interested, but a small portion of the spirit herb seems to be missing. As such, its value will be discounted, the golden-masked figure said in a slow voice. I've taken the seeds for the spirit medicine for myself. As I'm sure you're aware, the seeds of this phoenix herb aren't worth much at all. So even if the value is to be discounted, it shouldn't be by much. As such, I definitely won't be willing to exchange it just for this heaven match bell alone. If you want the spirit herb, then show me some sincerity. Didn't you say that the Black Realm has some other precious treasures to put up for exchange? If you're unwilling to negotiate, then I would rather keep this phoenix herb to exchange with the other fellow Taoists present. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he transmitted his voice in a cold manner. This is quite an important matter, so I'll have to discuss it with some other people before I give you a response. The golden-masked figure replied in a solemn manner after a brief hesitation. Of course, go ahead, Han Li replied. After that, the golden-masked man raised his head to look up into the sky, and his lips tremored incessantly as he held a discussion with his hidden colleagues. Everyone could only wait while the discussion took place. Thankfully, the discussion ended quite quickly, and not long after that, the golden-masked man transmitted his voice to Han Li again. Aside from this heaven match bell, we're willing to offer you another one of the most precious treasures that we have for exchange. However, you don't get to choose what that second treasure is. Of course, if you're not happy with the second treasure and decide to pass up on it, we'll compensate you with a huge sum of spirit stones. If I don't get to choose, then I'd rather keep this spirit herb for the next round of exchanges. Han Li replied with furrowed brows. You're naturally well within your right to do that, but I must caution you that different materials will be required to exchange for the next few treasures we'll be offering. These treasures have all been contributed by different elders of our Black Realm, and all of them have different needs. Hence, there's no guarantee that you'll be able to exchange for 2 treasures even with this spirit herb of yours if you pass up this heaven match bell, the golden-masked figure said. Are you saying the next few treasures will be even more precious than this heaven match bell? Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this. That'll depend on what you perceive to be of value, the golden-masked man replied in an ambiguous manner, not disclosing any further information to Han Li. Han Li's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. The golden-masked man thought that he was interested in the heaven match bell, when in reality, he only wanted the accompanying foreign body refinement art. As for whether he could secure the bell or not, that was completely inconsequential to him. With that in mind, Han Li asked, how will I know that this second treasure is one of the most precious treasures on offer for exchange as you proclaim? What if you find a random treasure to swindle me with? The golden-masked man was clearly very confident in the second treasure, and he replied in a proud manner, you don't have to worry about that. Fellow Taoist, I'm sure that a cultivator of your caliber will be able to identify a precious treasure from a dud. If you're not satisfied with the second treasure, you can always refuse to make the exchange. After a brief pause for contemplation, Han Li agreed to this arrangement. In that case, you have to let me see the second treasure first, right? If it's indeed useful to me, then I'll accept the exchange. The golden-masked man's confident display made him quite curious about just what this second treasure was. Sure. Please wait a moment, fellow Taoist. The golden-masked figure smiled as spiritual light flashed from his hand, and a golden cloth pouch appeared before being tossed into the air. White light flashed, and the white snake sprang forth like lightning, swallowing the pouch before flying out of the light barrier and heading back to Han Li. Han Li extended a hand, and the golden pouch fell into his grasp. He raised an eyebrow as he immediately loosened the opening of the pouch, then swept his spiritual sense into it, following which a stunned look abruptly appeared on his face. As soon as he opened the pouch, bright azure light erupted forth, accompanied by a burst of buzzing. Immediately thereafter, something attempted to fly out of the pouch, and Han Li immediately placed a hand over the pouch's opening, sealing it amid a flash of golden spiritual light. The azure light and the strange buzzing sound both vanished after that flash of golden light. What is the meaning of this? Han Li stared blankly at the pouch for a long while before abruptly turning to the golden-masked man and transmitting his voice toward him again. I'm offering that item and the heaven match bell for your Phoenix herb. The golden-masked figure replied with a confident smile. If this item were completely refined, then it would naturally be an extraordinary treasure, but you're trying to exchange for my Phoenix herb with just an embryo? You sure are a shrewd businessman. Han Li harumphed coldly. Do you think we'd be offering this item if it were completely refined? In that case, even without the Heavenatch Bell, just this item alone would be worth 7 or 8 Phoenix herbs of the same age, the golden-masked figure replied in an unyielding manner. That's true. This item would indeed be indispensable to any cultivator after being fully refined. However, an embryo is still an embryo. It's still far from being completely refined. Who knows if it'll be worth exchanging such a precious spirit herb for something that'll be completely useless during the upcoming devilish tribulation. Han Li sighed after a brief pause. That'll be up to your luck, fellow Taoist. If you can survive the devilish tribulation, then find a way to refine this item, then you'll have earned yourself an extraordinary asset. Truth be told, this is something that one of our Black Realm elders was refining, and he only decided to offer it for exchange as he knew that he wouldn't be able to completely refine it. The golden-masked man revealed in a truthful manner. Han Li stroked his chin and fell into silent contemplation. The item in the pouch was a legendary treasure among the human and demon races, and once successfully refined, it could assist a cultivator significantly in their cultivation. It was said that only a tiny handful of people possessed this type of treasure in the entirety of the two races. At present, it was only a semi-finished product, but if it weren't for the imminent devilish tribulation, Han Li would exchange it for his Phoenix herb almost without any hesitation, let alone the fact that the Heaven Match Bell was also being thrown into the deal. However, this treasure was a spirit item that was born from heaven and earth. Not only was it extremely difficult to form its embryo, completing its refinement was virtually an impossible task. Otherwise, such a valuable treasure wouldn't be so exceedingly rare among the two races. Even so, the miraculous effects of this treasure in its fully refined form still posed quite a tempting prospect to Han Li, and it was no wonder that the golden-masked man was so confident that he would agree to this exchange. At the same time, it also showed just how determined he was to secure this Phoenix herb. Through the interaction between Han Li and the golden-masked man, the other people in the nearby stone pavilions had also deduced that there was a good chance that this exchange would be a successful one. As such, many people were naturally curious about just what was in the jade box that Han Li had offered, and what was in the cloth pouch that the golden-masked man had offered in exchange. However, with the powerful spiritual sense restrictions in this place, they were naturally unable to ascertain any of those details. All right, I agree to this exchange. Han Li officially agreed after just a brief moment of contemplation. You've definitely made the right decision, fellow Taoist, the golden-masked man said with an elated look in his eyes. He then swept his sleeve toward the Heaven Match Bell to send a burst of golden light surging toward it, and the giant bell rapidly shrank down to around the size of a human palm in the blink of an eye, then hovered in midair within the golden light. The purple club had also shrunk down to around the thickness of a finger, and was drawn into his hand as a streak of purple light. The rest of the process was very simple. The golden-masked man placed these two items into a wooden box before making a hand seal, and a giant black crow abruptly appeared in the air above the platform. The crow caught the black box between its beak before delivering it to Han Li, while the golden-masked figure carefully stowed away the jade box containing the Phoenix herb. Han Li also stowed away the Heaven Match Bell and golden pouch before laying back in his seat and closing his eyes again. Thus, the exchange had been completed. Number 11 immediately resumed her gentle massage. All right, the first treasure has been successfully exchanged. I'll now be bringing out some tool and pill refinement materials that are extremely rare in the outside world. I'm sure they'll pique the interest of many of the fellow Taoists present. These materials aren't extremely precious, but they're all very pragmatic items that are in severe shortage. Due to the vast amount of these materials, we'll be exchanging them in 3 separate batches. Please pay attention. I'll now be displaying a new list of items that we're looking for in exchange for these materials. If more than one person sets their eyes on a single batch of materials, then I'll be the one to decide which exchange is more favorable for our Black Realm, the golden-masked man announced. At the same time, 2 jade slips appeared in his hands, and he waved them through the air in unison. The ancient characters hovering in the air began to change, with some of the original items vanishing while many new items were added to the list as well. At the same time, another light screen appeared beside the existing one, and that screen displayed the 3 batches of materials that the Black Realm was offering for exchange, of which there was an absolutely staggering amount. It was quite clear that these materials were extremely popular, and as soon as they were displayed, many people immediately began to offer exchanges, and the silent atmosphere in the hall was immediately set alight. As for Hanli, he merely looked on and displayed no intention of making any offers. The 3 batches of materials were quickly exchanged, and the next item that the golden-masked man presented came as quite a surprise to Hanli. This was a group of 7 exquisitely beautiful human women, each of which were at the foundation establishment stage or above, and they all had special constitutions that made them extremely viable dual cultivation partners. They were all quite young, and only minimal nurturing would be required to develop them into exceptional concubines or dual cultivation partners, so there was naturally a lot of interest displayed toward them as well. After much competition, a mysterious purple-robed man secured this item with a piece of profound light iron in exchange. After that, the Black Realm brought out their second major treasure for exchange, which was a peculiar antiquated yellow flag. It was an extremely powerful treasure left behind by a mighty figure back when the human race first established itself in the spirit realm. Even to this day, that mighty figure was still vastly renowned, and it was said that this treasure possessed extraordinary powers. On top of that, it was very versatile and could be used as the core of a superformation or simply used as a weapon against enemies in battle. Even Hanli was tempted by these treasures, but unfortunately, the golden-masked man presented a list of only 3 other treasures in exchange for this item, each of which was no less precious than this flag, and that naturally proved to be a significant hurdle for those who were interested in the treasure. Coincidentally, one of the people present really did have one of the 3 stipulated treasures, and not only did he secure the yellow flag, after some bartering they also secured an additional large sum of spirit stones in exchange as well. This was a mysterious individual enshrouded under a cloud of blood mist, and Hanli couldn't help but turn toward them with an intrigued expression. After that, the golden-masked man brought out some items that were produced in the wood tribe and spirit race, and all of these items had special uses. As such, they were very attractive to the convention-goers present, and they clamored to offer the items required by the Black Realm for exchange. A few more major treasures were brought out by the golden-masked man thereafter, all of which were vastly renowned and possessed abilities that weren't inferior to the Heaven Match Bell and the antiquated yellow flag. Furthermore, these treasures either had astonishing defensive abilities or extraordinary offensive capabilities, so they were a lot more pragmatic than the 2 aforementioned treasures, and they definitely provided a fantastic shortcut to enhance one's powers. As such, the entire hall was stirred up into a near frenzy as everyone competed for these treasures. The final treasure was a sea-parting fan, which was ranked slightly above the middle of the pack on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. It was said to be able to move mountains and part oceans, possessing unimaginably enormous power. Over 20 cultivators pulled out all types of materials in heaps and piles in a bid to secure this treasure. And in the end, the golden-masked man chose the one who had offered the most materials, and exchanged the sea-parting fan in exchange for those materials, as well as a few more powerful treasures. Hanli was also interested, but unfortunately, the treasure was being exchanged for some precious legendary crystals rather than spirit medicines, and Hanli didn't possess any of those crystals. Following that transaction, all of the items that the Black Realm had prepared had been exchanged, and none of them had to be auctioned off for spirit stones. This was a clear indication that the Black Realm had done their homework beforehand and were well aware of what everyone wanted. The golden-masked figure was clearly very pleased with the proceedings thus far, and he announced, "Everything our Black Realm had to offer has been exchanged. It's now time for the free exchange segment of the convention. If you have any items that would be of interest to our Black Realm, I'd like to ask you to consider offering them to us for exchange. As for the rules, they're the same as always. Only a maximum of 3 people at a time will be allowed onto the stage to display the items they'd like to offer for exchange, and it'll be up to you to negotiate all of the terms. Our Black Realm won't intervene at all during this segment. All right, I hereby announce the commencement of the free exchange segment. In that case, allow me to go first." As soon as the golden-masked figure's voice trailed off, A sinister voice abruptly sounded. Immediately thereafter, a streak of black light shot forth from one of the stone pavilions, and after just a few flashes, it appeared in the air above the white light barrier. This was a gray-robed man with his entire body enshrouded within peculiar wisps of black light. "Humph. You sure seem like you're in a hurry, fellow Taoist. I'll also be taking the stage with you." Several more streaks of light shot forth from other hovering pavilions almost in complete unison. But seeing as someone had arrived on the platform first, one of the streaks of light immediately brightened significantly before vanishing on the spot, then reappearing within the light barrier in the next instant as if via instant teleportation. This was an elegant figure enshrouded within a layer of five-colored light. It was a female cultivator. A sharp cry rang out from another streak of light, and it blurred slightly before doubling in speed, arriving on the stone platform ahead of its competition. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon catching sight of this third person, who had an extremely peculiar figure. He was around 10 feet tall, and about just as many feet wide, resembling a massive meatball as he stood on the platform. However, on this meatball was the head of a normal man, which was currently etched with a concerned expression, and completely unconcealed. Everyone else was too slow, and they were rebounded by the white light barrier, preventing them from descending onto the platform. "Please go back for now, fellow Taoists. You can come back in the next round," the golden-masked man said as he cupped his fist in a polite salute. The people outside the light barrier were naturally quite reluctant to leave, but they could only depart in a disgruntled manner. The gray-robed man who had descended onto the platform first let loose a burst of delighted laughter. It was naturally quite a privilege to be able to present their items in the first round. Otherwise, if something they needed were taken by someone else before they could take the stage, that would naturally be quite infuriating. The golden-masked man glanced at the human meatball before chuckling. "I'm glad you came to participate in our exchange conference again, Brother Zhu. On top of that, you seem to be very eager. I'm sure the memory of missing out on that treasure during the last convention still haunts you to this day. We both had 100-segment beads, but mine was clearly of a higher caliber. If he hadn't taken the stage before me, how would the treasure have ended up in his hands? I really hate participating in this exchange convention as my figure makes me stick out like a sore thumb no matter how I try to disguise myself, but I hardly have any choice." The meatball sighed as the concern in his eyes was exacerbated even further. "Hee, the cultivation art you're using has been vastly renowned since ancient times. You may not be able to manipulate your own body as you please, but countless people would gladly accept this disadvantage for your immense powers." This meatball seemed to be quite an important and powerful figure, as evidenced by the fact that the golden-masked man was speaking to him in an extremely polite manner. "Hee, I know you're only saying that to make me feel better, but my mood has been buoyed nonetheless. I hope I can reap some worthwhile rewards during this exchange convention." Despite what he was saying, the meatball was still looking quite unenthusiastic and forlorn. The golden-masked man smiled before taking over 10 steps backward, standing in silence on one corner of the golden formation. The gray-robed man was clearly also quite wary toward this meatball, and after a brief pause, he cupped his fist in a salute and said, "Seeing as Brother Zhu is so eager to present his treasure, I would be happy to let you go first." The female cultivator enshrouded under five-colored light didn't say anything, but she also nodded to accept this arrangement. "In that case, you have my thanks, fellow Taoists." The meatball returned the gray-robed man's salute before abruptly patting his own bulging belly, then opened his mouth to expel a shimmering white small vial that landed in his hand. "There are 3 balls of golden crow true flames in here, and I'll only exchange them for a myriad-year golden bone zoysia or false meridian herb, with 1 fireball exchanged for each spirit plant," the meatball announced. "Golden crow true flames? Is that true? How did you manage to get your hands on such true spirit flames? If he's the one offering them, then the flames are most likely real. Having said that, I'm quite surprised that he's willing to part with such flames." The announcement immediately created a stir throughout the entire hall, and after a brief moment of surprise, Han Li stroked his chin as a contemplative look appeared on his face. His spirit engulfing heavenly flames had absorbed a wisp of this true spirit flame from the demonic birds in the Golden Demon Mountain ranges, and that had significantly enhanced their power. If this demonic cultivator really did possess this type of true spirit flame, and he had as many as 3 balls of such flames, then that would allow the spirit engulfing heavenly flames to become significantly more powerful. Unfortunately, he sounded extremely determined to accept only the 2 types of spirit medicines that he had stated, and Han Li had neither of them, so he was feeling slightly frustrated. At this moment, the meatball carefully removed the lid of the small vial, then patted the bottom of the vial with his hand, and 3 scorching white fireballs flew out from within. The 3 fireballs then transformed into a trio of white fire ravens that flew around him. The 3 fire ravens were completely pristine white in color, and there were faint silver runes swirling around their bodies. Scorching heat immediately filled the entire light barrier, causing it to tremor slightly in an unsteady manner. Those really are Golden Crow true flames. If someone using a fire attribute cultivation art were to refine these flames, they would benefit immensely. More chatter rang out from all directions, and a series of envious and greedy eyes fell upon the 3 white fire ravens. Everyone's spiritual sense had been severely restricted, but all of the convention-goers present naturally had extremely sharp discerning eyes, and even from this far away, they could determine with relative certainty that these were indeed Golden Crow true flames. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, allowing him to glean the true appearance of the Golden Crow true flames within those 3 white fire ravens, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he murmured to himself, These are diluted Golden Crow true flames. His voice was so faint that even number 11 failed to hear what he had just said. After making this observation, the frustration in Han Li's eyes faded, and he looked on with a cold expression. Meanwhile, the gray-robed man had also brought out a 3-colored lotus-shaped treasure that was of the ice attribute. He declared that it could release 3 types of glacial flames, and would be extremely powerful when wielded by someone using an ice attribute cultivation art. In exchange for this treasure, he would only accept a fire attribute treasure of the same caliber. As for the female cultivator enshrouded within the 5-colored light, she had brought out a head-sized crimson ball, which was the egg of a blood flame falcon. This was a type of primordial beast that was renowned for its ferocity, and after reaching full maturity, blood flame falcons had an average wingspan of over 100 feet. On top of that, they were adept in abilities that were of the extremely rare blood attribute, and depending on what innate ability they developed, they could potentially ultimately attain spatial tempering stage or even early body integration stage power. The woman proclaimed that she had secured this egg from a nest owned by a pair of body integration stage blood flame falcons, and she was only willing to accept a spirit treasure for it. These 2 items naturally garnered much interest from those using ice attribute cultivation arts and those who were adept in taming spirit beasts. Moments later, someone began to offer treasures in exchange for those 2 items. As for the 2 items requested by the meatball, they were clearly extremely precious, and even though there were many people interested in his Golden Crow true flames, no one offered the spirit medicines he had requested. The gray-robed man and the female cultivator's items were both exchanged for satisfactory items, and the meatball's concerned look only deepened upon seeing this. After a short while, there was still no one making offers for his flames, and he heaved a forlorn sigh before stowing the 3 fire ravens away, then flew back to his own stone pavilion, choosing to abandon this exchange. His decision naturally drew a lot of intrigue from the onlooking convention-goers. However, everyone's attention was soon redirected toward the next 3 cultivators who had flown onto the platform. Han Li looked on through narrowed eyes as one precious item was presented after another. Those who completed successful exchanges were elated, and those who failed were naturally very disappointed as they returned to their stone pavilions empty-handed. The majority of items presented were successfully exchanged, but it was quite clear that compared to the previous editions of the convention, there were far more complete treasures being exchanged compared to materials. This was a clear sign that everyone was preparing for the upcoming devilish tribulation, getting rid of what they didn't need in exchange for complete treasures that would enhance their powers. After all, no matter how precious certain materials were, they were useless if they couldn't be refined into treasures prior to the devilish tribulation. For those who were able to participate in this convention, normal treasures naturally were of no interest to them, yet the powerful treasures that could catch their eye generally could only be refined using several tens or even over 100 types of precious materials. Setting aside the fact that there was a chance of failure during the refinement process, it would take hundreds, perhaps even thousands of years just to gather so many materials. Otherwise, precious materials would have been far more prevalent during this convention than completed treasures. After over half a day had passed, most of the people offering items for exchanges had taken the stage. Han Li had been very tempted by many of the powerful treasures being presented, but all of these people demanded other treasures of the same caliber in exchange, so he could only pass up on those opportunities. However, that didn't mean that this entire process had been a completely fruitless one for him. Not only did he use one of the spirit medicines he had secured from the vast glacial realm to exchange for several sets of extremely powerful formation flags, he had also exchanged a flagon of red silk immortal wine for a dozen or so spirit medicine seeds that he didn't yet have from an avid wine enthusiast. He had also taken the stage himself not long ago and offered some myriad-year spirit medicines for the demon beast materials that he was still yet to collect. As a result, he was able to easily secure those materials from a few demonic cultivators, and that came as quite a relief to him. After securing those materials, he would be able to begin refining his second extreme mountain following the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, and should he be successful, his powers would be significantly enhanced again. Just as Han Li laid back in his chair, thinking that the rest of the convention wouldn't have much to do with him, a person enshrouded under a layer of dense black chi flew onto the stage, then slowly pulled a black round bowl out of his sleeve. This is a sinful cloud manifested from 10 million beast souls. I can guarantee that all of the souls used belong to ferocious beasts, and 100,000 of them belong to low-grade demon beasts. I want to exchange this sinful cloud for an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. As soon as this announcement was made, everyone's expressions, including Han Li's, changed drastically, and they all turned to stare at him in an astonished manner. The golden-masked man who was standing at the corner of the golden formation was also stunned to hear this, and his smile immediately faded as he stared intently at the man who had just spoken with a bewildered look in his eyes. In spite of the intense scrutiny he was receiving, the mysterious figure within the black chi remained completely unfazed and raised the round bowl with one hand, then removed the lid of the bowl with his other hand. A burst of ghastly howling immediately rang out, and inky black dark clouds swept forth alongside strong winds from within the round bowl in a frenzy. The dark clouds dispersed and spread to cover an area of several acres. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, and he was able to instantly discern these dark clouds as countless black projections. Among them were familiar beastly figures like wolves, tigers, and lions, but also some strange types of beasts that he had never seen before. All of these beastly projections were constantly transforming and tearing at one another. At times, their bodies would crumble away into nothingness, and other times, they would reappear in their original forms. These beastly projections were none other than the aforementioned beastly souls. A sinful cloud that was manifested by tens or even hundreds of these beastly souls weren't particularly valuable, but their value spiked dramatically once that number increased to the tens of thousands. This was because a sinful cloud's power directly correlated with the number of souls it had been manifested from. The more souls that were used, the more difficult it would be to successfully manifest a sinful cloud. A sinful cloud manifested from over 100,000 souls would be extremely alluring to those using Devil Dao cultivation arts, and one that was manifested from over 1 million souls would be enough to drive even body integration stage Devil Dao cultivators into a frenzy. As for sinful clouds manifested from over 10 million souls, there didn't seem to be that many even in the entire history of the two races. Needless to say, the enhancements it would bring to those using the relevant cultivation arts would be almost unimaginable, regardless of whether this sinful cloud was used in cultivation or as a material to refine a ghostly treasure. However, setting aside the fact that very few people knew of the method to manifest a sinful cloud of this caliber, just the task of collecting 10 million souls was virtually an impossible one. After all, slaughtering 10 million living beings would result in such severe baleful chi backlash that even a body integration cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it on their own. Due to the heinous nature of the process required to manifest sinful clouds, refinement of such treasures had been strictly prohibited in the two races since ancient times, and it was said that heavenly phenomena would take place whenever a sinful cloud consisting of more than 10,000 souls was refined. The phenomena triggered by sinful clouds manifested from over 1 million souls would be even more difficult to keep out of the public eye, and such items existed almost only in myths and legends. As such, this sinful cloud, which the man claimed to have been manifested from 10 million beastly souls, was naturally quite an astonishing notion. If this item had been revealed in the outside world, everyone would most likely be fighting over it already. 10 million beastly souls? Is that true, fellow Taoist? It doesn't really look like it. A dry voice rang out, and it was tinged with a hint of astonishment and skepticism. That's because I only released 1% of all of the beastly souls within this sinful cloud. If I were to release them all at once, this tiny hall wouldn't have anywhere near enough capacity for them. However, anyone who's interested can come and see for themselves just how many beastly souls there are in here, the man on the platform said in an unhurried manner. You want an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll for this? Aren't you asking for a bit too much? How about this? I'll give you 3 top-grade spirit treasures for that sinful cloud. Someone offered in a slightly urgent manner. I won't accept anything other than an offensive divine spirit treasure. The man within the black chi refused without any hesitation. Don't be so quick to jump to decisions, fellow Taoist. How about you take a look at what I'm offering first? Another elderly voice suddenly sounded at this moment, following which a streak of crimson light shot forth toward the platform. A tall and thin humanoid figure that was enshrouded within a layer of crimson light then appeared above the white light barrier before tossing forward a jade vial. The jade vial passed through the light barrier without any impediment, and the figure within the black chi caught it in a slightly reluctant manner. He removed the lid of the vial and took a look inside, upon which he immediately shuddered as if he had been struck by lightning. How about it? I'm sure you know what that pill entails, right? If it wasn't for the fact that this sinful cloud will be quite useful to me, I definitely wouldn't be offering this pill for exchange. The figure within the crimson said as he looked at the vial in a wistful manner. After a long hesitation, the man within the black chi shook his head before tossing the vial back to its owner. No, I still won't accept this over a divine spirit treasure. The figure within the crimson light faltered momentarily in disbelief before exclaiming, Do you not recognize what this is, fellow Taoist? This is a clear cleansing pill that can increase a body integration cultivator's chances of breaking through bottlenecks. Clear cleansing pill? Fellow Taoist, would you be willing to exchange that clear cleansing pill for any other treasure? All of the body integration stage beings present immediately erupted into a frenzy upon hearing the name of this pill, and several of them began to yell offers directly at the man within the crimson light. This pill was clearly more popular than the sinful cloud, and that made sense. A sinful cloud manifested from 10 million souls was most definitely a legendary item, but it was only useful to devilish and ghostly cultivators. In contrast, clear cleansing pills were extraordinary pills that were universally useful for all body integration cultivators, and it was especially alluring to those whose cultivation bases had stagnated for many years. The sinful cloud seemed to be extremely important to the figure in the crimson light, and after taking a resentful glance at the man within the black chi, he said, Humph, if you want my clear cleansing pill, then help me exchange for this sinful cloud, and I'll gladly hand over this pill. The entire hall fell silent upon hearing this. Generally speaking, all of the body integration cultivators present should have a few spirit treasures up their sleeves, but even in the entirety of the human and demon races, there were definitely no more than 10 divine spirit treasure that were on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. As for offensive treasures for this caliber, there were perhaps only 2 or 3. Even if such a treasure did exist in the human or demon race, its owner might not be present at this Black Realm exchange convention. On top of that, divine spirit treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll were no less valuable than clear cleansing pills, so whether someone would be willing to accept this exchange was another matter altogether. Hanli stared at the medicine vial containing the clear cleansing pill, and a contemplative look appeared on his face. Seeing as no one had accepted this exchange offer after such a long time, the figure in the black chi knew that there was no chance of such a trade taking place. Thus, he shook his head in a slightly disappointed manner, then made a hand seal to withdraw the black cloud before turning to leave the platform. Please wait, fellow Taoist. The figure within the crimson light immediately rushed toward the figure in the black chi before blocking his way. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to force me into a trade? The man within the black chi immediately flared up with rage, and a frosty aura erupted from his body. The golden-masked figure also immediately rose to his feet upon witnessing the actions of the man in the crimson light. As one of the organizers of this convention, he naturally couldn't just stand by idly if someone were to start trouble in the Black Realm. Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist, I bear no ill will. It's just that this sinful cloud is indeed extremely important to me, so I implore you to wait for a while longer. Give me some time to try and secure a treasure that fits your requirements, and if that doesn't work, then I definitely won't press the issue any further. The figure in the crimson light explained in an urgent manner as he held up his hands as a display of his pure intentions. The figure within the black chi hesitated momentarily before nodding in response. You want me to wait some more? All right, I can tell that you really do want this sinful cloud, so I'll give you 10 more minutes. If you still can't get what I want by then, I won't waste any more time here. It was quite clear that the man in the crimson light was desperate to secure this sinful cloud, and the man in the black chi was also very eager to get his hands on a divine spirit treasure. Neither of them wanted to give up, even if there were only the slightest sliver of an opportunity for them. The man in the crimson light heaved a faint sigh of relief upon securing agreement from the owner of the sinful cloud, and after a brief pause for contemplation, he waved a hand over his storage bracelet in an extremely reluctant manner to produce a shimmering golden scroll. I once ventured into a set of ancient ruins within which I almost met my demise on several occasions, and I found this scroll in there. This scroll is extremely mysterious, and I have no way of opening it without damaging it, so I've kept it in its original condition for all this time. However, I'm sure that this scroll contains astonishing secrets, as the seal of the scroll is inscribed in golden seal text. I'm willing to exchange my clear cleansing pill and this scroll for an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. The man in the crimson light announced in a loud voice. Golden seal text? Could it be that this is something from the true immortal realm? This announcement naturally created another stir and attracted a lot of interest. They weren't concerned that the man in the crimson light could be deceiving them, as it was a simple matter to see if a seal had been undone before. Unfortunately, even though many people were tempted by these conditions, they simply didn't have the required treasure, and could only look on in a resigned manner. Han Li focused his gaze on the golden scroll, and he seemed to be quite tempted, but he remained seated firmly in his chair. As time passed and no one stepped forward to accept this offer, the man in the black chi grew more and more disappointed, and the agitation of the man in the crimson light was growing by the second. If he were to miss out on this extraordinary sinful cloud during this Black Realm exchange convention, there would be no way that such an item would appear in another auction. The owner of the sinful cloud would definitely hide it in an extremely secretive manner after leaving this place, so if this exchange couldn't take place, then there would be no way for him to track down the item again. This sinful cloud was extremely important to him, as it was a vital decisive factor on whether he would be able to transcend his next major heavenly tribulation. Without this sinful cloud, there was a very slim chance that he would be able to transcend that tribulation, so it could be said that this sinful cloud was virtually as important as his life. Could it be that there really was no one present who possessed an offensive divine spirit treasure? As the time afforded to him by the man in the black chi dwindled, the man in the crimson light became more and more desperate, and he gritted his teeth before abruptly patting a blue cloth pouch that was hanging from his waist. A burst of blue light immediately surged forth, following which a translucent blue ice cage appeared in his hand. The cage was only around a foot tall, and there were several golden and silver talismans plastered to the surface. Within the cage was a snowy white spirit bird that was standing proudly atop a horizontal artificial branch crafted from some kind of shimmering silver wood, and it was appraising everything in the surrounding area in a completely expressionless manner. This is an ice phoenix that has inherited some of the heavenly phoenix's bloodline. It may only be at the core formation stage right now, but that's only due to a debilitating injury. With some care and nurturing, it could easily return to the former height of its powers in just a few centuries, and I can assure you that after reaching the metamorphosis stage, this ice phoenix has an extremely beautiful human form. On top of that, it possesses the origin Yin physique, and both those factors make it an exceptional dual cultivation partner. I'm sure you all know the benefits of integrating Yin and Yang by absorbing her heavenly phoenix origin Yin Qi, so I won't elaborate on that. Even if that doesn't have as potent an effect as a clear cleansing pill when assisting one in breaking through a bottleneck, it definitely won't be far off. Even if you don't take her origin Yin Qi and can somehow tame her, She would still be a spirit beast with limitless potential. I'm sure she won't disappoint you. I came into possession of this ice phoenix by chance, and I'm willing to offer her along with the other 2 items for an offensive divine spirit treasure. This is already everything that I have. If you miss out on this opportunity, something like this won't ever come around again. The desperation was really beginning to show in the man's voice now, and he resembled a beast that had been driven into a corner. This wasn't an overreaction at all. The thing that could save his life was right before his eyes, yet he couldn't obtain it. Anyone would be just as desperate if they were in his shoes. However, there was still no reaction from anyone in the hall. In his desperation, the man in the crimson light turned toward the man in the black chi again. Fellow Taoist, if I were to offer these 3 items to you. The man in the black chi cut him off without any hesitation. I've already made myself very clear. I won't accept anything aside from an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. The man in the crimson light was plunged into complete despair upon hearing this. However, right at this moment, a male voice suddenly rang out, and it was like heavenly music to his ears. All right, I'll take you up on that trade. The man in the crimson light was initially in complete disbelief, but after a brief stunned stupor, an ecstatic look appeared on his face. Are you serious? Please join me on the platform. At the same time, he immediately focused his gaze on the pavilion where the voice had come from. The man in the black chi was clearly also very excited to hear this. The one who had spoken was naturally none other than Han Li. Ever since the man in crimson light had brought out that ice phoenix, he had been appraising it with a peculiar expression, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Many other people also cast astonished glances toward Han Li upon hearing this. However, he paid no heed to them and shot forth as a streak of azure light, appearing on the platform after just a single flash. Even now, the man in the crimson light was still in disbelief, and he asked in a slightly trembling voice, "Do you really possess a divine spirit treasure?" Han Li smiled and took a glance at the snowy white ice phoenix in the cage first, then replied in a calm manner, "I do indeed possess quite a powerful offensive divine spirit treasure, but I'm not completely sure whether it's on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. So I'll need you 2 to confirm it for me." The elation in the heart of the man in the crimson light immediately dimmed significantly upon hearing this, but he still prompted in a hopeful manner, "Oh, I see. Please bring it out then, fellow Taoist." As for the man in the black chi, he remained completely silent and merely looked on as the interaction took place. Han Li naturally had no intention of delaying any further, and he immediately summoned a giant black blade that was taller than an adult human. The blade was extremely antiquated in design and gave off a primordial aura. This was none other than the giant blade that Han Li had obtained after slaying that powerful wrong being in the vast glacial realm. It was no less powerful than his chaotic origin ruler, and both of those items should be on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. Before the man in the crimson light even had a chance to react, the man in the black chi exclaimed in an elated manner, "That's the profound light blade." The hope in the heart of the man in the crimson light was immediately reignited upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, "Do you recognize this blade, fellow Taoist?" The man in the black chi forcibly repressed the excitement in his heart and said in a serious manner, "Of course I do. This is one of the last few divine spirit treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, but it fits my criteria nonetheless. I've been searching for such a treasure for a long time, so how could I not have done my research beforehand? Having said that, I must examine this item first to verify its authenticity." "Of course. Fellow Taoist, would you be able to?" The man in the crimson light immediately became extremely polite toward Han Li. "I naturally have no objections, but shouldn't you let me examine the items you're offering as well?" Han Li asked with a smile as he flicked his wrist and tossed the giant blade toward the man in the black chi. "Of course, please go right ahead, fellow Taoist." The man in the crimson light was ecstatic to see things progressing so smoothly, and he immediately tossed the medicine vial, scroll, and ice cage toward Han Li. Blue light immediately flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he also released his spiritual sense to conduct a thorough examination. At this moment, the man in the crimson light had naturally also taken the sinful cloud for examination to verify whether there really were 10 million beastly souls contained within it. The 3 of them all completed their examinations quite quickly. The man in the black chi merely injected his spiritual power into the giant blade, then performed a practice swing with it before nodding in a pleased manner and stowing it away into his storage bracelet. Haha, this sinful cloud is indeed everything you proclaim it to be, fellow Taoist, the man in the crimson light chortled after completing his examination of the sinful cloud, and he flew through the white light barrier as a streak of black light. Returning to his stone pavilion without saying anything further to Han Li and the man in the black chi. Han Li merely smiled upon seeing this, and he stowed away the golden scroll and medicine vial before taking a glance at the ice phoenix. A hint of humanized sorrow flashed through the ice phoenix's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by its normal cold expression. Han Li released a spirit beast bracelet before drawing the ice phoenix and the cage into the bracelet together. After that, he cupped his fist in a salute toward the man in the black chi before flying back to his stone pavilion as well. The man in the black chi chuckled before following suit, departing from the stone platform as a gust of black wind. Thus, the next group of people immediately rushed onto the stone platform, and the exchanges continued. Han Li leaned back against his chair and closed his eyes, looking quite calm and collected, but his tumultuous emotions belied his calm exterior. Close to half a day later, the golden-masked man finally announced the conclusion of the exchange convention. Han Li and the other body integration cultivators all euphemistically refused the golden-masked man's offer to stay behind for a feast, and they departed from the Black Realm, led by a guidance envoy. They then emerged at another completely alien exit before flying back toward Immortal Mountain. The entire exchange convention had taken almost a day and a night, and when Han Li returned to the Immortal Welcome Palace, it was noon the next day. He summoned Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi to his room, and he was relieved upon hearing confirmation that nothing out of the ordinary had taken place during his absence. After sending his two in-name disciples away, he entered the secret chamber before taking a seat on a futon. He then flipped a hand over to produce a blue spirit beast bracelet, which he tossed up into the air. A burst of blue light swept forth from the bracelet, and a translucent ice cage appeared before him. Within the ice cage was the snowy white ice phoenix, and it clearly didn't expect to be released so soon. It hurriedly flapped its wings to release a silver halo of light that instantly concealed its body, then turned to Han Li with a cautious expression. After catching sight of Han Li, a hint of disbelief immediately appeared in the ice phoenix's eyes, and it exclaimed, "It's you? How could this be?" It had the pleasant voice of a young woman, but it was slightly cold and forbidding. "Long time no see, Fairy Phoenix. I didn't think that we would be reunited here." Han Li sighed as he appraised the ice phoenix. This ice phoenix was naturally none other than the very same ice phoenix that had ventured with him into that spatial node back in the human world. In the end, they had been forcibly separated by spatial storms, only to be reunited now. This ice phoenix had once stood at the very pinnacle of the human world, yet after just a few centuries she had been reduced to a state where she was unable to even take on a human form and had been sealed into a cage as a spirit beast. Han Li couldn't help but think to himself about how fate and fortune worked in such remarkable ways at times. At the same time, he was filled with indescribable emotion at the sight of the ice phoenix that he had worked with to travel to the spirit realm. She was the reason behind his decision to accept the exchange proposed at the convention. "So it really is you, Brother Han. That must mean you were the one who exchanged for me during the convention. Have you already reached the spatial tempering stage?" The ice phoenix's voice was still as cold as ever, but it was trembling slightly. "That's right, it is indeed me. As for my cultivation base, that's something that you'll find out soon enough. Never did I think that I would meet you during the Black Realm Exchange Conference, and under such remarkable circumstances at that. It appears that fate has decided that it's not yet time for us to completely sever our ties. Let me get you out of this cage first." Azure light flashed from one of Han Li's fingers as he spoke, and he tapped his fingertip onto the golden and silver talismans on the cage. The talismans immediately drifted off the cage amid a bright flash of light, and the cage was also opened at the same time. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Han." The ice phoenix was still slightly bewildered, but she was naturally elated to see this, and she flapped her wings before flying out of the cage as a ball of white light. Immediately thereafter, the ice phoenix's body swelled drastically to over 5 feet in length amid a flash of silver light. The feathers on her body were glittering and transparent, and it looked as if she had been carved out of profound ice. The ice phoenix stretched her elegant body before shaking her head in a forlorn manner. Unfortunately, I'm unable to metamorphosize, so I'll only be able to converse with you in this form. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. That's all right. With the foundation that you've built up in the past, it would be a simple task for you to return to the metamorphosis stage after the seal within your body is lifted, Han Li said with a smile. I see you've identified the seal within my body, Brother Han. This restriction was planted by that body integration cultivator, and it's quite troublesome. According to him, it seems that only other body integration cultivators will be able to undo the restriction. The Ice Phoenix had clearly assumed that Han Li was only at the spatial tempering stage, so she didn't think that he would be able to do anything. Hee. Is that so? Let me give this a try. Han Li chuckled before suddenly reaching out with a pristine white hand and laying it onto one of the Ice Phoenix's pristine white wings. A burst of 5-colored flames immediately surged forth, flooding into the Ice Phoenix's body in a frenzy. The Ice Phoenix felt a burst of glacial power instantly flow through her meridians before crashing violently against the layers of restrictions within her body. The restrictions were quickly destroyed, and she was naturally ecstatic to see this, but also very astonished. To think that he could undo these seals so easily. Could it be that he was already at the body integration stage? That was downright incredible. It was somewhat plausible that Han Li had been able to progress to the spatial tempering stage within a few centuries if he had encountered some miraculous opportunities during this time, but the body integration stage was surely beyond his reach. These thoughts flashed rapidly through the Ice Phoenix's mind, and after the restrictions within her body were undone, she opened her beak to say something, but in the next instant, her heart stirred slightly, and she reflexively swallowed her words. After breaking the restrictions, the burst of glacial power within her meridians didn't leave her body right away. Instead, it converged toward her dantian and surged into her demon core. The Ice Phoenix was slightly bewildered by this, but Han Li's enormous true essence was far too powerful for her to resist, so she could only passively accept this injection of glacial power. Moments later, her aura spiked drastically, and she reached a certain bottleneck in the blink of an eye. A dull thump rang out, and a ball of piercing white light erupted forth, inundating her entire body. Only then did Han Li withdraw his hand with a faint smile on his face. The scintillating white light swirled before fading away, and a silver-robed woman appeared before his eyes. The Ice Phoenix had managed to adopt her human form. The silver-robed woman's eyes were filled with excitement, and she examined her own body in an elated manner before extending a grateful curtsy toward Han Li. I must thank you once again, fellow Taoist Han. There's no need to be so polite and formal. If we hadn't worked together several centuries ago, I definitely wouldn't have been able to come to the spirit realm on my own. Besides, the burst of true essence that I injected into your body is only enough to temporarily boost you to the metamorphosis stage. If you want to be able to permanently maintain this form, then you have to go into seclusion right away. Otherwise, once this burst of true essence fades away, you'll be forced to revert back to your original form, Han Li reminded. Of course, with the assistance of this burst of true essence, I'm sure I'll be able to return to the deity transformation stage far faster than I would otherwise be able to. It seems that you really have progressed to the body integration stage, fellow Taoist Han. It looks like I'll have to refer to you as Senior Han from now on. The silver-robed woman sighed with a peculiar look on her face. I was only able to reach this cultivation base through enormous turns of fortune. With your aptitude as an Ice Phoenix, it'll only be a matter of time before you reach the body integration stage as well. You are my only acquaintance from the human world here in the spirit realm, so please refer to me as an equal. Otherwise, I would feel rather uncomfortable, Han Li said in a nonchalant manner. The silver-robed woman could tell that Han Li was being genuine and said, in that case, then please pardon me, Brother Han. How were you captured and reduced to such a pitiful state, fellow Taoist Phoenix? Han Li couldn't help but ask. Now that you mention it, you are partially to blame for my misfortune. The silver-robed woman replied with a wry smile. Han Li faltered momentarily before an enlightened look appeared on his face. Oh? Could it be that the restrictions I planted in your body back then activated after we were separated? Indeed, you sure planted some extremely profound restrictions within my body, Brother Han. It took me close to 100 years to just barely refine them, but I was severely debilitated as a result and was targeted by a bunch of cowards. I managed to escape through the use of a secret technique, but my cultivation base plummeted thereafter, and I ended up in this current state. Come to think of it, if that body integration cultivator hadn't stepped in to save me, I would most likely be dead by now. However, after he discovered that I was unable to metamorphosize, he merely treated me like a spirit beast and was preparing to make me his bonded spirit beast. I naturally refused to accept such an arrangement, so I was locked up in this cage, the silver-robed woman explained. Hanli nodded in response before asking, "Oh? Do you know who this body integration cultivator is?" The silver-robed woman considered this question momentarily before replying, "I'm afraid not. That man is very proficient in illusionary techniques, and would often change his appearance and location, making it impossible for me to glean his true appearance. The only thing that I'm sure of is that he's a devil Dao cultivator of your human race and not part of the demon race." A devilish cultivator? There are only a few renowned devil Dao body integration cultivators in our human race. He should be one of them, Hanli said with a contemplative nod. Regardless of who he is, he did save my life. Then again, he did try to force me to become his spirit beast thereafter, so I guess we're even now. The silver-robed woman didn't seem to harbor any resentment toward her body integration stage captor, and it was impossible to tell whether she actually thought this or whether she had no choice but to say this as she couldn't exact vengeance on a body integration cultivator anyway. Hanli smiled in response before changing the subject. "Now that you're free, what are your future plans? Are you planning to return to the demon race? The Black Phoenix race has also inherited the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix, so I'm sure you'll be treated quite well there." The silver-robed woman's composure immediately cracked upon hearing mention of the Black Phoenix race, and she gritted her teeth in a resentful manner as she said, "The Black Phoenix race? The cowards who targeted me and dealt those debilitating injuries upon me were none other than members of the Black Phoenix race. If I go to them in my current state, I may as well serve my own head up on a silver platter." Hanli was quite surprised to hear this, and after a brief pause, he continued, "The ones who injured you were members of the Black Phoenix race? That makes things quite troublesome. What are your plans then, Fairy Phoenix?" The silver-robed woman contemplated this question for a long while before finally replying in a hesitant manner, "I want to stay with you before I recover my magic power. Is that all right? As a body integration cultivator, I'm sure you'll be more than capable of protecting me. I'm simply far too weak in my current state, and the fact that I'm an ice phoenix is bound to attract endless problems for me. No matter where I hide, someone will track me down and I could end up in an even worse situation than before. You want to stay with me?" Hanli seemed to be rather taken aback to hear this. "I'm aware that I'll only weigh you down in my current state, but I possess some aptitude in formations and spatial abilities, so perhaps I can lend you some assistance. On top of that, I have a burst of Heavenly Phoenix origin in Qi within my body that should be extremely effective in improving your chances of breaking through future bottlenecks. As long as I can return to my former cultivation base, I'm willing to transfer this origin in Qi to you," the silver-robed woman said with a faint blush on her face. "What are you saying? Please don't misunderstand, fellow Taoist Han. Our Ice Phoenix race had an inherited secret technique that can allow us to expel our Heavenly Phoenix origin in Qi out of our bodies without having to engage in dual cultivation. Of course, the effect will be slightly less potent, but it should still provide some assistance to you," the silver-robed woman explained as her expression reverted back to normal. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and after some contemplation, he said in a serious manner, "I see. In that case, I would indeed like your assistance when the time comes. In the meantime, you can stay with me, but there are some things that I have to make clear to you first so you don't regret your decision later on." The silver-robed woman was elated to hear that Han Li was willing to consider her proposal, and she immediately prompted, "Please go ahead, Brother Han. Firstly, I can't guarantee that you'll be absolutely safe by staying with me. Setting aside everything else, just the imminent devilish tribulation will be an extremely difficult hurdle for body integration cultivators like me to overcome. Even I'm not fully confident in my ability to survive that ordeal. Secondly, I have some secrets that I don't want other people to know. If you want to stay with me, then you have to follow my instructions in your cultivation, as well as everything else. If you can't accept such limitations, then feel free to leave. Lastly, due to the fact that you're a demon in the presence of others, you'll most likely have to appear beside me as a concubine or servant, which may tarnish your reputation, Hanli said in a slow voice. Devilish tribulation? I don't know much about that, but seeing as it's something that'll impact both the human and demon races, I'm sure I wouldn't be any safer anywhere else. If I were to seek refuge with a major power in my current state, I wouldn't most likely just be used as cannon fodder, so it's much safer for me to stay with you. As for everything else, I'll naturally follow your lead. With your current status, countless core formation and nascent soul stage female cultivators would flock to your side if you were to announce that you were searching for a servant or concubine. So such an arrangement doesn't bother me in the slightest, the silver-robed woman replied with a nonchalant smile. In that case, I'll agree to let you stay with me. Here are some pills for you. Prior to the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, stay in this secret chamber for now and cultivate. Once we return to my cave abode, I'll set up a separate place for you to cultivate, Hanli said as he swept a hand over his storage bracelet, producing several jade vials of different colors before tossing them toward the silver-robed woman. The woman caught the vials one after another before removing their lids and inspecting their contents with her spiritual sense, upon which an elated look appeared on her face. I didn't think you would have so many pills that can enhance one's magic power. In that case, I'll definitely be able to return to my former cultivation base very soon. Hee. Rest assured, Fairy Phoenix. I have more than enough core formation and nascent soul stage pills to satisfy your needs. If you require anything else, feel free to tell me. I presume that the higher your cultivation base is, the more efficacious your heavenly phoenix origin in Qi will be for me. In order to transcend this devilish tribulation, I'll most likely have to borrow your heavenly phoenix origin in Qi at some point during the next few centuries, Hanli said with a smile. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han, I'm not one to repay kindness with ingratitude. When the time comes, I'll be sure to do everything in my power to help you, the silver-robed woman said with a gorgeous smile that lit up her cold features, evoking imagery akin to that of countless flowers blooming through the winter snow. And even Hanli couldn't help but stare for a moment in a transfixed manner. She seemed to have detected the entrancement in Hanli's eyes, and a faint blush appeared on her face as she extended another curtsy. Seeing as you've agreed to allow me to stay with you, I'll begin cultivating right away. The sooner I can recover my magic power, the sooner I'll be of assistance to you. All right, I have to examine the treasures I've obtained from the convention, so you can cultivate in this secret chamber. A hint of clarity returned to Hanli's eyes, and he nodded before departing from the secret chamber. Following Hanli's departure, the silver-robed woman stood on the spot with a peculiar look in her eyes for a long while before heaving a faint sigh. She then opened one of the medicine vials and tipped out a fiery red pill before swallowing it. After that, she took a seat on the futon that Hanli had been sitting on before and began to refine the power of the pill. Meanwhile, Hanli had made his way to another secret chamber nearby that was of an identical size, and he was also seated on the ground, examining a near-transparent golden pill through narrowed eyes. As expected of such a renowned pill, it really is different from everything I've seen before. Hopefully, it'll truly be as effective in assisting me in my breakthroughs as the legends claim, Hanli murmured to himself before carefully stowing the pill away again. After that, spiritual light flashed from his hands again, and two items appeared at once, one of which was a golden scroll while the other was a golden cloth pouch. The scroll was one of the three treasures that Hanli had obtained from the man in the crimson light, while the golden pouch was the second treasure that he had secured from the Black Realm. Hanli tossed the golden scroll up, and paid no further heed to it as it hovered in midair. He then focused his attention on the golden pouch and loosened its opening, releasing a string of azure light that shot forth from within the pouch amid a loud buzzing sound. Green light flashed, and 12 green wooden rods that were each several inches in length appeared before him. The rods flew through the air in pursuit of one another as if they had already attained some spiritual nature. Hanli made a hand seal upon seeing this before letting loose a low cry as he abruptly reached out with one hand. 5 bursts of azure light surged forth from his fingertips, then transformed into countless azure threads that dispersed through the air. The threads then intertwined to form a massive azure net that encompassed the entire secret chamber. In the next instant, the 12 green wooden rods were caught like fish within a net. Despite the fact that they were constantly turning and twisting in an attempt to free themselves, they were completely trapped by the azure threads. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he withdrew his outstretched hand. The azure net immediately tightened, and the 12 wooden rods were all dragged toward him, and he plucked one of them out of the net before inspecting it in a careful manner. The surface of the wooden rod was a vibrant green color, and it was covered in a series of extremely profound silver runes. However, what was even more astonishing was the bursts of pure and viscous spiritual chi emanating from these wooden rods. So these really are the legendary spirit gathering stakes. To think that spirit eye wood was used as the main material to refine as many as 12 embryos. What an extravagant project. I wonder if I'll be able to completely refine this set of treasures someday. With the assistance of the completed version of these treasures, I'll be able to absorb spiritual power from heaven and earth at a far faster rate. Han Li murmured to himself in a contemplative manner as he stroked the wooden rod in his hand. After a short while, he shook his head before tossing the wooden rod into the azure net again. He then made a hand seal, and the entire net transformed into a burst of azure light that swept up the 12 rods before drawing them into the golden pouch again. Han Li pointed a finger toward the pouch, and its opening was immediately sealed shut. After that, he stowed the pouch away in his storage bracelet, then cast his gaze toward the golden scroll that was hovering in midair. He reached out and gently waved a hand, and the scroll was drawn into his grasp. It was slightly cool to the touch, but it had the texture of soft fabric. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he carefully inspected the scroll inch by inch at close range, and after a while, his brows furrowed slightly. This scroll appeared to have no openings at all to exploit, and even through the use of his bright sight spirit eyes ability, he was only greeted by the sight of nothing more than golden light, and he was completely unable to see into it. He took a deep breath before releasing his enormous spiritual sense, and a wisp of it instantly surged toward the scroll. However, in the next instant, he abruptly flicked his wrist, and the scroll was hurled around 10 feet away. In the instant that his spiritual sense had made contact with the scroll, a burst of powerful suction force had erupted from it and devoured that wisp of spiritual sense in the blink of an eye. The suction force then attempted to move on to the rest of his spiritual sense, and if he hadn't reacted as quickly as he did, he would have most likely lost more than just the wisp of spiritual sense he had released. Han Li stared at the golden scroll in the distance in a slightly alarmed manner, and after taking a moment to regain his composure, it dawned on him that this thing was going to be very difficult to crack. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly pointed a finger toward the golden scroll and an azure sword thread instantly shot forth. The sword thread struck the scroll with a crisp clang and golden light flashed from its surface. The sword thread was completely repelled and kept at bay, and it had failed to even leave the slightest trace on the scroll. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. With his current body integration stage powers in addition to the sharpness of his azure bamboo cloud's warm swords, there weren't many things in the entire spirit realm that his sword threads would fail to slice through. However, this scroll had managed to remain completely unscathed, which suggested that at the very least, it had to have been constructed from some kind of extremely rare material. It was no wonder that the man in the crimson light was so unwilling to part with the scroll even though he had no way of opening it. However, this item couldn't be infiltrated using spiritual sense, and it was clearly near indestructible, so it seemed that its seal truly couldn't be broken through brute force. With that in mind, Han Li focused his gaze on the golden runes that had suddenly appeared on the surface of the scroll. Those were none other than golden seal text runes. However, they had been hiding within the scroll initially and had only suddenly appeared after being struck by that sword thread of his. Golden seal text was different from beveled silver text, and there were most likely not more than 10 beings in total among the human and demon races who could interpret the former. Those who were able to read the spirit text all regarded it as an extraordinary treasure and kept it a secret from everyone else. As such, even though it was clear that there were definitely people among the two races that could interpret Golden Seal text, it was quite difficult to identify just who these people were. At the very least, the man in the crimson light most likely didn't understand the spirit text. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been completely stumped by it. If Hanli hadn't learned the spirit text back in the vast glacial realm, he would also be just as helpless in the face of this treasure. Hanli stared at the golden runes for a moment before they vanished once again, and his brows furrowed slightly as he flicked several fingers toward the scroll in quick succession to release more streaks of azure sword chi. Upon being struck by the streaks of sword chi, more golden runes appeared, and they were slightly different from the ones before. Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he continued to release a relentless string of sword chi, and the scroll was instantly inundated by azure light. Balls of golden light erupted from the surface of the scroll, and the entire piece of golden seal text was revealed. Blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he focused his gaze on these golden runes in an intent, unblinking manner, and only after a long while did he cease releasing the relentless string of sword chi. The spiritual light shimmering from the scroll faded, as did the golden runes, and Han Li made a grabbing motion to draw the scroll back into his grasp as a contemplative look appeared on his face. He had already memorized that entire piece of text and briefly analyzed it as well. If he weren't mistaken, this piece of spirit text was describing the setup method for a profound formation. The wording was slightly ambiguous, but what was certain was that if he were to completely master the contents of this piece of text, he should be able to set up the entire formation. The formation wasn't very big, but it was far more profound and intricate than the vast majority of formations Han Li had seen in the spirit realm in the past. If it weren't for the fact that he had been carefully studying the used talismans he had obtained from the vast glacial realm, he wouldn't have been able to understand the contents of that piece of text at all. After all, recognizing golden seal text runes and mastering a formation inscribed in golden seal text were two completely different matters altogether. Furthermore, Han Li estimated that it would be impossible for him to completely master this formation unless he studied it diligently for several decades. Even though he was very interested in just what was sealed within the scroll, there was no way that he would waste so much time on it at such a crucial juncture. Thus, he exhaled as he stowed the golden scroll away into his storage bracelet, and after that, he flipped a hand over to reveal a winding section of reddish-black wood that was around half a foot in length. The piece of wood was completely devoid of any luster and was constantly expelling wisps of blood mist. It was none other than the weeping spirit blood wood he had secured at the auction. After bringing out this item, the storage bracelet on Han Li's wrist continued to flash with spiritual light, and a series of materials appeared in rapid succession. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face at the sight of these items, and he suddenly tossed the piece of wood up into the air before opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The flames instantly swept up the entire piece of wood, and blood mist and silver flames intertwined amid a string of loud crackles and pops. Han Li made a hand seal with one hand while reaching out with his other hand, and all of the materials on the ground instantly also rose up into the air before plunging into the silver flames. Blue light flashed through his eyes as he stared intently on the silver flames in the air and focused the entirety of his attention on it. He stayed in the secret chamber the entire day, and even his nightly cultivation lessons with Xianxia and Xianxia were conducted through voice transmission as they stood on the other side of the door of the secret chamber. 7 days passed by, and Han Li finally emerged from the secret chamber. As soon as he emerged, he accompanied Xianxia and Xianxia hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Immortal Mountain in the dead of night, then gave them some pills and treasures, and sent them on their way to Deep Heaven City. He then returned to Immortal Mountain himself, and a few days later, he was paid a visit by Taoist Master Myriad Bone. Han Li conversed with the Taoist priest for a long time in the hall before the latter departed, and at the same time, a few other vagrant cultivators in the Immortal Welcome Palaces on Immortal Mountain left at around the same time, then disappeared without a trace. Half a day later, a group of body integration stage vagrant cultivators, including Han Li, gathered at a certain place. Their meeting was quite a brief one and had been held in a secretive fashion, so no one noticed what they were doing. During the rest of the Myriad Treasure Convention, Han Li frequently visited the markets, purchasing some materials from time to time. During the rest of the time, he met with some other body integration stage fellow Taoists and also visited some other secret exchange conventions, reaping some rewards during the process. Dyer would also come to find him once every several days, and even though she never had anything important or urgent to speak with him about, they would always have an enjoyable conversation before she departed in high spirits. However, it was still slightly jarring to see Dyer's appearance, which so closely mirrored that of Nangong Wan. As the Myriad Treasure Convention was about to draw to a conclusion, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign and Shenwu Tyrant Sovereign sent out people to recruit the vagrant body integration cultivators on 9 Immortal Mountain again, promising them extremely bountiful rewards for their services, and they really did manage to successfully recruit a few vagrant cultivators. Of course, Hanli rejected the offer once more, and several days prior to the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, he departed from 9 Immortal Mountain, disappearing without a trace alongside Bai Guo. Following the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, the humans and demons gathered at 9 Immortal Mountain all departed as well, and around a month later, peace and quiet resumed on the mountain with the exception of the group of guards that remained there. As time passed, all of the rumors that had spread from this edition of the Myriad Treasure Convention gradually faded from everyone's memories as well. For years passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, a group of human cultivators suddenly flew from a certain direction toward a secretive and secluded mountain in the Tian Yuan region. The group was comprised of cultivators of both genders and all age ranges, and they all wore different attire, but there was an azure goo character embroidered on the sleeves of all of their clothing. There was a clear majority of women in the group, all of whom were extremely beautiful, and this group of close to 100 cultivators descended onto the peak of the mountain. Some of them immediately set up a simple protective formation, while the rest immediately sat down with their legs crossed on some relatively clean patches on the mountain before closing their eyes to meditate. This group of cultivators was led by a yellow-haired elderly man and a young woman in a blue palatial dress. Both of them were at the late spatial tempering stage, and their lips were tremoring slightly as they conversed with one another through voice transmission. The elderly man glanced up at the sky before transmitting his voice to the young woman. Family leader Xiaofeng, this is the Turtle Watch Peak that you arranged to meet that man on, and the agreed time for our meeting is fast approaching. He's not going to go back on his word, is he? Rest assured, Elder Xiao, with that man's current status, there's no way he would revoke his promise. On top of that, prior to this meeting, he voluntarily sent someone to us for confirmation, so I'm sure he'll turn up, the young woman replied without any hesitation. That's good to hear. Our Grand Elder was injured in the primordial world, and following her return, she had to immediately go into seclusion for 100 years, which has resulted in her missing this true spirit ceremony. She's the only body integration cultivator of our Gu family, so without her presence, our prospects in the ceremony wouldn't be very optimistic at all. It's a good thing that you had the foresight to recruit a body integration cultivator in advance. Otherwise, our Gu family may as well spare ourselves the embarrassment and not participate in the ceremony at all, the elderly man sighed. Indeed, the results of this true spirit ceremony will decide if and how many members of our family will be able to enter the spirit-dwelling cave, and it'll also play a pivotal role in deciding whether we'll receive many other types of benefits. So we can't give up on it no matter what. Our Grand Elder secured a good ranking for our Gu family during the last ceremony, and I had thought that with another body integration cultivator to assist us, we'd be able to secure a higher ranking. But who would have thought that our Grand Elder would be forced to miss this edition of the ceremony? Under these circumstances, I'll be happy if we can retain our original ranking, the young woman said with a wry smile on her face. That's true. This senior Han has only just progressed to the body integration stage around 10 years ago, after all, so no matter how exceptional his aptitude is, there's no way he could compare with our Grand Elder, who's been at the body integration stage for close to 10,000 years. On top of that, our Grand Elder possesses a true spirit bloodline, and if she were to activate that bloodline, the gap between the two would widen even further. The elderly man sighed as a wry smile also appeared on his face. It's not ideal, but if we don't have any body integration cultivators among us, then our performance will be even more horrible during this true spirit ceremony, the young woman said with a dark expression. Indeed, all of the top 5 true spirit families have body integration cultivators among their ranks, the elderly man said in a resigned manner. Both of them fell silent thereafter, and it was as if they had lost the urge to further this conversation. Time slowly passed by, and around 4 hours later, a streak of azure light appeared in the distant sky, and a hint of elation appeared in the young woman's eyes upon seeing this. "He's here." The elderly man peered carefully into the streak of oncoming azure light through narrowed eyes, but the light was very bright and piercing, and he could only just barely make out two humanoid figures within it, one of which was quite a bit taller than the other. In the next instant, the streak of azure light arrived in the air above the mountain, following which the light faded to reveal an azure-robed young man and an adorable little girl who appeared to be around 13 to 14 years of age. The young man was none other than Han Li, who had disappeared for several years following the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, and the little girl beside him was naturally none other than Bai Guer. She had already been taken by Han Li as an in-name disciple, and she was entirely dependent on Han Li to repress the glacial poison within her body to ensure her survival, so she naturally followed him wherever he went. A stir ran through the Gu family cultivators as they caught sight of the figures in the air above, and many of them conjured up layers of protective spiritual light as they stared up at Han Li with wariness in their eyes. Han Li cast his gaze downward, and after catching sight of the young woman, he smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, fellow Taoist Xiaofeng. I encountered some minor troubles on the way here, so I'm a little late." A layer of azure light then appeared over his body, and it swept up by Guer before he descended onto the ground near the young woman. "Not at all, Senior, you've arrived right on time. We were just too early. I must express wholehearted gratitude on behalf of our Gu family that you came to meet us as agreed. This is Elder Xiao of our Gu family, and the two of us will be leading our Gu family during this true spirit ceremony." A hint of elation appeared on the young woman's face as she hurriedly introduced the yellow-haired elderly man to Han Li. "Pleased to meet you, Elder Xiao." Han Li could sense that this Elder Xiao's cultivation base wasn't inferior to that of Fairy Xiaofeng, and he cupped his fist in a salute toward the elderly man. The elderly man was still rather skeptical about Han Li's powers, but he naturally didn't dare to show this skepticism, and he adopted a respectful demeanor as he said, "The pleasure is all mine, Senior Han. I've heard much about you during these past few years, and all of us can heave a massive sigh of relief now that you're here to support our Gu family." At this point, all of the other Gu family cultivators had naturally also realized that Han Li was the powerful ally they had been waiting for, and they were quite stunned by his youthful appearance. "There's no need to be so rigid and formal, fellow Taoists. We are only working together as part of a mutually beneficial exchange. Now that I look at it, the Grand Elder of your family, Fairy Tianli, doesn't seem to be present. If I recall correctly, this wasn't what you told me would happen, Fairy Xiaofeng. Could it be that Fairy Tianli left for the true spirit ceremony ahead of all of you?" Han Li asked as he appraised the surrounding Gu family cultivators with furrowed brows. An awkward and resigned look appeared on the young woman's face. "I'm afraid Grand Elder Tianli won't be able to represent our Gu family during this true spirit ceremony." "What do you mean by that?" Han Li asked as his expression darkened slightly. This wasn't what they had initially agreed on. "Our sincerest apologies, Senior, but our Grand Elder has been forced to pull out of the ceremony due to an incident. You see." The elderly man hurriedly began to explain the situation at the sight of Han Li's displeased expression. "Fairy Tianli is currently in seclusion to recover from an injury she sustained in the primordial world?" "I see. It is indeed not a simple task for cultivators of our caliber to recover from injuries. In that case, won't things be a little troublesome for your Gu family during this ceremony?" Han Li nodded as a slightly concerned look appeared in his eyes. Fairy Xiaofeng seemed to have considered this matter carefully already, and a solemn look appeared on her face as she said, "Seeing as our Grand Elder is unable to participate in the ceremony, our agreement for you to improve our Gu family's ranking during the ceremony is naturally revoked. On this occasion, all you have to do to fulfill your side of the deal is to ensure that our Gu family's ranking is maintained." Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, but there was still a hint of reluctance in his eyes. "Even so, that'll most likely be quite a difficult task. I've only just reached the body integration stage, after all, so I certainly can't make any promises." The young woman hesitated momentarily at the sight of Han Li's hesitant expression, then suddenly pulled a storage bracelet out of her sleeve before handing it over to Han Li. "As long as you do everything in your power to assist us, Our Gu family is willing to offer you a sum of top-grade spirit stones on top of what we originally promised you as compensation. Han Li's heart stirred lightly as he accepted the storage bracelet before injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li stowed the storage bracelet away before replying with a smile. To think that you're willing to offer me such an astronomical sum. Looks like it really is very important for your Gu family to do well during the true spirit ceremony. In that case, I'll be sure to do my best for you. Your presence is certainly a very reassuring one for our Gu family, Senior Han. This place is still around a month's journey away from the Myriad Spirit platform where the ceremony is going to be held, so it would be best for us to set off right away. Elder Xiao and I will be explaining the specific details of the ceremony along the journey. That would be best. Han Li naturally had no objections to this. Thus, the Gu family cultivators rose up into the air and flew into the distance in a line with Han Li among their ranks. The Heavenly Horse Plains consisted of a massive section of barren land on the border of the Tianyuan region. It was said that the plains were so vast that even a deity transformation cultivator would have to fly nonstop day and night for around a month to cross through it. On top of that, this place was rife with sandstorms and completely devoid of greenery and spirit veins. So rarely did cultivators ever visit this place. Even if there were the occasional cultivators who had no choice but to pass through these plains, they would fly through without any pause. On this day, there were a dozen or so human cultivators situated deep within the plains. They had arranged themselves into a circular formation with their backs facing one another, and they were hovering at a low altitude. All of them had summoned their most powerful treasures, which had transformed into bursts of light that enshrouded their bodies. Yet they all wore panicked expressions on their faces. Among these cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation base was a mid-spatial tempering stage burly man in a set of brocade robes. He was holding a blue bead in one hand and a white flag in the other. He was situated at the center of the formation with an even more pronounced look of shock and rage on his face than that of his companions, and his eyes were constantly darting around the formation. Right at this moment, a gust of yellow wind suddenly blew past one of the male cultivators in the group, and he reflexively blinked. In that instant, a pristine white hand reached out of the yellow wind like lightning, and the protective spiritual light around the man's body was torn apart with ease, following which the white hand passed punctured through his chest without any impediment. Before the man could even cry out, a white ice flower had bloomed in front of his chest, and he was instantly frozen into an ice statue, following which the white hand instantly vanished. The nearby cultivators were all extremely alarmed by this, and they hurriedly unleashed the powers of their treasures to attack the assailant. But all they achieved was reducing their frozen companion into pulverized ice, while his killer was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, the spatial tempering stage brocade-robed man suddenly let loose a loud roar, and a pillar of piercing blue light erupted from the bead in his hand. The pillar of light shot forth through the air like lightning, striking the gust of yellow wind in a flash. White light immediately flashed, and an indistinct figure was forced to reveal itself, trapped within the ball of blue light. Without requiring any instructions from the brocade-robed man, all of the cultivators in the group immediately focused their attacks on that indistinct figure, and their attacks surged forth as a wave of five-colored light. The figure was instantly torn apart by the five-colored light amid a dull thump, seemingly having been completely unable to offer up any resistance. Cries of elation immediately rang out, and all of the cultivators were ecstatic to see this. However, a bewildered look had appeared on the brocade-robed man's face, and he suddenly made a grabbing motion to draw a fragment of the destroyed figure into his hand, only to find that it was a piece of pristine white hard shell. The shell was extremely cold and rapidly melted into water in his hand. "Don't let your guard down. That thing's still alive!" The brocade-robed man roared as his expression changed drastically, and he immediately brandished his white flag to protect himself. However, it was already too late. A sharp, piercing cry suddenly rang out within the brocade-robed man's ears, following which an icy cold sensation surged over his neck, and his head was decapitated by a pair of snowy white scimitar-like pincers. Immediately thereafter, a massive snowy white centipede projection appeared behind his headless body without any warning. This centipede was around 50 to 60 feet in length with 6 pairs of semi-transparent paper-thin wings on its back. Its eyes were as red as blood and gave off a cold and menacing light. In the instant that it reappeared, it opened its massive mouth to expel a burst of white glacial chi. Several of the cultivators who were closest to it were completely unable to react, and they were swept up by the glacial chi in an instant. Their bodies and their treasures were then reduced to extremely lifelike ice statues amid a flash of white light. The remaining cultivators were absolutely petrified by this harrowing sight, and someone suddenly yelled in a panicked manner, "Run!" Everyone immediately dispersed and fled in all directions. But the snowy white centipede was completely unbothered. It merely flapped its 6 wings in unison, and its wings suddenly disappeared as 6 projections. Moments later, the remaining few cultivators who had fled to over 1,000 feet away let loose anguished cries in unison, and their bodies were sliced in half without any resistance by streaks of white light. Immediately thereafter, their nascent souls were also destroyed by the white light. The 6 streaks of white light then returned to the snowy white centipede projection before instantly reverting back into its wings. All of a sudden, piercing white light erupted from the centipede projection's body, and it quickly began to shrink. After all of the white light had faded, an expressionless white-robed young man with strange golden and silver patterns on his face appeared in place of the projection. He inspected his surroundings in a cold manner before abruptly thrusting a hand into the air, sending forth a burst of white chi that swept up the brocade-robed man's severed head. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed from the head, and a miniature humanoid figure that was several inches in size was forcibly drawn out. The humanoid figure was identical in appearance to the brocade-robed man, and it was none other than his nascent soul. The nascent soul had a white stone lock hanging in front of its chest, which was releasing a layer of silver light threads to protect its body, but it wore a horrified expression as it yelled, "You can't kill me." The Blue Water Sect is a renowned sect in Deep Heaven City, and I'm the sect master. If you kill me, you'll definitely be hunted by the law-enforcing cultivators of the Tian Yuan region. You can take these. They are the 2 most prized treasures of our Blue Water Sect. On top of that, I'm willing to lead the way to all of the treasures in our sect as long as you're willing to spare me. The white-robed young man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and it seemed that he really was interested. The nascent soul was shown a glimmer of hope, and it continued in a beseeching manner, "I don't know why you suddenly attacked us, but I presume it has something to do with the materials that our sect is delivering. I'm willing to offer all of these materials to you as we." Before the nascent soul had a chance to finish, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on the white-robed young man's face, and one of his hands shot forth in a blur to grab onto the nascent soul. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed from his fingers, and the protective threads of light around the nascent soul's body were instantly crushed into nothingness. After that, the young man abruptly withdrew his arm and tossed the nascent soul into his mouth before swallowing it. At the same time, another male voice rang out from nearby. "Hee, well done. This idiot was asking for death. Even in this dire situation, he dares to offer you all of those things that don't even belong to him. His death is very much well-deserved." As soon as the voice trailed off, spatial fluctuations rippled through the nearby space, and a golden humanoid figure appeared. This was a burly man in a long golden robe with his hair arranged in a very strange manner. Most of his face was obscured by a busy curly beard, but his deep yellow eyes were clearly visible, and the mere sight of them was enough to strike the onlooker with a sense of dizziness. The white-robed young man took a cold glance at the golden-robed man before paying no further heed to him, and reaching out to make a downward grabbing motion. The bead that had fallen onto the ground and the white flag were both drawn up into the air before hovering in front of the white-robed young man. The golden-robed man merely gave a nonchalant smile in response to the white-robed young man's cold demeanor, and he raised a leg, seemingly in a casual manner, before covering a distance of several hundred feet in just a single stride, taking him to only several tens of feet away from the white-robed young man. All of a sudden, a burst of low buzzing rang out from where the young man was standing, and 6 transparent wing projections appeared on his back before rapidly vibrating at a rate that was untraceable to the naked eye. Countless faint white saber projections surged forth in a frenzy from the 6 wings, forming a sea of white blades that inundated the bead and the flag. The two treasures only managed to release spiritual light and resist for an instant before they were shattered amid dull thumps within the sea of blades. A hint of elation appeared on the white-robed young man's face upon seeing this, and the countless blade projections were immediately withdrawn at his behest, leaving only two piles of treasure fragments, one blue and one white, hovering in midair. After that he began to chant something while making a hand seal, then blew a gust of air toward the treasure fragments. An astonishing scene ensued. A burst of golden flames erupted from his mouth and swept up the two piles of treasure fragments, and moments later, they had fused as one with the flames. Only then did the white-robed young man take a deep breath to draw the golden flames back into his body. Immediately thereafter, golden light abruptly flashed around him, and a golden halo that was around the size of a wagon wheel appeared behind his head. However, the halo only appeared for an instant before it crumbled away into countless golden runes. A hint of elation flashed through the golden-robed man's face upon seeing this, and he murmured, "The blue water sex cultivation arts are quite ordinary, but its extreme blue bead and white water flag are extraordinary treasures refined from 49 types of extreme glacial materials. On top of that, among the things that they're delivering, there's a massive profound crystalline wall that can only be formed once every 1 million years. This is a mandatory material for you to manifest a true spirit body, so we can't waste it no matter what." Right as he was speaking, the golden light around the white-robed young man's body completely faded, and his aura seemed to have become slightly more powerful than before. It wasn't an extremely noticeable improvement, but it was still very alarming that he had made a noticeable improvement at all in such a short span of time. Where is that profound crystalline wall? Aside from these two treasures, I haven't sensed any other glacial treasures from these people. Is your information incorrect? The white-robed young man finally spoke, and his voice was as cold as ice. There's no way my information could be wrong. I spent a lot of spirit stones to purchase it from the Myriad Avenues sect. They wouldn't dare to try and swindle me. If they did, I'd destroy their entire sect. The item in question must have been sealed, and you're still unable to sense it at your current level of power. Let me give you a hand with that, the golden-robed man chuckled. He then turned toward the surrounding cultivators who had been reduced to ice statues before abruptly thrusting a palm forward. A resounding boom rang out and the ice statues exploded into balls of spiritual light alongside the storage treasures that they were carrying. All types of items flew through the air, and a cold light flashed through the golden-robed man's eyes as his hand shot forth like lightning before withdrawing just as quickly. One of the items in the air hurtled directly toward him, falling into his grasp in a flash. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this was a yellow jade box, but it had many crimson talismans plastered onto its surface, giving it an air of mystery and intrigue. The golden-robed man glanced at the item before tossing it directly to the white-robed young man with a smile. The young man appraised the oncoming yellow jade box with a cold expression, but displayed no intention of catching it with his hands. Instead, one of the wing projections on his back fluttered slightly, and a burst of white light shot forth from it before striking the jade box in a flash. A loud crack rang out, and the jade box was sliced apart like tofu along with the talismans on its surface, following which a fist-sized object fell out of it. Before the young man had a chance to identify what this object was, it flashed with blue light before instantly transforming into a blue crystalline wall that was 3 feet thick and around 10 feet tall. The crystalline wall then plummeted straight downward, and a rare hint of a smile appeared on the white-robed young man's face at the sight of the wall. In the next instant, he opened his mouth to expel a flood of white glacial chi which completely froze the blue crystalline wall in midair. Immediately thereafter, he let loose a low cry, and his body blurred as he suddenly split up into 12 identical projections. Each and every projection had the exact same appearance as the original white-robed young man, with the same golden and silver patterns on their faces, and the same transparent wings on their backs. The 12 humanoid figures then made hand seals in unison, transforming into 12 snowy white centipedes, each of which was several feet in length, and then vanished into the crystalline wall in a flash. 12 white balls of light then instantly emerged from different parts of the blue crystalline wall, and they rotated incessantly while fluctuating slightly in size. Blue light swirled within the crystalline wall, and wisps of blue threads emerged before surging collectively into the 12 balls of white light. A slightly solemn look appeared on the golden-robed man's face upon seeing this, but after a long while, the 12 white balls of light continued to absorb the blue threads without any mishaps, and his expression finally eased slightly. At the same time, a complex look flashed through his eyes. I don't know if I was vastly fortunate to have encountered you, or if you're the fortunate one to have met me right after I mastered the reverse spirit true in technique. Not only do I possess white dragon true blood, my bloodline mutated, thereby allowing me to cultivate this incredibly powerful ability from the inner page of the Golden Jade Tome that somehow ended up in the human race. Even more coincidentally, you're a traitorous spirit insect that belonged to that man that my clone in that lower realm once mentioned to me. How interesting. I wonder how you will react when you next meet that Han brat after you manifest a true spirit body. A cold harumph suddenly rang out, following which the white-robed young man's voice sounded in the golden-robed man's ears. My reaction in that scenario doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, fellow Taoist. Judging from what you just said, it seems that the clone of yours in the lower realm was quite close to my former master. I wonder how he would think if he knew that your true body was plotting against him here in the spirit realm. That endless sky clone of mine was created as nothing more than a precautionary measure. It has no bearing on me. If you can master this reverse spirit true in technique prior to my next heavenly tribulation, and this technique really does turn out to be as extraordinary as I envision it to be, then you should be able to assist me in transcending my next few tribulations without any issues. As for that endless sky clone, it'll naturally be made completely redundant, so who cares about it? The golden-robed man chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Then you don't have to be overly concerned about my former master either. As long as I can manifest a true spirit body, I'll naturally be able to eradicate bonded blood curse within my soul. However, I ask that you don't do anything unnecessary behind my back prior to that, the white-robed young man replied in a cold voice. The golden-robed man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before he chuckled coldly. You think far too highly of me. That Han brat has already reached the body integration stage. I won't be able to do anything to him even if I wanted to. The white-robed young man was silent for a moment before replying. I certainly wouldn't be fooled into thinking that given your identity. Fellow Taoist, you know who I am? The golden-robed man's eyes abruptly widened upon hearing this, and 2 balls of yellow light appeared within his pupils, creating quite a startling sight to behold. I can't say anything for certain, but it's not difficult to make educated guesses. Aside from a handful of people who could possess so much power and have so many resources at their disposal. On top of that, not everyone has an inner page of the Golden Jade Tome. The white-robed young man chuckled coldly. The golden-robed man was silent for a long while before giving a cold harumph in response. There's no need for you to be concerned about my exact identity, fellow Taoist. All you need to know is that I'm the only one who can help you master the reverse spirit true in technique. All I ask is that after you master the technique, you assist me in transcending my future heavenly tribulations. This is a mutually beneficial collaboration, so I'll naturally do my best to ensure your survival after I attain a true spirit body. However, I've already reached the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage, so I'll need to find a place to begin making a breakthrough to the body integration stage after I absorb the yin qi within this profound yin crystalline wall. If this reverse spirit true yin technique really is extraordinary as it's hyped up to be, then I should be able to progress to the body integration stage with no issues at all. After that, I'll venture into the primordial world alone to hunt glacial ancient beasts and devour their demon cores. On top of that, I'll seek out some extreme glacial areas to absorb more yin qi, and that should allow me to progress to the late body integration stage within 1,000 years. When that time comes, I can begin preparing to attain a true spirit body. The white-robed young man replied. I'm glad you have everything planned out, fellow Taoist. The devilish tribulation is imminent, so I have to remain behind in my race. Otherwise, I would accompany you into the primordial world. Then again, once you reach the body integration stage and master the reverse spirit true yin technique, you should be able to dominate the entire primordial world unless you run into extremely powerful beings from foreign races. The Tianyuan continent is extremely vast, so there should be many glacial ancient beasts for you to hunt down. I've already attained intelligence, So I naturally won't go picking fights with powerful foreign beings like an idiot, the white-robed young man said in an indifferent manner before falling silent. The golden-robed man nodded in a pleased manner in response, and he also displayed no intention of saying anything further. But there was a contemplative look in his eyes, suggesting that he was pondering something. A gust of yellow wind surged toward them from a distance, and not long after that, both of them disappeared into the gust of wind. 2 months later, Han Li was seated in a green wooden chair, inspecting an extremely intricate golden wine cup in his hand in an indifferent manner. The person sitting beside him was none other than the Gu family leader, Fairy Xiaofeng, and on her other side sat Elder Xiao. There were many deity transformation and nascent soul stage Gu family disciples standing behind them in several rows, and all of them wore excited looks on their faces. Up ahead lay a massive circular stone platform with a radius of around 500 meters. The platform was entirely paved with huge azure stones, but it was slightly black in color, indicating that it seemed to have stood for a very long time. Around the edge of the stone platform was a series of tall formation flags of different colors, each of which was releasing layers of light that enshrouded the entire platform under an enormous light barrier that was over 1,000 feet tall. Around the Gu family entourage were groups of other people, consisting of up to a few hundred people for the largest groups, and only around a dozen or so in the smallest groups. There were around 30 to 40 such groups of people, and among them, the Gu family entourage was only a medium-sized group. The Gu family entourage was among the 5 groups of people who were situated closest to the platform, while all of the other groups could only stand behind those 5 groups. Further beyond them, some massive cliff faces could be seen, alongside some large buildings constructed by those stone faces. This place was an enormous valley that was surrounded by mountains in all directions, and the huge stone platform at the very center of the valley was naturally none other than the myriad spirit platform, where all of the true spirit families gathered every once in 3,000 years for the true spirit ceremony. As one of the true spirit families that ranked among the top 5 during the last edition of the ceremony, they naturally had the right to be situated closest to the myriad spirit platform, and as a result, they drew a lot of envy from the lower-ranked true spirit families behind them. After all, a place in the top 5 didn't just earn a true spirit family reputation and renown, there were also massive benefits at stake. However, there were clearly some cultivators from other true spirit families who were appraising the Gu family entourage in an unfriendly manner. Even with so many people gathered around the stone platform, the entire area was still completely silent, and everyone seemed to be waiting for something. Han Li wasn't making any effort to look around as he sat in his chair, but he could clearly sense that there were a few pairs of eyes on him, and the owners of these eyes were all inspecting him with their spiritual sense as well, in a display of completely disrespect. It was no wonder that this was the case. After all, the Gu family's grand elder, Fairy Tianli, had failed to appear during this all-important true spirit ceremony, and she had been replaced by Han Li instead, who was clearly a temporary replacement. This naturally drew a lot of attention from the other true spirit families. In the beginning, Han Li merely ignored the intrusive inspection being directed toward him. But after such a long time had passed, these people still weren't exercising any restraint, so it was quite clear that they were provoking him. Fairy Xiaofeng had also discovered this, and her expression was becoming more and more strained. Han Li heaved a faint sigh as a cold look suddenly appeared on his face, and the golden wine cup in his hand abruptly shuddered before crumbling into golden powder without any warning, then disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, a layer of silver flames surfaced over his body in a flash, and the unfriendly bursts of spiritual sense being directed toward him were instantly retracted upon coming into contact with the silver flames. Han Li then rose his head and cast a cold gaze toward the individuals who had been sizing him up, and he discovered that they were all body integration cultivators. 2 of them were from one of the other top 5 true spirit families, and this family's entourage was situated closest to the myriad spirit platform. Meanwhile, the other 3 were from the true spirit families beyond the inner circle consisting of the top 5 true spirit families. The 3 body integration cultivators outside the top 5 true spirit families were only normal early body integration cultivators, so they were most likely only tempted to target him in the wake of Fairy Tianli's absence. As for the 2 people among the top 5 true spirit families, one of them was the grand elder of the Feng family, a mid-body integration stage elderly man whom Fairy Xiaofeng had cautioned him about in advance. He wore a set of green robes and was holding a black cane, and was appraising Han Li with a dark expression. The Feng family was ranked fourth during the last edition of the True Spirit ceremony, and they had a slight vendetta against the Gu family. As such, it was no surprise that he was appraising Han Li with such apparent animosity. Meanwhile, the other person was a cultivator from the Long family, and he was also appraising Han Li in an unfriendly manner. This wasn't the Long family patriarch. Instead, it was a black-robed man sitting directly beside him. The black-robed man was also a mid-body integration cultivator with a slightly red complexion and a deep purple scar on his forehead, giving him a very ferocious appearance. This was another guest Grand Elder with the Hui surname that the Long family had recruited not long ago. It was said that this man was using a top-grade Devil Dao cultivation art, and he was also at the mid-body integration stage. As for the Long family patriarch himself, he had been resting with his eyes closed in his chair this entire time, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, as Han Li swept his gaze over the Long family entourage, he discovered that aside from the black-robed man, there was someone else among them who was also glowering at him in an extremely resentful manner. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he directed his gaze toward that person, following which a hint of a smile appeared on his face. This was a young man who was standing behind the Long family patriarch. He had a bright red mole on the corner of his lips. It was none other than Long Dong, whose plans he had foiled back during their journey to the Wood tribe. Long Dong had plotted for several centuries, only to encounter an unexpected obstacle in the form of Han Li, and as a result, not only was he unable to obtain the Yi family's heavenly phoenix true blood, he lost most of his own true dragon blood as well, so he was naturally extremely resentful toward Han Li. In particular, after hearing that Han Li had progressed to the body integration stage, his resentment was intermingled with extreme envy. If he had succeeded in his plan all those years ago, perhaps he would have been the extraordinary prodigy who progressed to the body integration stage in just a few centuries. As such, as Han Li cast his gaze toward Long Dong, the latter made no effort to avert his eyes and continued to glower at Han Li with an extremely resentful expression. In the next instant, the faint smile on Han Li's face vanished, and piercing blue light suddenly flashed within his eyes. All of a sudden, Long Dong felt a burst of heat abruptly spear into his eyes. Following, his head was struck by excruciating agony, as if his brain had been stabbed by a sharp spike. He immediately threw his hands over his head and let loose a howl of agony. The Long family patriarch abruptly opened his eyes upon hearing this, then reached out like lightning to lay a hand onto Long Dong's arm, following which a ball of golden light appeared before vanishing in a flash. The agony etched on Long Dong's face disappeared as a result, but after removing his hands from his own head, his face was still twisted in shock and horror. However, he then immediately came to his senses and extended a deep bow toward the Long family patriarch. "Thank you for saving me, patriarch. If not for your intervention, I would have been killed by that man." Long Dong glared at Han Li in a resentful manner again as he spoke, but aside from hatred and envy, his eyes were filled with acute horror as well. It was quite clear that only now did he truly realize just how massive of a disparity there was between their powers. Instead of paying any heed to Long Dong's words of gratitude, the Long family patriarch turned to Han Li in an expressionless manner and asked, "What are our intentions, fellow Taoist Han? Why did you attack one of my juniors?" Long Dong's cry of agony coupled with the Long family patriarch's question naturally drew a lot of attention from the surrounding cultivators. The blue light within Han Li's eyes faded and a cold smile appeared on his face as he replied, "I didn't like the way that he was looking at me, so I gave him some punishment. Is there a problem with that, Brother Long?" His cold response to Long family patriarch naturally drew a lot of shock from the nearby onlookers, and hushed chatter immediately rang out in the surrounding area. It's indeed true that this grandson of mine is rather conceited, so a slight punishment won't do him any harm. Much to everyone's surprise, the Long family patriarch displayed no intention of pressing the issue any further, and he merely nodded in an expressionless manner before closing his eyes again, paying no further heed to anyone else. Long Dong was quite indignant toward the fact that the Long family patriarch hadn't stood up for him, but he didn't dare to raise any objections. In contrast, the black-robed man sitting beside the Long family patriarch was rather surprised by this occurrence, and he turned to the Long family patriarch before transmitting his voice to him. "Brother Long, why did you? Do you still remember the mysterious demonic ape who fought me on 9 Immortal Mountain, Brother Hui?" The Long family patriarch transmitted his voice back in response. "Of course I do. Didn't you speculate that he may have been a demonic cultivator from the Holy Island?" the black-robed man asked as his expression changed ever so slightly. He indeed. After the event, I discovered through a thorough investigation that the demonic ape had caused such a scene over a Foundation Establishment Stage Junior that had been abducted to our Long family, and that person is none other than an in-name disciple of this fellow Taoist Han. The black-robed man drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. "Is that so? Does this mean you think that he has something to do with the Holy Island? Perhaps, or perhaps he's merely an acquaintance of that demonic ape. It's hard to say. However, it's naturally best not to attract any unnecessary trouble to our Long family prior to the devilish tribulation. That man's cultivation base may be inferior to ours, but the fact that he was able to progress to the body integration stage so quickly indicates that he's most likely no ordinary early body integration cultivator. If you ask me, he's either cultivated some powerful abilities or possesses some extremely powerful treasures," the Long family patriarch replied in a calm manner. The black-robed man nodded initially before his brows furrowed slightly as he asked, "That is indeed true, but what if we have to face the Gu family during the ceremony? Do we have to go easy on him?" "There's no need for that. Perform as you normally would during this true spirit ceremony. If you encounter that man, there's no need to hold back. It'll also give us a good opportunity to examine the true extent of his powers. If he really is as powerful as we think, then perhaps we can take him along with us when we go to that place," the Long family patriarch replied. "All right, I understand. Leave everything to me, Brother Long." The black-robed man chuckled before falling silent. Throughout the entire voice transmission conversation, the Long family patriarch's eyes had remained closed, and his face had betrayed no emotions whatsoever. It was as if he hadn't engaged in that conversation at all. Over at the Gu family entourage, Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao were both given quite a fright by Han Li's actions. The Gu family didn't exactly see eye to eye with the Long family, but Han Li hadn't made any effort to act respectfully toward the Long family patriarch at all, and that naturally made the two of them quite concerned. As such, they were quite elated and surprised to see that the Long family patriarch was dropping the issue so easily, but at the same time they were also slightly bewildered. As for Han Li, his expression remained completely calm and collected, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, in the eyes of the other true spirit families, he became a lot more mysterious and unfathomable as a result of his actions, and many people were speculating about him. That fellow Taoist Han Shur is a brave man. He dares to directly oppose the Long family patriarch at just the early body integration stage. It seems that he must possess some extraordinary powers or has backers that he can rely on. It's no wonder even our gorgeous little was unable to tempt him. The one who had spoken was a female cultivator from one of the true spirit families. This group of people was situated directly beside the Long family entourage, and just like the Gu family, they consisted primarily of women. The one who had spoken was standing at the very front of the group, and was a young woman who appeared to be 17 or 18 years of age. She wore a 5-colored feather dress, and had a suggestive smile on her face. Sitting on either side of her was a beauty who appeared to be 27 to 28 years of age, and an elderly woman with a head of gray hair. The person standing behind the woman in the 5-colored dress was a young woman in white, and she immediately blushed upon hearing this before stammering, "I am not exceptional in any way, so it's no surprise that I didn't appeal to Senior Han." This was none other than Ying, whom Han Li had met on several occasions in the past, and she bore a close resemblance to the woman in the 5-colored dress. "Is that so? Then why is it that the more I look at our little the more adorable I think you are? That Han brat has a rotten eye for women. Otherwise, if he were to join our Yi family, not only would he receive incredible benefits, he would also be able to marry my most beloved granddaughter." The woman in the 5-colored dress suddenly burst into laughter, and her voice was as pleasant as that of a lark, drawing attention from many of the nearby onlookers. even though a restriction had been set up to prevent the other true spirit families from overhearing their conversation. The eyes directed toward them from the other families made Yi Ying's blush deepen even further, and she was tucking her chin so firmly that it seemed she wanted nothing better than to bury her head into her own chest. "Please don't tease her, mother. Why do you always pick on her?" The beautiful woman sitting off to the side chuckled. "Hee, I'm not picking on her. It's just that among these juniors of mine, only Inga bears a resemblance to my younger self. However, her personality is far too different from mine, so I naturally have to guide her onto the right path. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her beauty for her to act like a cold puppet all the time." The woman in the 5-colored dress sighed with a shake of her head. It was quite clear that the beauty beside the young woman was a very conservative and sensible individual, and she could only fall silent with a wry smile upon hearing this. As for the rest of the Yi family entourage, they were all quite amused by this conversation. Meanwhile, a pair of body integration cultivators from another true spirit family were also conversing quietly among themselves. That Tianli hag didn't turn up, but that Han brat clearly isn't going to be a walkover, either. Are we still going to follow our original plan? We initially agreed to target that hag with the Lao family. A handsome middle-aged man in a set of lavish robes asked with furrowed brows. The man sitting beside him wore a copper half-mask, revealing only one half of his face, which was as delicate as that of an infant, and he replied, "Why not? That hag should count herself lucky for not turning up. We don't have any vendetta against that Han brat. But seeing as he's here to represent the Gu family, we naturally have to teach him a lesson. Both of us may only be at the early body integration stage as well, but we've been at this stage for tens of thousands of years, so even if we don't use our combination technique, we'll still be able to crush him. Besides, all we have to do is wear him down and exhaust him of his magic power. We can just leave all the dirty work to the Lao family. They're probably over the moon that that hag didn't turn up." The man in the lavish robes cocked his head to the side and thought about this for a moment before nodding with a smile. "That's true. Even that Tianli hag wasn't a match for us during the last edition of the ceremony. So that brat is nothing to worry about." Meanwhile, a sinister voice suddenly rang out from a certain true spirit family that was situated beyond the inner circle. Fairy Tianli failed to show up, and the Gu family only has an early body integration stage representative. This is a perfect opportunity for our Lao family. We can take it a little easy when fighting the other families, but during our match with the Gu family, we have to do everything in our power. Yes, Patriarch. There were also people from other true spirit families who also seemed to be plotting something, yet at this point, Han Li had already withdrawn his gaze. He was currently appraising a thumb-sized golden gourd that he had summoned, and there wasn't really anything remarkable about it aside from the fact that it was fluctuating in and out of existence, as if it had no substantial form. However, for some reason Han Li seemed to be extremely interested in this item and was appraising it with an intrigued expression. Thus, time slowly passed by and all of the true spirit families waited patiently. Finally, after over 4 hours had passed, spiritual light suddenly flashed from the center of the myriad spirit platform, following which a white formation appeared on its surface. Initially, the formation was only several tens of feet in size, but after a short while, it swelled drastically amid a flash of bright light, expanding to around an acre in size. Runes of different colors surged out of the formation in a frenzy, and bursts of buzzing sounds rang out from within it. The entire myriad spirit platform also began to tremor slightly in that instant. A string of sharp, ringing sounds then erupted from the surrounding mountain faces, as if to resonate with the buzzing formation. Immediately thereafter, hundreds of massive pillars of light erupted without any warning from the sites where the sharp, ringing sounds emanated from. Each pillar of light was as thick as a water tank, and was flashing with piercing 5-colored light. Under the influence of the formation, a gust of fierce winds swept over the valley and dense dark clouds appeared overhead. After that, devastating thunderclaps rang out as bolts of purple lightning that resembled giant pythons emerged from within the clouds. That's heavenly tribulation lightning. Many of the true spirit family disciples who were attending this ceremony for the first time were already flabbergasted by the phenomena that had taken place earlier, and all of them erupted into a panic at the sight of this purple lightning. The Long family patriarch abruptly opened his eyes before rising to his feet, then said in a cold voice, Humph! Be quiet, you fools! What's there to be alarmed about? This is just a precursor to Master Myriad Spirit's arrival. Shall we begin the ceremony now, fellow Taoists? His voice wasn't very loud, but it was clearly audible to everyone, and all of the panicked disciples calmed down as they exchanged bewildered glances. The man in the lavish robes from the Feng family also rose to his feet as he replied with a smile. Of course. According to past conventions, this ceremony will have to be hosted by you again, Brother Long. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Brother Long possesses the most superior cultivation base among all of us after all. Please go ahead. Brother Long. All of the other true spirit families expressed their agreement one after another. The Long family patriarch looked up into the sky, then nodded in response. In that case, let's offer up the sacrificial items first. At this moment, the purple lightning above the valley had intertwined to form a gargantuan net, which connected with the surrounding massive pillars of light to create an enormous cage. The leaders and elders of the true spirit families were all quite accustomed to this sight, and after hearing what the Long family patriarch had to say, they each waved a hand toward the disciples behind them. Immediately following which, one person from each family quickly approached the Myriad Spirit platform with a palm-sized jade vial cradled in their hands. At the same time, golden light flashed from the Long family patriarch, and his body swayed, following which he entered directly through the light barrier over the Myriad Spirit platform. After that, he hovered at a low altitude and made a hand seal to release a pillar of golden light downward. The golden light then vanished into the ground down below in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of dull rumbling rang out from the Myriad Spirit platform, and an antiquated azure stone basin appeared near the white formation. The basin was long and flat, measuring around 10 feet in length. There were peculiar black symbols carved all over its surface, and it seemed to be an extremely ancient artifact. All of the people who had emerged from the true spirit families approached the stone basin one after another, then removed the lids on the jade vials in their hands before pouring their contents into the basin. Streams of liquid of different colors flowed out of the vials, some of which were extremely repugnant and vile, some of which were quite fragrant and pleasant, while others were colorless and odorless like water. Several tens of different types of liquids were poured into the basin, and they came together to form a ball, but they didn't intermingle with one another in the slightest. The Long family patriarch paid no heed to all of this. He merely glanced at the light within the formation, which was steadily increasing in brightness, then looked up at the enormous purple net of lightning up above in an expressionless manner. Outside the Myriad Spirit platform, all of the body integration cultivators had risen to their feet, and they were also appraising the formation with serious expressions. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, following which the runes of different colors pouring out of the formation suddenly condensed to form a huge ball of light with a diameter of several tens of feet. The ball of light then revolved in the air above the formation a few times before exploding amid a dull thump to reveal a strange beast with 8 heads. Its body was very indistinct, as if it were only a projection, and its aura was only at the early spatial tempering stage. However, as its 8 heads swiveled around to sweep its gaze over all of the people surrounding the Myriad Spirit platform, everyone couldn't help but shudder, as if a glacial aura had just passed over their bodies. In the next instant, the Long family patriarch cupped his fist in a salute and said, "Welcome, Master Myriad Spirit. Please enjoy the true blood sacrifice our 51 human true spirit families have prepared for you." The 8-headed beast raised one of its heads to glance at the Long family patriarch, then flew out of the formation and arrived above the basin. It opened all 8 of its mouths in unison, and the liquid in the basin flowed into its mouths in a frenzy. Within mere moments, the liquid in the basin had all been devoured, following which a layer of light appeared over the beast's body and it took on a more substantial form. Immediately thereafter, the beast glanced at the cultivators outside of the stone platform before rearing its heads back and letting loose a thunderous roar. An astonishing aura emanated from its body, rising from the early spatial tempering stage to the mid-spatial tempering stage, then rapidly climbing to the late spatial tempering stage. After a short while, the beast's aura had swelled to the pinnacle of the late body integration stage. No, it seemed to be slightly superior to that, as if it was only half a step away from reaching the grand ascension stage. Even Hanli couldn't help but be awestruck as he sensed the violent aura emanating from the myriad spirit platform. Thankfully, this seemed to the limit of the beast's capabilities, and its enormous aura finally stagnated thereafter. However, what the eight-headed beast did next was quite alarming to all of the onlooking cultivators. All of a sudden, the beast raised all 8 of its heads in unison, and a bolt of azure lightning as thick as a large bowl erupted from each of its mouths, then crashed into the purple lightning net up above in a flash. Even the body integration cultivators present were slightly alarmed by this, and the Long family patriarch was able to maintain a calm expression, but the look in his eyes indicated that he was also slightly bewildered. Several earth-shattering booms rang out in quick succession as the purple and azure lightning intertwined, forming balls of lightning that were as large as wagon wheels before exploding in the air above. Moments later, the lightning receded, and the massive purple net tremored a few times before falling still again, managing to remain completely unscathed through the process. The cold look in the eight-headed beast's eyes faded, and it slowly closed its 8 enormous mouths. One of its azure heads then abruptly turned toward the Long family patriarch, and it said in an extremely ancient voice, "Humph, you humans sure are a careful and meticulous race. I've already descended upon this place countless times, yet this lightning myriad seal formation has had no fallacies every single time. You better pray that things continue like this. Otherwise, if you slip and allow me to find a chink in this formation," Not only was the beast's azure head speaking in a human tongue, it was also appraising the Long family patriarch in a threatening manner. The Long family patriarch extended a slight bow before replying in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant. "Rest assured, Master Myriad Spirit. If we become so incapable someday that we can't even set up a seal formation properly, then everyone here deserves to have their true blood sucked away for your consumption. However, according to the agreement our true spirit families have made with you, now that our sacrifice has been accepted, it's time for you to create the hidden spirit badges for us now." This beast was a true spirit level being from another realm, but only its clone could descend into this world. Even though it had devoured the sacrifice to significantly enhance its powers, it was still being severely debilitated by the seal formation set up by the true spirit families. So a late body integration cultivator like the Long family patriarch didn't have much to fear. "Humph, I did indeed accept your sacrifice, so I'll naturally fulfill my end of the agreement." The beast harumphed coldly before beginning to chant something with all 8 of its heads. As it did so, runes of 8 different colors surged out of its mouths before intertwining with one another in midair. After a short while, all of the runes had spread over the myriad spirit platform, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold. The Long family patriarch was situated within all of these runes, but he appeared to be very calm, and there was a layer of golden light around his body, keeping the runes several feet away from him. All of a sudden, the beast let loose another thunderous roar, and invisible ripples abruptly surged through the air above. All of the runes in the sky stacked on top of one another, then transformed into countless 5-colored badges that fell onto the myriad spirit platform. All right, the 999 hidden spirit badges have been created. Make sure you don't summon me again until 3,000 years have passed." The 8-headed beast grumbled in a slightly weary manner, then flew back into the formation. Light flashed from the massive formation, and spiritual light erupted forth to inundate the giant beast in a flash. A buzzing sound rang out once again, and the 8-headed beast's body exploded into countless runes amid a dull thump. In the next instant, the formation itself also vanished, and it was as if it was never there to begin with. The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before instructing in a cold voice, "Gather the hidden spirit badges, and we'll distribute them once the rankings have been decided." Several golden armored guards immediately heeded his call, striding onto the platform, carrying a silver platter each. They then made grabbing motions toward the badges, and all of them were drawn toward the guards before being piled onto the platters. After that, the platters were carried to a designated table below the stone platform, where they were placed down in a respectful manner. Master Myriad Spirit has already left. Next, let us pay our respects to our true spirit ancestors, the Long family patriarch said in a solemn voice. All of the true spirit families immediately sprang into action upon hearing this, bringing out all types of spirit tools, as well as spirit fruits and incense, before setting them up on the platform. Immediately thereafter, All of the true spirit family entourages were led by their leaders and elders onto the myriad spirit platform one after another. They knelt down in front of their respective makeshift true spirit shrines before paying their respects and praying to their ancestors. There were even some more traditional true spirit families who performed ceremonies that had already been made obsolete elsewhere, and Han Li was quite intrigued to see this. The families paid their respects for close to half a day, and only then did the truly important segment of the true spirit ceremony commence. All of the true spirit families were competing to decide their rankings, and resources would be reallocated based on those rankings. The Long family patriarch flew onto the stone platform again before announcing, "As per usual, each family possesses one opportunity to challenge a family above them, as well as an opportunity to accept a challenge from a family below them. However, the challenger can't challenge a family that is more than 5 ranks above them, and if multiple families challenge the same family, then the highest-ranking challenging family will take priority. Of course, our top 5 families can only accept challenges after we compete in round-robin matches to decide our rankings again. Fellow Taoist Lin, come onto the platform and draw your opponent for the first round." Among the 5 true spirit families, one of them was comprised solely of men, and a lazy voice rang out from among them. "Hee, there's no need for that. If we encounter your Long family, then we'll forfeit the match right away. However, I did cultivate a few new abilities recently, so I'd like to test my skills against Fairy Yi." The one who had spoken was a man in a dark green robe with a strange silver band around his head. His features were as fine and delicate as those of a woman. This man was none other than the Grand Elder of the Lin family, which was the 3rd-ranked true spirit family, and he seemed to not be on good terms with the Grand Elder of the Yi family. The woman in the 5-color dress from the Yi family chuckled, "Hee, if you'd like to spar with me, then I'll naturally accept your challenge, fellow Taoist Lin." The man from the Lin family harumphed coldly and offered no response. Fairy Xiaofeng and the 2 body integration cultivators of the Feng family naturally had no objections to this either. The Long family patriarch nodded upon seeing this before clapping his hands together, and another golden-armored guard strode onto the platform with a platter in his hands. Sitting on the platter was a yellow bamboo tube within which were 5 bright red bamboo sticks. The entire bamboo tube was concealed under a layer of spiritual light that kept even spiritual sense at bay, preventing one from being able to glean what was written on those bamboo sticks. As per usual, we'll draw lots to decide the matchups. This will be limited to only sparring matches between body integration cultivators, so all of the juniors will be excluded. For the first round, the family that picks the 5th stick will get a bye. It looks like you're not going to make the first draw, Brother Long. So let me do the honors." The man in the lavish robes from the Feng family chuckled before reaching out toward the bamboo tube from outside of the myriad spirit platform, and one of the bamboo sticks immediately flew into his grasp. The man glanced at the bamboo stick before announcing, "Number 3. The Grand Elder of the Yi family smiled as she also raised a hand toward the bamboo tube from afar, and a silver thread shot forth from her fingertip before reaching the bamboo tube in a flash. Another bamboo stick was drawn into her hand as a streak of crimson light. She glanced at the stick before announcing, "Number 5. For the first round, the Yi family received a bye. Senior Han, would you like me to draw in your stead?" Fairy Xiaofeng asked in a respectful manner. "Sure, go ahead," Han Li replied in a nonchalant voice. Fairy Xiaofeng nodded before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a white thread shot forth from within her sleeve, then wrapped itself around a crimson stick before drawing it into her grasp. Fairy Xiaofeng glanced at it before informing Han Li, "Number 4. Han Li nodded and offered no response. Meanwhile, the man from the Lin family had also drawn one of the final 2 sticks, and he announced Number 1. All of the Gu family cultivators' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. The number 2 stick corresponded with their number 4 stick, which meant that they were going to be pitted against the Long family in the first round. The Long family patriarch drew the final stick as a formality before turning to Han Li with a meaningful expression. "The lots have been drawn. Let the matches commence. As for the rules of the matches, that'll be up to the participating families to decide. Now then, fellow Taoist Lin, fellow Taoist Feng, you may begin." "There's no need for that," My brother and I are no match for Brother Lin, so our Feng family concedes. The man in the lavish robes said without any hesitation. The man from the Lin family wasn't surprised to hear this. In that case, the Feng family will be placed in the loser's bracket and will be competing with the loser of the other match. And the victor of that match will be able to challenge any of the other 3 families. If you relinquish the right to do so, then you'll secure the 4th spot ahead of the loser's bracket match. Next up will be our Long family against the Gu family. Will your family be represented by fellow Taoist Han? Our Long family will be represented by both myself and Elder Hui, so you'll have to defeat the 2 of us one after the other to secure victory in the match. The Long family patriarch announced. Senior Han, let's forfeit this match, Fairy Xiao Feng immediately said. She was well aware that even if their grand elder were present, there was still definitely no chance that they could defeat the Long family, so she naturally wanted Han Li to conserve his powers for the next rounds. However, Han Li stroked his chin with a smile and said something that came as quite a shock to Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao. I wouldn't mind sparring with a late body integration cultivator. Ever since I progressed to the body integration stage, I haven't yet had a chance to battle such a powerful cultivator. This wasn't a battle of life and death, so to Han Li, this was a rare opportunity for him to gauge the power of a late body integration cultivator, as well as to see if he could stand up against one at his current level of power. If he were afraid of fighting the Long family, he wouldn't have provoked the Long family patriarch by using his spiritual sense to intimidate Long Dong. Furthermore, if possible, he definitely wouldn't mind putting on a display of power so these true spirit family cultivators could spread the word and enhance his reputation in the human race. After all, this situation was different compared to back when he was situated on foreign territory. In the territories of foreign races, no matter how powerful he was, he had to keep as low a profile as possible to avoid trouble. However, now that he had returned to the human race, it would benefit him immensely to establish a resounding reputation. Aside from the Long family patriarch, the most powerful beings present were only at the mid-body integration stage, and he knew without a doubt that his powers definitely wouldn't be inferior to those people. But Senior Han, the Long family. Han Li's expression fell slightly as he turned toward Fairy Xiao Feng with blue light flashing within his eyes. If I recall correctly, the terms of our agreement don't allow you to stipulate which battles I have to accept or forfeit. Fairy Xiaofeng's heart jolted at the sight of the blue light in Han Li's eyes, and the rest of her words were immediately cut off. Before she had a chance to say anything else, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, he reappeared on the myriad spirit platform over 100 feet away from the Long family patriarch, then cupped his fist in a salute. I've heard much about your esteemed self, fellow Taoist Long. Please enlighten me. The Long family patriarch's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, So you really are representing the Gu family, fellow Taoist Han. How is that disciple of yours? I believe his name is Qi Lingzi. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained completely unchanged as he replied, I appreciate your concern for my disciple, fellow Taoist Long. He's a bit of a troublemaker, so I've sent him somewhere obscure to cultivate, and he most likely won't be coming out for the next few decades. That's not a bad idea. After all, that disciple of yours is no ordinary cultivator, so it definitely couldn't hurt to take some extra precautions. However, if you want to challenge me right now, then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The first cultivator to represent our Long family won't be me. The Long family patriarch replied. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted beside him, and a black-robed figure abruptly appeared before turning to Han Li in a cold manner. I'll be taking you on first, fellow Taoist. If you can defeat me, then fellow Taoist Long will face you himself. This black-robed man was naturally none other than the mid-body integration stage elder of the Long family. Han Li immediately recalled the hostility that this man had displayed toward him earlier, and he nodded in a calm manner. All right, then please enlighten me, Brother Hui. A hint of a sinister smile seemed to have flashed over the Long family patriarch's face as golden light flashed from his body, and he flew off the myriad spirit platform before immediately instructing, Fortify the restriction. Don't let this battle harm our disciples. The cultivators in the valley who were responsible for controlling the formation hurriedly sprang into action upon hearing this, and bright light immediately erupted from the formation flags around the myriad spirit platform. The massive light barrier over the entire stone platform tremored slightly before instantly becoming several times thicker, and restriction runes of different colors appeared on its surface. All of the people from the true spirit families were quite excited to see this. It certainly wasn't a commonplace opportunity to witness a battle between two body integration cultivators, so not only would this greatly broaden their horizons, it would also be a great chance for them to educate themselves. Within the light barrier, a cold smile suddenly appeared on the black-robed man's face, and he swept a sleeve through the air. A clear ringing sound erupted, and two streaks of black light flew out from within his sleeves before revealing themselves to be a pair of inky black hooks. The hooks were no more than 3 feet in length, and there were indistinct silver flowers revolving around them, creating quite an intriguing sight to behold. However, instead of attacking Hanli, the two hooks began to revolve around the black-robed man, seemingly more intent on keeping him safe than to directly attack Hanli. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes upon seeing this, and in the next instant, spiritual light flashed again from the black-robed man's sleeves, following which 2 streaks of white light shot forth from within. On this occasion, he had summoned a pair of pristine white short swords, each of which was around a foot in length and gave off a chilling glacial aura. He continued to sweep his sleeves through the air, and a pair of silver flying daggers emerged immediately thereafter. Hanli's eyelids twitched as he watched his opponent summon one pair of treasures after another, seemingly with no end in sight. Within mere moments, 36 pairs of different treasures had flown out of the black-robed man's sleeves, and they were all revolving around him, creating quite an intimidating sight to behold. The fact that he could control so many treasures at once indicated that his spiritual sense was definitely far more powerful than that of the average body integration cultivator. Hanli's mind was racing, but at the same time he was also slightly awestruck. All of a sudden, the black-robed man cackled as the 72 treasures around him swept toward Hanli with unstoppable force. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before sweeping a sleeve through the air, summoning several tens of small azure swords which surged toward the oncoming treasures as 72 streaks of azure light. A string of crisp clangs rang out in rapid succession as the azure flying swords clashed with the opposing treasures. The 72 treasures were blasting forth all types of energy attacks, such as clouds of black chi and arcs of lightning. But the azure flying swords managed to remain completely unscathed, as if they possessed no substantial form. On top of that, they were binding tightly around the opposing treasures like spirit snakes, and the two sides were evenly matched. The black-robed man was slightly surprised to see this, and his treasures began to release more power at his behest, but they were still caught in a stalemate with the 72 azure bamboo clouds warm swords. The black-robed man's expression darkened, and he suddenly took a deep breath before abruptly stepping forward and making a forward grabbing motion. A resounding boom rang out as the world's origin chi within the entire light barrier surged violently, following which countless black threads appeared out of thin air, then shot forth as countless streaks of black light. The entire sky dimmed in the wake of the black light, and they reached Hanli in a flash. In response, Hanli remained completely unflustered as he let loose a low cry, then swept a hand forward to release a vast expanse of gray light. The gray light then condensed into a gray wall of light, and the seemingly unstoppable streaks of black light were all instantly caught within the wall. Hanli then raised an eyebrow as he pressed an inky black palm against the wall of light, and spiritual light flashed, following a string of dull thumps rang out. The black threads that had been caught within the wall of light all exploded and vanished as clouds of black smoke. "Divine essence-fused light!" the black-robed man exclaimed upon seeing this. However, in the next instant, a vast expanse of black mist erupted from behind him, and the mist condensed into an enormous black sword above his head. The front half of the sword appeared to be substantial, yet the rear half was rather murky and indistinct. The tip of the sword tremored slightly, and a ball of black light immediately emerged. At the same time, a faint buzzing sound rang out. "Go!" The black-robed man then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the giant sword in a solemn manner. The black ball of light immediately shot forth from the tip of the sword at his behest. In the beginning, the ball of light was only around the size of a human fist, but after just a few flashes, it had swelled to around 10 feet in diameter and was hurtling toward Han Li like a huge black meteorite, leaving a trail of warped and blurry black light in its wake. This black ball of light possessed such fearsome power that it was able to tear through space itself. What was even more astonishing was that the giant sword was releasing a string of these balls of black light, and 7 or 8 of them had been released in the blink of an eye. As opposed to being alarmed by this, Han Li instead chuckled. As expected of a mid-body integration cultivator. Your powers are truly remarkable, fellow Taoist Hui. He raised an arm to reach a pristine white palm out of his sleeve, then quickly brought both of his palms together in front of his chest. Following a loud metallic clang, 2 small mountains, one black and one azure, emerged above his head. The 2 mountains revolved in the air while releasing an azure halo of light and a black circle of chi, intertwining to form a huge black and azure ring that shielded Han Li within it. At this moment, the first black ball of light crashed directly into the giant ring in a flash, and a resounding boom rang out as the black and azure light exploded. An enormous black hole appeared where the explosion had taken place, as if the space there had collapsed in on itself. After that, the rest of the balls of light also plunged into the black hole, and it instantly swelled to over 10 times its original size. At this point, the black hole had encompassed virtually the entire stone platform, and Han Li had been inundated by boundless darkness, along with the entire giant halo around him. The entirety of the myriad spirit platform began to tremor violently, while releasing a strained creaking sound in the face of the enormous might emanating from the black hole, and all of the cultivators outside looked on in astonishment and fascination. The Long family patriarch had his hands clasped behind his back as he appraised the scenes unfolding on the platform in a completely expressionless manner, but the look in his eyes suggested that he wasn't actually as tranquil as he appeared. The woman in the 5-colored dress from the Yi family heaved a forlorn sigh to herself, and all of the cultivators from the other true spirit families wore vastly contrasting expressions. Of course, Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Zhao's expressions had both become quite strained. Thankfully, the 72 azure flying swords that were contending with the treasures were still flying through the air in a controlled manner, which indicated that Han Li hadn't been incapacitated by the black-robed man's attacks, and that was the only source of solace for them. For the black-robed man himself, it clearly hadn't been a simple task to release so many black balls of light from that giant sword. Not only had the light in his eyes dimmed significantly, his aura had also noticeably abated, and even the purple scar on his forehead seemed to have become bigger than before. He heaved a sigh of relief and opened his mouth to expel a large shimmering blue seal, with which it appeared that he was going to unleash his final attack, when a calm voice suddenly rang out from within the giant black hole. "Is this all you have to offer, Brother Hui? I will admit that your abilities are quite interesting, but this won't be enough to defeat me." As soon as the voice trailed off, an extremely sharp screeching sound rang out from within the black hole, followed by a resounding boom. A silver ruler projection that was around 70 to 80 feet in length then abruptly sliced the black hole in half, and azure light flashed as a humanoid figure flew out from within. The black-robed man was truly surprised to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the large blue seal swelled drastically to the size of a small mountain before hurtling directly toward the humanoid figure. Han Li, who had just emerged from the black hole, merely chuckled upon seeing this. One of the mountains above his head blurred momentarily before vanishing amid a flash of azure light, while the other expanded to over 1,000 feet in size amid a flash of gray light. Countless silver runes then swept forth from the mountain to meet the oncoming blue seal. The 2 enormous objects clashed, and in the beginning there was no sound resulting from the clash whatsoever. In the next instant, gray shockwaves erupted through the air before sweeping forth in all directions. The black-robed man wore a dark expression as he waved a sleeve through the air, easily parting the shockwaves. He then narrowed his eyes as he cast his gaze toward Han Li, but right at this moment, his expression abruptly changed drastically as he swayed to the side. A streak of invisible sword chi then emerged without any warning before glancing past his shoulder. Even the protective spiritual chi around him was completely unable to impede it. If he hadn't reacted as quickly as he did, his shoulder would have been completely punctured. The black-robed man was quite alarmed by this, Yet just as he was about to turn around to try and identify the invisible sword chi, more of these streaks of sword chi emerged around him like a torrential storm. His alarm was further exacerbated, and he immediately summoned a black shield and an antiquated golden mirror which transformed into two barriers of light, one golden and one black, to shield him from the attack. At the same time, the giant black sword above his head also exploded into a cloud of black mist that inundated his entire body. However, the countless streaks of sword chi that were undetectable both to the naked eye and spiritual sense surged into the black mist. A string of dull thumps rang out, immediately followed by the screeching of metal grating against metal. Meanwhile, azure light flashed in the air above the black mist, and a small azure mountain abruptly appeared. The mountain was revolving rapidly on the spot, and with each revolution, it released a halo of azure light. As soon as the azure light left the mountain, it transformed into countless streaks of sword chi that vanished into thin air. Han Li's body swayed from afar, and after just a few flashes, he appeared directly above the small azure mountain before stomping a foot firmly onto its summit, then cast his gaze downward in an indifferent manner. The black mist down below was in tatters from being ravaged by the countless streaks of sword chi, and the black-robed man was about to be revealed. However, right in that instant, a pillar of golden light suddenly erupted from within the mist, hurtling directly toward the azure mountain up above. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before abruptly stomping a foot downward, and the small azure mountain immediately ceased in its rotation. At the same time, a layer of azure light swept forth from it, instantly forming a translucent light shield in front of the mountain. However, as a result, the output of sword chi also ceased. In the instant that the golden pillar of light clashed with the light shield, the latter swayed slightly while the former tremored before a small portion of it crumbled away. The majority of the pillar of light was reflected back in the direction it had come from and vanished into the black mist in a flash. A rumbling explosion rang out from within the mist, followed by a roar of shock and fury from the black-robed man, and the black mist finally dissipated. The black-robed man was enveloped by a ball of golden light as he appeared on the spot, and at first glance, he didn't seem to have sustained any injuries, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that some faint traces of blood had appeared on one of his sleeves. These traces of blood were quite small, and they were barely noticeable on his black robes, but all of the cultivators present were at least at the nascent soul stage, so they naturally wouldn't fail to notice such a detail. A burst of chatter immediately rang out, and surprised expressions appeared on many people's faces. The two body integration cultivators from the Feng family exchanged a glance, only to discover their own dismay mirrored in one another's eyes. In contrast, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao were ecstatic. Han Li didn't unleash any further attacks as he hovered in the air above. He merely stood atop his small azure mountain and looked down at his opponent in a calm and collected manner. However, the faint azure light that was flashing from the small mountain could transform into countless streaks of sword chi again at any moment. This isn't divine essence-fused light. It's high zenith azure light. It's colorless and formless, yet peerlessly sharp. It really is just as fearsome as the legends proclaim. The black-robed man raised an arm as he spoke, extending a bloody azure hand from his sleeve to reveal several small laceration wounds, undoubtedly inflicted by Han Li's sword chi. Your abilities are just as remarkable, fellow Taoist Hui. To think that you're able to withstand high zenith azure light with nothing more than your physical body. That hand of yours is definitely no less resolute than the average defensive spirit treasure, Han Li said with a smile. Hee. Looks like I'll really have to pull out some trump cards to match you, fellow Taoist Han. The black-robed man chuckled coldly, and the laceration wounds on his hand instantly healed amid a flash of spiritual light. At the same time, he took a deep breath, and a layer of black light flashed over his body, following which countless black patterns appeared over his skin. These black patterns roamed over his entire body as if they were living beings, and from a distance, it looked as if he had transformed into a devilish creature. On top of that, his aura had also become very peculiar. An intrigued look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion, upon which a short shimmering silver ruler appeared in his grasp. However, right at this moment, the Long family patriarch suddenly intervened. Elder Hui, I didn't assist you in cultivating this ability just so you could use it in a sparring match. You won't be able to defeat fellow Taoist Han easily, so let me face him in person. As soon as his voice trailed off, a loud thunderclap suddenly rang out from beneath his feet and his body shot forth as a bolt of silver lightning, passing through the light barrier and appearing beside the black-robed man in a flash. The sinister look on the black-robed man's face stiffened slightly, and his heart jolted at the sight of the Long family patriarch's emotionless eyes. He nodded reluctantly and said, "Rest assured, Brother Long, the situation is under control. However, seeing as you're interested in facing fellow Taoist Han in my stead, I'll leave him to you." After that, he made a hand seal, and the black patterns all over his body gradually faded away. He then cast one final meaningful glance at Han Li before flying out of the light barrier as a streak of black light. Han Li turned toward the Long family patriarch, and there was no hint of fear on his face whatsoever as he chuckled. "Are you going to take Brother Huey's place, Brother Long? This truly is an honor. I'm already at the late body integration stage, yet you've only recently progressed to the body integration stage, so it wouldn't be right for me to engage you in battle. Instead, here's what I propose. If you can take 3 attacks from me, then I'll forfeit the match," the Long family patriarch said in a cold voice as he clasped his hands behind his back. Han Li initially faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face. 3 attacks? All right, I have no objections to that. A stir immediately ran through all of the surrounding cultivators upon hearing this. Han Li had just displayed powers that weren't inferior to those of mid-body integration cultivators, and that had already drawn astonishment from many of the onlookers. Now that the Long family patriarch was proposing this 3-attack clause, everyone was getting very excited. To the cultivators of the true spirit families below the body integration stage, this was going to be an extremely eye-opening experience that would surely benefit them immensely. After all, the True Spirit families who were pitted against the Long family during the past editions of the True Spirit ceremony had all forfeited their matches, so it had been a very long time since everyone had seen the Long family patriarch in action. First attack. The Long family patriarch clearly had no intention of wasting time with words, and after letting loose a low cry, he suddenly reached out with one of his hands. The entire sky immediately dimmed while the nearby world's origin chi surged violently, and a huge golden claw that was several tens of feet in size appeared above Han Li's head. 5 colored runes surged over the surface of the massive claw, and it grabbed directly toward Han Li. Before the claw had even reached Han Li, the air around him tightened, and he felt as if he had been trapped in a cage of iron and steel. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted above him, and a small black mountain appeared without any warning. Gray light swept forth from the mountain, and Han Li was immediately freed. He then thrust his pristine white palm upward, and 5 colored flames instantly surged forth from his fingers, forming a massive 5-colored hand that rose up to clash with the giant golden claw amid a resounding boom. The two seemed to be evenly matched for a brief moment before the giant golden claw destroyed the 5-colored hand amid a flash of golden light. Despite this, Han Li remained completely unflustered as he pointed a finger up into the air. The destroyed remnants of the massive 5-colored hand transformed into 5-colored glacial flames in a flash, and these flames immediately swept up the huge golden claw. As a result, the golden claw faltered in midair before being sealed within a huge chunk of 5-colored glacial ice, reduced to a levitating ice statue. The Long family patriarch's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, but he then immediately yelled, "Second attack!" As soon as his voice trailed off, he laid a hand onto his own head, and a thunderous dragon's roar rang out. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed, and a golden WRM projection flew up from the top of his head. The projection circled around in midair before abruptly plunging back down onto his body. In the next instant, bright golden light was released from his body, and golden scales appeared all over his face and limbs, while a pair of golden horns that were several inches in length emerged on his head. He had adopted a half-dragon form, and a thunderclap rang out from beneath his feet, following which he vanished on the spot in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li heard a thunderclap erupt overhead, and the Long family patriarch appeared, then raised an arm before reaching down with his scaled golden hand. A dull thump rang out, and an enormous burst of power descended from the heavens. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and in his eyes, the oncoming hand seemed to have encompassed the entire myriad spirit platform, affording him no avenues for escape or evasion. If he were to be struck by this devastating force, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, despite his powerful physical body. With that in mind, Han Li immediately directed the black mountain above his head toward the oncoming golden hand, sending it hurtling through the air with devastating might. At the same time, golden light flashed, and a golden figure emerged behind him before transforming into a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. Right at this moment, a resounding boom rang out and the black mountain was repelled by the golden hand while the latter continued to descend toward Han Li, seemingly having not been slowed down in the slightest. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the Provenance True Devil projection behind him raised all 6 of its arms before unleashing a torrential barrage of punches up into the air. Meanwhile, Han Li waved his silver ruler, and a silver ruler projection that was several tens of feet in length also erupted into the heavens amid a flash of silver light. In the next instant, an incessant string of explosions rang out as the golden fist projections and silver ruler projection clashed with the descending golden hand. Immediately thereafter, more ruler projections were unleashed by the silver ruler, numbering in the tens, hundreds, thousands. In the blink of an eye, countless projections had been conjured up by the silver ruler in Han Li's hand, and all of these projections were surging upward in a frenzy as a silver stream. The people outside the light barrier were stunned by the fearsome powers Han Li was unleashing, but the Long family patriarch seemed to be unimpressed as he let loose a cold harumph, which was immediately followed by an earth-shattering boom. In the next instant, the countless golden fist projections and silver ruler projections were all destroyed by a burst of extremely terrifying power. The golden hand flashed before appearing in the air no more than 10 feet above Han Li, then grabbed downward without any hesitation. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby, and a green fist reached out before striking the golden hand like lightning. The seemingly completely unstoppable golden hand was diverted away upon being struck by the green fist, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li vanished on the spot, then appeared just over 100 feet away from the Long family patriarch. As soon as he reappeared, he raised his head to appraise his opponent with a calm and collected look on his face. The Long family patriarch withdrew his hand, and a surprised look appeared on his face at the sight of the green arm that had appeared out of thin air. Spatial fluctuations erupted once again, and a humanoid figure with green skin emerged. The humanoid figure was around 20 feet tall with purple light flashing all over its body. It bore a strong resemblance to Han Li, and it had green light flashing within its eyes. Han Li waved a hand toward the green figure, and it arrived by his side in a flash. "Is that a clone of yours? I must say, you have truly lived up to my expectations, fellow Taoist Han. Now then, this will be my 3rd attack." The Long family patriarch chuckled coldly before raising an arm and making a grabbing motion toward Han Li. His actions appeared to be identical to what he had just done earlier, but on this occasion the effect was far different. Even before his arm had been fully outstretched, a string of rumbling booms had begun to erupt in the surrounding area, alongside which countless 5-colored specks of light appeared over the myriad spirit platform. In the next instant, these specks of light formed by the world's origin chi surged toward the Long family patriarch and vanished into his arm in a frenzy. The golden dragon scales all over his arms instantly became bright and translucent and shimmered with a layer of 5-colored spiritual light. On top of that, the light was gradually becoming brighter and brighter until many of the bystanders were forced to look away. At the same time, an extremely powerful burst of foreign spiritual pressure also erupted from that very same arm. It was as if the arm had become a completely independent entity, and its aura was even more powerful than that of the Long family patriarch himself. In the face of this devastatingly powerful attack, Han Li's expression finally changed slightly. As the Long family patriarch was approaching the point where it was going to be fully outstretched, he suddenly cupped his fist in a salute and chuckled. "Your powers are truly extraordinary, fellow Taoist Long. There's no need for you to unleash your 3rd attack. I concede." Before anyone had a chance to process what he had just said, Azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he flew out of the light barrier, tearing through it as if it were nothing more than a papier-mâché structure. After that, he returned to his chair at the front of the Gu family entourage, and the green figure followed closely behind him like a shadow in the process. All of the nearby Gu family cultivators reflexively took a few steps backward as they appraised the green figure with curious eyes, yet Han Li merely cast an indifferent glance toward it before making a hand seal, upon which it rapidly shrank down amid a flash of purple light. In the end, it transformed into a ball of purple light that vanished up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao were appraising Han Li with complex expressions. It was no wonder that this was their reaction. As a cultivator who had only recently reached the body integration stage, he had displayed powers that were not inferior to those of mid-body integration cultivators. But right when they had thought that he would create a miracle, he jumped off the platform and forfeited the match. No matter how they looked at it, something didn't seem right. However, in the wake of Han Li's astonishing display of power, they naturally didn't dare to ask any questions, and could only exchange a glance with wry smiles on their faces. They were rather exasperated by Han Li's erratic actions, but at the same time, all of their concerns had disappeared. In their eyes, Han Li was not inferior in power to their Grand Elder, Fairy Tian Li. In fact, his combat prowess seemed to be even superior. As such, it definitely wouldn't be an issue for the Gu family to secure a rank among the top 5. The Long family patriarch finally returned to his senses, and he cast his gaze toward Han Li as he chuckled, "Hee, interesting." After that, 5-colored light swirled around his arm, and the surrounding world's origin chi vanished into thin air. At the same time, the golden dragon scales all over his body also receded as he reverted out of his half-dragon form. The man wearing the copper mask in the Feng family suddenly declared, "We're giving up on our plan." "What do you mean, brother?" "Even if that man is more powerful than an ordinary early body integration cultivator, at the very most, he's only comparable to that Tian Li hag. Surely we can take him down together." The man in the lavish robes countered with furrowed brows. "Humph, you think he's only comparable with Tian Li at most? Have you gone senile? Setting aside everything else, just that clone of his is extremely powerful. It was powerful enough to knock back Old Man Long's attack with just a single punch. That's already something that's beyond our capabilities. On top of that, he displayed no fear or concern throughout that entire battle, so he definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Even the two of us combined will most likely find it very difficult to defeat him. I don't want our Feng family to make such an unfathomably powerful being our enemy, particularly at a time like this," the masked man replied in a cold voice. "But what about our agreement with the Lao family? We already accepted benefits from them." The man in the lavish robes was still quite hesitant. "All we agreed to was to weaken Fairy Tian Li as much as we could for them. Seeing as she's not here, it's very normal that we would change our plans. If they try to pin the blame on us, we'll just have to return what they gave us. What are they going to do? During our losers bracket match against the Gu family, just fight using normal methods," the masked man said in an implacable manner. "In that case, we'll do as you say. It's rather regrettable that we won't be able to kick the Gu family out of the top 5 families, but I guess we'll just have to wait until next time," the man in the lavish robes sighed in a reluctant manner. In contrast, the masked man could clearly see the bigger picture, and he chuckled. "The devilish tribulation is about to strike soon. Who knows how many of these true spirit families will even be left on the other side? There's no need to think so far ahead." The man in the lavish robes could only offer a wry smile in response. Meanwhile, several of the Lao family elders were standing around the only early body integration cultivator in their family, and they were currently discussing something in hushed tones. The restriction around their entourage made it impossible to hear what they were saying, but their strained expressions clearly indicated that they were far from happy about this situation. The Lao family's body integration cultivator was a white-robed middle-aged scholar, and his brows were also tightly furrowed. It was quite clear that Han Li's display of power had come as quite a nasty surprise to them. The next match will be the losers bracket match to decide the 4th and 5th ranks, and it'll take place between the Feng family and the Gu family, the Long family patriarch announced. Both of the Feng family's body integration cultivators turned toward the Gu family entourage in unison upon hearing this, while Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao both turned toward Han Li. "I forfeit this match." Much to everyone's surprise, Han Li forfeited the match without any hesitation, and this naturally created quite a stir. Senior Han. Fairy Xiao Feng began as an urgent look appeared on her face. Han Li merely turned to her in an indifferent manner and said, "The Feng family also has 2 body integration cultivators, and they're adept in combination techniques, so there's not much chance for me to defeat them. As such, it would naturally be a better idea to conserve my powers. Besides, according to our agreement, I only have to ensure that the Gu family can maintain its current rank. So I'm not breaking our agreement, am I?" Fairy Xiao Feng's expression changed a few times, but in the end, she conceded, "Of course. It's just that the 4th-ranked family will receive far more benefits than the 5th-ranked one. Forgive me for being greedy, Senior." Thus, the Long family patriarch announced the result of this forfeited match, following which the other 3 families drew lots. On this occasion, the Long family received a bye, so the next match was naturally between the woman in the 5-colored dress from the Yi family and the man from the Lin family. The 2 of them seemed to have a long-running feud, so as soon as their match began, both of them unleashed their most powerful attacks, and the battle quickly reached an astonishing climax. Both of them were at the mid-body integration stage, but it was quite clear that the woman from the Yi family was slightly superior in power. Even after the Lin family representative unleashed several new abilities in succession, he was still forced out of the light barrier by his opponent in the end, and he could only return to his seat in a furious manner. Thus, the next match was naturally to be held between the Yi family and the Long family, but the woman in the 5-colored dress knew that she was no match for the Long family patriarch, so she conceded in a very straightforward manner. As for the Feng family, they also made the wise decision not to challenge any of the top 3 families. As a result, the ranking of the top 5 families remained the same as before, with the Gu family bringing up the rear once again. It was now time for the lower-ranked families to issue challenges, but the Gu family wasn't overly concerned about this segment, considering Han Li had just displayed his powers to them. Despite this, the 6th-ranked family, which was the Lao family, still decided to issue a challenge. The white-robed scholar rose to his feet with a solemn look on his face and said, "I would like to challenge the Gu family. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Han." White light then flashed from the scholar's body, and in the next instant he appeared on the platform to wait for Han Li. Han Li smiled upon seeing this, and azure light also flashed from his body as he appeared before the scholar. Lao Ai wore a serious expression as he gave Han Li a curt nod, then flipped both of his hands over to summon a black feral in one hand, while golden light flashed from his other hand, and a giant shimmering golden brush appeared. The brush was several feet in length, and its tip was shimmering with extremely vibrant 5-colored spiritual light. The feral twirled through the air, conjuring up several tens of black spirit flowers that created a barrier around him. At the same time, he waved the giant golden brush in his other hand through the air, and a series of massive exuberant 5-colored butterflies appeared. The scholar let loose a low cry, and all of the demonic butterflies spread their wings, releasing bursts of 5-colored powder that quickly expanded into a 5-colored toxic cloud around an acre in size. The toxic cloud surged directly toward Han Li at the scholar's behest, and at the same time he began to chant something before opening his mouth to expel a red bamboo tube. The bamboo tube was opened amid a flash of bright red light, and countless shimmering red runes flew out from within it. These runes all seemed to be very profound, but in the instant that they emerged from the bamboo tube, they all twisted and transformed into fire ravens that flew toward Han Li right behind the toxic cloud. This Lao AI was only an early body integration cultivator, but his attacks were quite powerful indeed, so it was no wonder that he still dared to challenge Han Li despite witnessing his earlier display of power. However, these attacks were naturally nothing in the eyes of Han Li. As opposed to being alarmed by these ferocious oncoming attacks, Han Li chuckled instead. Without summoning any treasures, he made a hand seal, and golden light flashed, following which that golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him again. The projection made different seals with each of its 6 hands, and translucent spiritual light swirled around its body, following which it attained a substantial form. It had 3 extremely clear and lifelike faces that were identical to that of Han Li, and at the same time there was a layer of golden scales all over each of its 6 arms. There were also faint runes running along the lengths of its arms, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. This was none other than Han Li's Provenance golden body. Even the Long family patriarch could no longer maintain his composure at the sight of this three-headed golden body. A stunned look appeared on his face, and he exclaimed, "That's a golden body." Not just him, but the two mid-body integration cultivators of the Yi family and the Lin family were clearly aware of the existence of golden bodies as well, and they were just as astonished. In the instant that the golden body took shape behind Han Li, the toxic cloud and countless fire ravens had also reached him, and it looked as if he were going to be completely inundated. However, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly let loose a loud cry. In the next instant, the golden body behind him swayed and somehow ended up in front of him. Bright golden light erupted from its body, and it swelled drastically to several tens of feet in size, then raised all 6 of its arms at once and thrust them toward the toxic cloud and fire ravens. A string of spluttering sounds rang out in rapid succession, and a golden ball of light emerged within each of the golden body's 6 large hands. The balls of light revolved incessantly over their palms before being hurled forth in unison. The balls of light then converged and combined in mid-air to form a golden vortex. At the same time, the golden body opened all 6 of its eyes at once and began to utter 3 completely different chants that stacked on top of one another. Within the vortex, loud thunderclaps rang out alongside Buddhist chants, and the vortex expanded to 30 to 40 feet in size in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a golden shockwave that was visible to the naked eye erupted from within the vortex. The oncoming toxic cloud and fire ravens were completely unable to put up any resistance and were swept up by the shockwave before being drawn into the vortex. Moments later, the devastating attacks that Lao AI had unleashed ceased to exist, and he was naturally very alarmed by this development. He hurriedly raised the giant brush in his hand to try and unleash another wave of attacks, but it was too late. The Provenance golden body raised all 6 of its arms at Han Li's behest before unleashing punches toward Lao AI from afar. 6 shimmering golden fist projections erupted forth amid a string of dull thumps, then instantly vanished into thin air. Crap! Lao AI was a seasoned veteran when it came to battles, and he immediately knew that he was in trouble. Instead of unleashing an attack with his giant golden brush, he suddenly withdrew it before drawing a circle with it in midair. Golden light flashed, and a round golden shield appeared in front of him out of thin air. At the same time, the red bamboo tube he had summoned earlier also transformed into a red light barrier that enveloped his body within it. In addition to the black light formed by the black feral, he had instantly set up 3 layers of defenses, all of which appeared to be quite formidable. However, in the instant that these defenses took shape, the 6 shimmering golden fist projections suddenly re-emerged out of thin air. Initially, they had only been around the size of human hands, yet they were now as large as a human head and struck the defenses amid a string of sharp ringing sounds. Blinding golden light flashed as the first 3 fist projections exploded, and the 3 layers of defenses were vanquished, exposing Lao AI to the rest of the attacks. Lao AI was naturally petrified to see this, and he immediately brought his hand together before separating them again to produce a white bone hammer. He grabbed onto the long shaft of the hammer with both hands and swept it horizontally before him like lightning. The white bone hammer instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size, following which the remaining 3 golden fist projections reached him at alarming speeds. An earth-shattering boom rang out as golden and white light intertwined. Lao AI felt a burst of enormous power crash into his hammer, sending sharp pain spearing through his fingers, and he took an involuntary step backward. Before he even had a chance to steady himself, the second fist projection struck the bone hammer as well amid another resounding boom. Lao AI's face turned completely pale and devoid of color as the bone hammer was forcibly wrenched out of his hands, flying away into the distance alongside the second fist projection. The third fist projection then struck the protective spiritual light around his body without giving him any chance to react, and he could only look on in horror and despair at the oncoming unstoppable attack. Golden light flashed, and a burst of enormous power erupted forth, sending him flying without being able to offer any resistance. His body flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing straight through the light barrier with a dull thump before flying over 100 feet away from the myriad spirit platform. Only then did he just barely manage to stabilize himself in midair, and he hurriedly examined his own body, upon which he heaved a long sigh of relief. Lao Ai then turned to Han Li with a grateful look on his face before cupping his fist in a salute. "Thank you for holding back, Brother Han. Your powers are far superior to mine." It was quite clear that he knew that he was only able to remain completely unscathed as Han Li had held back in his final attack. "There's no need to thank me. This is only a sparring match, so my objective isn't to wound you," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. He naturally wasn't going to make enemies for himself for no good reason. At this point, all of the onlookers from the True Spirit families were completely flabbergasted. Most of them had already identified that Han Li was definitely no ordinary early body integration cultivator, yet it still came as a massive shock to everyone that he was able to defeat Lao Ai so easily. As for the body integration cultivators among the True Spirit families, they were now appraising Han Li with awe and veneration, while a small portion of them were looking at him with complex contemplative looks on their faces. Han Li flew casually out of the light barrier and returned to his seat among the Gu family entourage, upon which Bai Guer immediately offered a cup of spirit tea to him in a respectful manner. "Master, please have some tea." Han Li took a glance at her to find that her cheeks were slightly red from excitement. It was no wonder that she was displaying such a reaction. She was already aware that Han Li was a body integration cultivator, but he had never displayed his powers before her. As such, how could she not be elated and excited upon witnessing Han Li's extraordinary powers? Han Li smiled as he accepted the cup of spirit tea before taking a sip. Meanwhile, Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao were also appraising Han Li with surprise and elation. His powers had clearly far exceeded their expectations as well. The Gu family's spot in the top 5 was now truly assured. The rest of the process was quite simple. All of the True Spirit families were aware of how powerful one another were, so there weren't that many challenges. After just a few matches, all of the rankings had been decided. After that, it was time to distribute the badges created by that myriad spirit beast as well as other resources according to these new rankings. Han Li naturally played no role in this and left things to Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao. He merely sat in his seat with an amused smile as the family leaders gathered on the myriad spirit platform completely cast aside all pretenses of affability and civility, arguing with one another with spittle flying in all directions. Even the slightest compromise would lead to the loss of an astonishing amount of benefits, so there were naturally no families who were willing to back down. Thankfully, the rankings that had just been established aided in speeding up this resource distribution process. Otherwise, they would most likely argue indefinitely without a consensus ever being reached. However, the body integration cultivators among the True Spirit families naturally weren't going to stoop to this level, and they all remained in their seats as well, patiently awaiting the result of the negotiations. Some of them were appraising Han Li with curiosity in their eyes, and on this occasion, none of them dared to display any animosity, so Han Li merely rested with his eyes closed and pretended not to notice. All of a sudden, the voice of the Long family patriarch rang out within his ears. "Fellow Taoist Han, your abilities aren't limited to the clone and golden body you displayed just now, right?" Han Li's expression changed slightly as he opened his eyes and turned toward the Long family patriarch. He then also transmitted his voice calmly in response. "Oh? I'm sure your abilities aren't just limited to your half-dragon transformation, isn't that right, Brother Long?" The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before asking a question that caught Han Li completely off guard. "Of course. However, your powers are far superior to what I anticipated. Are you related in any way to the Holy Island, Brother Han?" Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "The Holy Island? Why do you ask, fellow Taoist?" "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. However, I have something I would like to discuss with you. Would you be interested in meeting me in the Myriad Spirit Hall tonight?" The Long family patriarch asked with a faint smile. The Myriad Spirit Hall? Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and many thoughts raced through his mind at once. The so-called Myriad Spirit Hall was a hall that had been carved into a mountain face in this valley. The hall was where the True Spirit family leaders and elders had first gathered to discuss the proceedings of the ceremony. The fact that the Long family patriarch was extending an invitation to meet him later in this hall suggested that he definitely had something very important to talk about. Han Li didn't reject this offer right away, but he took a rather cautious route as he asked, "Would you be able to reveal what you would like to speak to me about so I can make a decision?" The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before replying in a calm manner. "I can't reveal too much to you, but what I can tell you is that this has something to do with a major event that will take place following the arrival of the devilish tribulation. On top of that, this event could bring you enormous benefits. It could even decide whether we would have the opportunity to progress to the Grand Ascension stage." Despite Han Li's calm and steadfast nature, he was still stunned by what he had just heard. The Grand Ascension stage? Indeed. I've already made agreements with several other fellow Taoists to join me, and with the powers you've displayed, you've earned the right to participate in this matter as well, the Long family patriarch confirmed. Han Li forcibly repressed his own astonishment, and only after a long while did he finally make a decision. "All right, in that case, I'll be meeting you later tonight." The Long family patriarch seemed to be very pleased with Han Li's answer, and he chuckled, "Hehe, you've definitely made a wise decision, fellow Taoist. I'm sure what we're going to be talking about will be of great interest to you." After that, he didn't speak any further about this matter. The rest of the True Spirit ceremony was very simple. After finally arriving at an agreement about the distribution of resources, the entire ceremony drew to a conclusion. Fairy Xiaofeng led Han Li to a secluded place and handed over what she had promised to Han Li without any delay. After that, she couldn't help but extend another invitation for Han Li to join the Gu family, and she stated that if Han Li were to agree, not only would he receive the same benefits afforded to the Grand Elder of the Gu family, he would have absolute authority in the family second only to the family leader herself. However, Han Li euphemistically turned her down again. Fairy Xiaofeng was very disappointed by this, and she could only ask Han Li to visit the Gu family whenever he had some free time. It was quite clear that she wanted her Gu family to establish good relations with Han Li. Han Li naturally agreed with a smile to this proposal. Thus, some of the True Spirit families began to depart from the Myriad Spirit Valley and embarked on the journey to return to their respective territories. In contrast, most of the families decided to remain in the Myriad Spirit Valley for a few more days to exchange some resources and cultivation arts, which would make the journey to come here somewhat worthwhile for the ordinary members of these True Spirit families. The Gu family was one of the families that stayed, temporarily settling in a cluster of buildings within the valley, among which Han Li occupied a small pavilion to himself. That night, he silently departed from the pavilion and flew toward the Myriad Spirit Hall. Upon approaching the hall, he discovered that there was someone standing at the entrance in silence, seemingly stationed there specifically to wait for him. Han Li focused his gaze on the figure to find that it was Elder Hui of the Long family. The black-robed man had completely discarded his animosity toward Han Li, and he cupped his fist in a salute with a warm smile on his face. "You really are a man of your word, fellow Taoist Han. Brother Long and the other fellow Taoists have been waiting for some time already." "Oh? Has Brother Long invited other people as well?" Han Li asked in a contemplative manner. "Haha, indeed he has. All will be revealed soon enough. Please follow me," the black-robed man chuckled as he made an inviting hand gesture. "All right, then please lead the way, fellow Taoist Hui," Han Li replied with an indifferent nod. The black-robed man seemed to be completely unfazed by Han Li's rather aloof demeanor, and the two of them strode into the hall one after the other. The entire hall was almost completely empty, devoid of even the guards that were normally stationed here. It was quite clear that they had been asked to vacate the hall in advance. Han Li was led by the black-robed man into a rather secretive side hall connected to the main hall, and there were already 3 people seated around a massive stone table waiting for him there. As soon as Han Li made his way into the room, everyone turned toward him in unison, and upon catching sight of these people, Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly. The trio consisted of the Long family patriarch, as well as the woman in the 5-colored dress from the Yi family and the mid-body integration cultivator from the Lin family. Thus, there were 5 cultivators who possessed powers at or above the mid-body integration stage gathered here at once, and that was quite a formidable lineup. The woman from the Yi family turned toward Han Li with a wide smile, while the man from the Lin family merely took an indifferent glance at him before looking away, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. A rare smile appeared on the Long family patriarch's face at the sight of Han Li's arrival, and he said, "Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Han." Han Li gave a faint smile in response before making his way over to the table in an unhurried manner, then sitting down in one of the empty chairs. As for Elder Hui, he sat down directly beside the Long family patriarch. "Old man Long, why have you gathered all of us at once?" "I don't have much time to waste here," the man from the Lin family said in an impatient manner. "Hee, let's not rush things, fellow Taoist Lin. I'll introduce one more person to everyone, and after that, I'll elaborate on everything." The Long family patriarch chuckled in a nonchalant manner. "Oh, there's someone else who's yet to join us? How many people did you invite, Brother Long?" "Don't tell me the Feng brothers were invited as well," the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. The Feng brothers combined possess powers that aren't inferior to those of a mid-body integration cultivator, but their combination techniques have too many limitations. On top of that, it would be best to keep our numbers to a minimum for what we're going to do, so I didn't invite them. As for the person I'm going to introduce to all of you, she's already arrived in advance. Please come out to meet everyone, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns. The Long family patriarch shook his head in response before turning toward a seemingly empty corner of the hall. Everyone was quite alarmed to see this, and they hurriedly turned toward that corner as well. All of a sudden, an extremely feeble aura emerged from that corner of the hall, followed by a flash of yellow light, and a yellow copper mirror appeared out of thin air. The mirror then blurred and warped slightly before transforming into a yellow-robed young woman. Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly at the sight of this woman. The man from the Lin family immediately rose to his feet with a wary look on his face. "That's the holy maiden from the spirit race. What's the meaning of this, fellow Taoist Long?" Indeed, this yellow-robed woman was none other than Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, who had appeared once during the Myriad Treasure Convention. It was quite clear that this Grand Elder of the Lin family had also attended that convention, so he was able to immediately identify her. "No need to be alarmed, fellow Taoists. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumn's presence is imperative for what I want to discuss with all of you today. Without her inclusion, there's no way our plan can be set into motion," the Long family patriarch said in a calm manner. However, no one seemed to be convinced by his reassuring words. Not only had a wary look appeared on Han Li's face, the smile had also been wiped from the face of the woman from the Yi family. The man from the Lin family harumphed coldly and was appraising Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns in a hostile manner, while Elder Hui displayed no reaction at all, clearly having already been filled in on the matter in advance. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns extended a graceful curtsy and said, "There's no need to be so cautious toward me, fellow Taoists. I may be a member of the artifact spirit race, but if we were to trace back my origins, I was once a treasure owned by Taoist Master Kintian of your human race. Only many years after he passed away did I manage to attain intelligence by chance, thereby allowing me to become a member of the artifact spirit race." The woman from the Yi family exclaimed, "Taoist Master Kintian? Could you be referring to the ancient Grand Ascension Stage Senior who founded Deep Heaven City?" "Indeed. Otherwise, the artifact spirit race wouldn't have sent me here as an alliance envoy," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied with a smile. "Since when was there an alliance between our two races?" "Why have I not heard anything about this?" the man from the Lin family asked in a bewildered manner. "This alliance was agreed upon by some beings on your race's holy island, as well as the sovereigns and several Grand Ascension cultivators. Due to some reasons, the alliance will only be officially announced around a year from now. When that time comes, you'll be able to verify the authenticity of my claims," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns explained with a smile. "Seeing as you appeared during the Myriad Treasure Convention, it's only a matter of time before we forged an alliance with the spirit race anyway. However, isn't it rather inappropriate for you to take her into Myriad Spirit Valley like this, Brother Long? This is a sacred place for our true spirit families." The woman from the Yi family clearly still wasn't very pleased. The Long family patriarch seemed to have already anticipated this to be a point of contention, and he calmly replied, "Rest assured, Fairy Yi, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns only entered the valley following the conclusion of our ceremony, and she'll immediately depart following our discussion tonight, so there won't be any issues." The woman from the Yi family was silent for a moment before heaving a faint sigh. In that case, I'll trust your judgment, Brother Long. Please elaborate on why you gathered all of us here. The man from the Lin family also sat back down as his expression eased slightly. The Long family patriarch nodded upon seeing this, but what he said next almost had the Lin family grand elder jumping out of his seat again. It's quite a simple matter, really. I invited all of you here, as I wanted you to accompany me into the Elder Devil realm, when our two realms fuse as one during the devilish tribulation. You want to enter the Elder Devil realm? Have you gone senile, old man Long? If you want to die, go on your own. Don't try to take us with you, the Lin family grand elder exclaimed in an enraged manner. In contrast, a thought seemed to have occurred to the Yi family grand elder upon hearing this, and a contemplative look appeared on her face. As for Han Li, he was also rather bewildered by this outrageous suggestion. At ease now, Brother Lin, I'm not suggesting a suicide mission. I'm at least 70% to 80% confident that we'll be able to survive a venture into the Elder Devil realm, and I certainly have no intention of dying anytime soon. The Long family patriarch replied in a calm manner. Humph, even so, the sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil realm are extremely fearsome beings. If we encounter one of them, there's no way we could get away alive, and that isn't even taking into account the countless high-grade devilish beings in that realm. Perhaps we can combat them using the power of formations in the spirit realm, but if we enter their territory, we'll be feeding ourselves to the wolves, the Lin family grand elder condemned. What if I were to tell you that I have a way to convert our auras to be temporarily identical to those of ordinary elder devils, and the disguise is so convincing that even body integration stage elder devils won't be able to see through it? What do you think now, Brother Lin? The Long family patriarch asked as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you being serious, Brother Long? The high-grade elder devils of the Elder Devil realm are adept in all types of unfathomable abilities. How could we possibly be able to fool them? The woman from the Yi family asked with furrowed brows. The Long family patriarch merely chuckled in response before turning to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. Fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns, please demonstrate. Of course, the yellow-robed woman replied with an elegant smile, then flipped a hand over to reveal a thumb-sized black bead that she placed into her mouth and swallowed. In the next instant, she made a hand seal, and a layer of black mist appeared over her body, completely inundating her in an instant. The black mist then surged like living tendrils, and Han Li's pupils contracted at the sight of it as he murmured to himself in a barely audible voice, "That's true devilish qi." Even though he was speaking in such a faint voice, all of the people in the hall were body integration cultivators, so they naturally managed to overhear him. The man from the Lin family and the woman from the Yi family exchanged a glance, and their expressions both changed ever so slightly. In contrast, the Long family patriarch turned to Han Li with a meaningful gaze and remarked, "You must be using some kind of powerful devil Dao cultivation art for you to be able to identify this true devilish qi so quickly, fellow Taoist Han. Come to think of it, the golden body that you displayed earlier in the day is rather similar to some elder devil avatars of the Elder Devil realm, so that does make some sense. You truly possess a sharp discerning eye, Brother Long," Han Li replied with an ambiguous smile. Right at this moment, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns let loose a delicate cry, and the true devilish qi converged toward her in a frenzy. Within mere moments, all of it had been converted into black liquid that was absorbed into her body, and once the mist dissipated, she was revealed once again. However, there was something different about her. In terms of physical appearance, there was no difference whatsoever, and judging from that alone, one could easily be forgiven for thinking that whatever she had just done had completely failed. However, right before everyone's bewildered eyes, her aura suddenly transformed and a burst of astonishing devilish qi suddenly erupted from her body. Several inky black devilish patterns appeared over her fair and delicate cheeks, and a black bead emerged on her glabella. Even though half of the bead was embedded into her glabella, it was quite clear that this was the very same bead that she had swallowed. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he immediately directed his spiritual sense toward the woman, following which a surprised look appeared on his face. He discovered that the magic power flowing within her body had become extremely pure true devilish qi, and the aura that she was giving off was completely identical to that of the elder devils he had encountered back in the human world. Not only was Han Li quite stunned by this, the grand elders of the Lin family and the Yi family were also very alarmed. After a brief silence, the woman from the Yi family said in a cautious manner, That is indeed very convincing, but we're not devilish beings, after all, so perhaps we're unable to see through this disguise, but the elder devils may be able to. Rest assured, Fairy Yi. This devil-fane bead of mine was refined from the devilish core of a deceased elder devil. After the true devilish chi within it is expelled using a secret technique, there's no way that the average high-grade elder devil can see through it. In order to test the efficacy of this bead, I mingled myself with several elder devils that our spirit race captured during the last devilish tribulation, and I was held captive with them for several months. During that time, none of them managed to see through my disguise. While it is indeed true that we still have to be wary of the sacred ancestors and some other devilish beings who possess certain special abilities, the chances of encountering such beings are almost negligible. After all, according to the legends, the elder devil realm is no smaller than our spirit realm, the yellow-robed woman said in a serious manner. Contemplative looks appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this. After some contemplation, the woman from the Yi family sighed, "All right, even if we were to accept that this is a plausible course of action, venturing into the elder devil realm is still an extremely perilous endeavor. You have to tell us exactly what we're searching for. If an opportunity to progress to the grand ascension stage really does exist in that realm, then I'm willing to take a risk, even if there's only a sliver of an opportunity awaiting us." The Grand Elder of the Lin family faltered slightly upon hearing this before awaiting a response with a surly look on his face. "Do you think I would propose taking such a massive risk without a suitable corresponding reward? Have you heard of the Spirit Cleansing Pond and the Clean Spirit Lotus?" The Long family patriarch chuckled coldly. Spirit Cleansing Pond? Clean Spirit Lotus. Both Han Li and the man from the Lin family were rather perplexed by these two names. In contrast, a flash of recognition flashed through the eyes of the woman from the Yi family. "Hee, looks like you've heard of it, Fairy Yi. That's no surprise, considering you were once an in-name disciple of Senior Mo." Elder Hui chuckled. "What are you trying to say, Brother Hui? Are you expressing displeasure toward Master Mo?" The woman from the Yi family asked in a cold voice. I wouldn't dare to be so insolent. I'm just saying that Senior Mo has presumably ventured deep into the Elder Devil realm on more than one occasion, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he knew of the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus in that realm, Elder Hui replied. "I know of the two items you're referring to, but that has nothing to do with my master. Instead, one of the forefathers of our Yi family slew a high-grade Elder Devil during a previous devilish tribulation, and learned this information by searching that Elder Devil's soul. However, the information is very rough and unspecific. All I know is that those two items aren't very useful at all to devilish beings, but they can have incredible effects on the beings of our spirit realm," the woman from the Yi family explained in a cold manner. "I see. Looks like I misread the situation." Elder Hui chuckled, and it was impossible to tell whether he truly believed this alibi. A contemplative look appeared on the Long family patriarch's face upon hearing this exchange, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns smiled as she said, "You may not have heard of the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus, but I'm sure you've heard of the Immortal Transformation Pond and Enlightenment Attainment Lotus, right?" The man from the Lin family immediately shook his head in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Are you saying that they're the same thing? That's impossible. The Immortal Transformation Pond is something that only exists in the true immortal realm, and it's said that only newly ascended cultivators will be granted the opportunity to enter the pond and attain an immortal body. As for that Enlightenment Attainment Lotus, it's a spirit item that only exists alongside the Immortal Transformation Pond and can drastically improve one's spiritual root and intelligence. It's said that even a severely mentally disabled person could attain extraordinary intelligence upon consuming this flower." Han Li was naturally quite stunned to hear the names of these two legendary items as well, and he stared intently at Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, trying to identify whether she was telling the truth. As for the woman from the Yi family, she remained completely silent with a dark expression on her face. The Immortal Transformation Pond and Enlightenment Attainment Lotus are extremely rare even in the true immortal realm. It would take tens of millions of years for them to take shape, so they're naturally not the same as the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus. However, even though the effects of the latter pair of items are far inferior, they're still more than enough to drastically enhance us in all areas. The connection between them is that the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus are the pre-evolved forms of the immortal transformation pond and enlightenment attainment lotus. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a mysterious smile as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. I see. In that case, why do such precious spirit items exist in the Elder Devil realm that's rife with devilish chi rather than here in our spirit realm? Also, how do you know if they actually exist in the Elder Devil realm? Han Li asked in a serious voice. After a brief hesitation, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied, "This information was revealed to us by the last spirit monarch of our spirit race. He had once ventured deep into the Elder Devil realm as well, and had witnessed those two spirit items for himself. Unfortunately, he was discovered and wounded before he could enter the spirit pond, and was forced to return to the spirit realm. Hence, the information comes from a credible source. As for why such extraordinary spirit items are growing in the Elder Devil realm, that's something known only by the heavens. However, I think that those two spirit items took shape there precisely because the Elder Devil realm is so rife with devilish chi. I think that all of the spiritual chi within that realm has been forced to a single place, thereby giving rise to these two items. In contrast, our spirit realm is indeed more abundant with spiritual chi overall, but it's not condensed enough in any place to allow such spirit items to take shape." After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li turned to the Long family patriarch and said, "I see. So it must have been you who revealed this information to fellow Taoist Long. However, I'm sure there has to be other reasons why Brother Long is willing to believe this information so firmly, right?" The grand elders of the Yi family and the Lin family also turned to the Long family patriarch to await his response. "I naturally have my own methods to verify the authenticity of this information, but I can't disclose the method I used. Thankfully, Fairy Ye's words from earlier provide further confirmation that those two spirit items do indeed exist somewhere in the Elder Devil realm. In that case, it's up to us to decide whether we dare to take this risk to pursue this extraordinary reward. Truth be told, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, Brother Hui, and I have already decided to go on this venture no matter what, and will also be joined by several Holy Spirit level beings from the spirit race. The three sovereigns definitely wouldn't participate in something like this, so I decided to invite the three of you instead. I actually initially only planned on inviting Fairy Yi and Brother Lin, but you turned out to be an unexpected surprise, fellow Taoist Han. Now then, are the three of you willing to venture into the Elder Devil realm with us?" the Long family patriarch asked with a hint of finality in his voice. Han Li and the others exchanged a few glances upon hearing this, and none of them immediately gave a reply. After a long while, the woman from the Yi family said, "When are you planning to travel to the Elder Devil realm, Brother Long? According to what I've heard, this devilish tribulation is going to be far more perilous than the previous ones, and even our entire human race could be wiped out if we're not careful. If we pick the wrong time to leave, there's a very good chance that we could perish. I've naturally already considered all of this. After taking all these factors into account, I've decided to enter the Elder Devil realm several decades after the commencement of the devilish tribulation. At that point, the human race would have most likely already weathered the most fierce part of the storm, and a stalemate would therefore ensue. If we enter the Elder Devil realm under those circumstances, we should be quite safe. Fellow Taoist Han is a vagrant cultivator, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. As for the Yi family and the Lin family, I'm sure you two aren't the only body integration cultivators from your respective families, right?" the Long family patriarch asked in a calm manner. "Humph. You sure seem to have a lot of information on our two families. If our Lin family doesn't encounter any major peril during the devilish tribulation, then I'll accompany you on this journey," the man from the Lin family said. It was quite clear that despite his outward display of reluctance, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus were simply too tempting for him to ignore. Seeing as we have a method to disguise our auras, we'll naturally have a much greater chance of survival. However, no matter how seamless a disguise is, it'll most likely be exposed eventually. Roughly how long will our journey require? If the journey is going to take too long, the chances of death will be quite high, and I'll need some time to consider the matter before I make my decision. Of course, if it won't take very long, then I naturally won't give up on this fantastic opportunity," the woman from the Yi family said. "That's a difficult question to answer. According to my knowledge, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus are situated at the center of the Elder Devil realm, so even if everything goes smoothly, the duration of the trip would be over 10 years. If we encounter some unforeseen trouble along the way, then it's quite possible that our journey would be several times longer than that. Furthermore, we won't be setting off as soon as the devilish tribulation commences, so we won't actually have a lot of time. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied. The woman from the Yi family contemplated this matter for a long while before giving her response. So it could take several decades? That's quite a long time. I'm going to have to think about this and give you a response later. The Long family patriarch wasn't surprised to hear this, and he nodded in a meaningful manner. Of course, this is indeed a matter that'll require careful consideration. However, your heavenly phoenix bloodline grants you some powerful spatial abilities, so you would be a great asset to us if you were to come on this journey. If you choose to remain behind, it would be quite a pity. The woman from the Yi family also nodded in response before falling silent. Thus, everyone turned their attention to Han Li, who was the only one yet to provide an answer. After a brief pause for contemplation, a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he said something that came as quite a surprise to everyone. I'm just a vagrant cultivator with no inhibitions, so I naturally won't hesitate to pursue an opportunity like this. However, I have some other important things to do in the next few centuries, all of which are rather time-consuming, so I may not be able to make it. In contrast with the woman from the Yi family, Han Li's participation didn't seem to matter much to the Long family patriarch. And he replied in an indifferent manner, I see, in that case, I wish you luck in your other engagements. If you have the time, then you would be more than welcome to come with us. Otherwise, I won't force you to do anything against your will. However, I must warn all of you to keep this a secret, regardless of whether you intend to go or not. We are the only ones who are aware of this information at this point. If I hear any rumors about this circulating in the outside world, then don't blame me for turning on you. I'm not concerned that other people would compete with us. I'm merely worried that if the Elder Devil race were to learn of our plan, our trip to the Elder Devil realm would become a lot more arduous. Han Li merely gave a nonchalant smile in response, but the woman from the Yi family was rather displeased by this insinuation. What do you take us for, Brother Long? Why would we do something that would benefit others at our own expense? I was only raising a hypothetical situation. If I didn't believe that you would keep this a secret, I wouldn't have revealed this information to you. Now then, everything has been said and done. It'll be up to you to decide whether you want to take this risk. However, you have to give me an answer prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. If any of you decide against joining us, I have to search for other companions. The Long family patriarch said in a serious manner. Of course. The woman from the Yi family replied with a nod, and Han Li also nodded with a contemplative look on his face. Seeing as the discussion had concluded, Han Li and the others departed after making some small talk. They were accompanied out of the Myriad Spirit Hall by Elder Hui, leaving only the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns in the hall. The smile on the yellow-robed woman's face immediately vanished, and she seemed to be pondering something. The Long family patriarch was also staring off into space with a contemplative look on his face, and silence ensued. After a while, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns suddenly said, I still don't understand why you insist on convincing someone from the Yi family to join us. Do you really think her spatial abilities will be that important to us? I've already invited another good friend from the spirit race who possesses spatial abilities that definitely won't be inferior to hers. Are you unwilling to trust me, Brother Long? Of course not. You and I have been acquaintances for a long time, so I certainly wouldn't doubt you. However, the Elder Devil realm is an extremely perilous place, so it would naturally be best for us to have two fellow Taoists with spatial abilities. On top of that, the Yi family has many secret techniques and abilities that aren't inferior to those of our Long family, so she would definitely be a valuable ally to us, the Long family patriarch replied in a calm manner. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was silent for a moment before continuing. All right, but is there really a need to recruit that fellow Taoist Han? No matter how powerful he is, he's still only an early body integration cultivator. If you want more numbers, I can return to the spirit race and recruit another mid-body integration stage fellow Taoist. We agreed that the same number of human and spirit beings will be entering the Elder Devil realm for this journey. You're not going back on your word, are you? Also, I'm afraid you're wrong about that Han brat. He may have only recently reached the early body integration stage, but I faced him in that sparring match, and I can assure you that his powers are definitely superior to those of Elder Hui. Even late body integration cultivators like you and I would most likely find it quite difficult to defeat him. On top of that, the golden body that he's cultivated most likely stems from some top-grade cultivation art from the Elder Devil race, so he should be able to control true devilish chi. Perhaps that ability will come in useful in an unexpected way during our journey. Of course, he's not entirely indispensable. If he doesn't want to join us, then I'll just have to find another powerful vagrant cultivator. The Long family patriarch replied in a confident manner. Seeing as the Long family patriarch had already established his plans, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns didn't press the issue any further. I'm the Holy Maiden of the Artifact Spirit race, so I obviously won't go back on my word. Seeing as you've already made up your mind, I won't speak any further about this. I'll be leaving this devilish bead with you. You've already learned the method to use it, and I've signed the agreement with your human race on behalf of our spirit race, so I won't stay here any longer. I'll be setting off to return to the spirit race tomorrow. I'll have to ask you to oversee the collaboration between your Long family and our artifact spirit race. Rest assured, our collaboration is a mutually beneficial one, so I'll definitely be paying my due diligence. Looks like the next time you and I meet will be after the commencement of the devilish tribulation. The Long family elder replied with a nod. After that, they exchanged some more pleasantries before Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns also departed. Meanwhile, Han Li had already returned to his living quarters and was lying on a large bed in his pavilion, contemplating something in silence. The fact that the entire human race only had one Grand Ascension cultivator in the form of Mo Jianli was an indication of just how difficult it was to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Han Li had already been blessed with immense fortune during the course of his cultivation journey, but he still wasn't confident in his ability to reach that level. As such, the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus were naturally very tempting to him. Under normal circumstances, he would have agreed to the Long family patriarch's invitation without any hesitation, but due to his current circumstances, he could only delay in providing a response. The issue that he was facing was naturally none other than sacred ancestor Xianxia. He and this sacred ancestor of the Elder Devil race were sworn enemies, so he was naturally extremely averse to the idea of venturing into the Elder Devil realm. If his identity were to be exposed during his time in the Elder Devil realm, sacred ancestor Xianxia would definitely hunt him down for destroying that fragment of her spiritual sense back in the human world. Of course, Han Li was also unwilling to immediately turn down the Long family patriarch's offer and give up on the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus. After all, an opportunity that could increase his chances of reaching the Grand Ascension stage was an extremely rare one. If he were to give up on it, perhaps he would lose the chance to reach the Grand Ascension stage in the future. With that in mind, Han Li really was at a loss for what to do. After contemplating this issue for a while, a wry smile appeared on his face. Of course, this wasn't a predicament that had no solution at all, but the solution would be for him to progress to the late body integration stage prior to venturing into the Elder Devil realm. With late body integration stage powers and the vast array of powerful treasures and abilities at his disposal, he was confident that he would at least be able to ensure his survival even in the face of sacred ancestor Xianxia. For someone else, progressing from the early body integration stage to the late body integration stage in just a few centuries was naturally nothing more than an implausible joke, but with all of the unique assets that Han Li possessed, it wasn't a completely impossible task to achieve. In particular, he still had his agreement with Qing Yuanzi. He had already gathered enough items to fulfill the agreement, and if he could get his hands on the divine infernal river elixir that was sorely sought after even by the 4 demon monarchs, there would naturally be a much higher chance for him to reach the late body integration stage. As long as he could progress to the late body integration stage prior to the commencement of the journey, he was definitely willing to take a risk. However, if he couldn't achieve such a feat, then he would have to make a decision based on the situation. In any case, he definitely wouldn't give up on the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus without putting in his best effort. Having made that decision, Han Li cast aside this train of thought and swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a dozen or so formation flags that conjured up an invisible restriction around the room. After that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. The next morning, Fairy Xiaofeng and Elder Xiao came to Han Li's pavilion to pay him a visit, only to find that it was completely empty, and Han Li and Bai Guo were nowhere to be seen. The two of them could only exchange a wry smile upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Han Li and Bai Guo were already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, racing rapidly through the air on an azure flying carriage. Han Li was seated with his legs crossed in a corner of the flying carriage, inspecting a tattered book in his hand. Bai Guo was standing at the front of the carriage, holding a formation plate in one hand. There was a layer of azure light flashing over the surface of the formation plate, and it was controlling the flying carriage in its flight. Even though she had only been with Han Li for several years, she had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage through the use of the pills that Han Li had provided her with. As such, she was able to just barely control this flying carriage through the help of the formation plate in her hand. After flying for close to 2 hours in silence, Bai Guo cast a surreptitious glance toward Han Li, only to find that he seemed to still be completely absorbed by what he was reading. She pouted slightly with displeasure and asked, "Master, where are we going next? This doesn't seem to the direction that Deep Heaven City lies in. Aren't we going to meet up with my senior martial brothers?" After accompanying Han Li for several years, Bai Guo had developed a certain level of understanding of Han Li's personality. On top of that, Han Li had stepped in several times during these past few years to alleviate the pain inflicted on her by her frost poison, so she had become quite close with him. Han Li didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Oh? Do you miss your senior martial brothers? Do you miss senior martial brother Qilingzi or senior martial brother Hai?" Bai Guo immediately blushed upon hearing the teasing tone in Han Li's voice, and she hurriedly replied, "What are you saying, master? I don't miss them, I just think that they're very interesting." She was still quite young, but everyone in the spirit realm matured very early, so she was naturally somewhat aware of the nature of certain relationships between men and women. Haha, I was only making a joke. Last time we went to Deep Heaven City, I already gave them all of the pills and cultivation arts your senior martial brothers will require in their cultivation. So we won't be visiting them in the next few decades, as that would only hinder their cultivation. On top of that, I left your senior Ice Phoenix back at the cave abode as well, so she should also be able to provide some cultivation instruction to them. In contrast, you have to stay by my side at all times due to your frost poison. Thankfully, you're still at a stage in your cultivation where you can improve solely by consuming pills, and I'm mainly going to be developing some abilities during this time, so I won't need to go into seclusion in the near future. Hence, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to roam all of the human regions and demon territories, Han Li replied. Bai Guo hesitated momentarily, but her curiosity got the better of her in the end, and she asked, "Senior Ice Phoenix would definitely be more than capable of instructing my two senior martial brothers in their cultivation. But why are you exploring all of these places, master? A few years ago, we explored the entire Xianwu region. Are you looking for something?" A slightly dejected look appeared on Han Li's face, and he sighed. "I'm not looking for something. I'm looking for someone. If she's also ascended to the spirit realm, I should at least be able to find some information about her. Could it be that this person you're looking for is a loved one?" Bai Guo suddenly asked. Han Li was rather taken aback. "Oh? How did you know?" Bai Guo gave a rather bashful smile before a hint of a curiosity appeared in her eyes. "I made a guess. Whenever my grandmother speaks about my deceased grandfather, her tone and expression are exactly the same as yours just now. Could it be that this person you're searching for is your Dao companion? Why have I never heard you mention her before? All right, there's no need for you to pry into my matters. I'm mainly embarking on this trip to search for that person, but also as a journey to consolidate my mental state. I've only recently progressed to the early body integration stage, after all, so I need to forge a strong foundation before I can try to make further advancements. We're going to the Tianling region next. I heard that the region has become rather chaotic ever since the spirit sovereign's passing. So hopefully we can find some information there," Han Li replied. "The Tianling region? I heard the spirit sovereign competition to decide the next spirit sovereign is going to be held there in a few years. Why don't you participate and take that title for yourself, master? With your powers, you should have a very good chance," Bai Guo suggested with a smile. "Hee, what nonsense are you spouting now? How could I possibly have a chance at securing the spirit sovereign position with my lackluster cultivation base? Besides, I have no intention of competing for that position anyway. Alright, focus on driving the spirit carriage. I have to go back to my reading now. Hanli chuckled before ignoring Bai Guo and turning his attention back to the book in his hand. Bai Guo still had many questions she wanted to ask Hanli, but she naturally didn't dare to ask them now. As such, she pouted with displeasure as she abruptly increased the rate at which she injected magic power into the formation plate, causing it to suddenly accelerate. However, Hanli paid no heed to this, and it seemed that he had truly become completely absorbed by the book in his hand. Thus, the azure flying carriage continued onward as a ball of azure light vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. During the following 2 decades, Hanli trekked across all of the 3 human regions and 7 demon territories, occasionally investigating leads that he discovered. However, following the passage of those 20 years, he suddenly disappeared without a trace from the human race. During this time, there were rumors circulating among high-grade demonic beings that they had seen Hanli on occasions in some of the markets of the demon race. However, these rumors didn't have any supporting evidence, so they remained as unsubstantiated rumors. After several more decades, there was truly no further news of Hanli. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed since the Myriad Treasure Convention. During this time, many major events had taken place in both the human and demon races. The position of the Spirit Sovereign was finally claimed by a mysterious female cultivator over 100 years ago. This new Spirit Sovereign was only at the mid-body integration stage, but she managed to defeat 11 cultivators who competed with her for this position, 3 of which were late-body integration cultivators. This naturally created quite a stir among the 2 races, and it was a popular conversation topic among high-grade beings for a long time. Even though the new Spirit Sovereign had only claimed the position not long ago, she was able to get the Spirit Sovereign's past subordinates to pledge their allegiance to her in a very smooth fashion, and not long after that, order was restored to the once chaotic Tianling region. Thus, the 3 sovereigns were complete once again. Another major event was that the Holy Island, which was the sacred land of the human and demon races, suddenly declared that the 2 races would temporarily set aside their differences with the nearby enemy foreign races to form a 1,000-year alliance. During the next 1,000 years, not only would there be no battles between these races, they had to provide their assistance to any of the races that were part of the alliance that came under peril. This announcement naturally created a massive stir as well. Right around this time, information surrounding the imminent devilish tribulation also began to spread among the low-grade and mid-grade cultivators of the 2 races. There were even rumors that some mortals with special statuses had been made aware of this information as well. However, there were still several centuries until the tribulation's commencement, and low-grade cultivators and mortals could only live for 200 to 300 years at most, so they didn't immediately fly into a panic. Even so, many of the smaller cultivation families and powers among the mortals have begun to make preparations for the upcoming tribulation. Some of the mortals in the smaller cities also began to move toward the major powers. Of course, the information surrounding the devilish tribulation naturally wasn't going to be disclosed to normal people, but they were moved closer to major powers for one reason or another. As the years passed by, the atmosphere in the human regions became tenser and tenser. In the past, cultivators very rarely appeared before mortals, but they were now appearing in all of the major cities in large groups. They were either setting up all types of defensive formations out in the open, or putting the body refinement warriors among the mortals through specific training that would better equip them to face devilish beings. Even though the body refinement warriors that were currently being trained would die of old age long before the commencement of the devilish tribulation, these training methods had to be ingrained very early on so that it could reach a certain scale several generations into the future, thereby making the future generations of body refinement warriors a viable source of assistance to all of the major powers. After all, there were over 100 times as many body refinement warriors as there were cultivators, and even though the most powerful ones among them were only comparable to nascent soul cultivators, their staggering numbers made them a force to be reckoned with. During the past devilish tribulations, it had been proven that when properly armed, these body refinement warriors could be very effective against low-grade and mid-grade elder devils. Batches of spirit tools that had been hidden in the secret vaults of the major powers were also being brought out and distributed to the powers among the mortals. Meanwhile, more powerful spirit tools were being refined in large batches by the tool refinement masters of the major powers. At the same time, pills and treasures that could be used by low-grade and mid-grade cultivators were also being refined at all costs. As such, demand for tool refinement and pill refinement materials naturally increased to an astonishing extent, and the prices for these materials had increased by several-fold compared to in the past. Even so, demand still outweighed supply, and there were often shortages of all types of materials. The situation in the 7 demon territories was also quite similar. Of course, the situation had slowly escalated over the span of over 100 years, so the two races weren't plunged into complete turmoil. However, this seemed to have no bearing whatsoever on a certain person, and no news of him emerged during this past century. On this day, a streak of white light suddenly flew over the city wall of Deep Heaven City, which were now around twice their original height. Within the white light was a slender figure, and she vanished from the field of view of the guards stationed on this section of the city wall after just a few flashes. A black-armored man faltered slightly upon seeing this before flaring up with rage. "Who's that? How dare a core formation cultivator like her fly over the city gate right under our noses?" Black light then flashed over his body as he prepared to set off in pursuit. Another armored guard standing beside him hurriedly grabbed onto his shoulder and said, "Please wait, brother Hu. That's Fairy Bai, and she's granted direct passage into Deep Heaven City without having to be searched by us." "Huh? Why's that?" "She's just a core formation cultivator. Why is she granted such a privilege?" the black-armored man asked. "She may only be a core formation cultivator, but her master is a body integration cultivator, and he took only several centuries to progress from the deity transformation to the body integration. There's a good chance that he could even reach the late body integration stage in the future. As for that Fairy Bai, it's said that she only took just over 100 years to reach the mid-core formation stage, so she also possesses extraordinary cultivation aptitude. You only recently joined our Deep Heaven City, and that's why you don't recognize her," the armored guard explained. "Could it be that her master is the senior Han who once matched the Long family patriarch in a battle?" the man with the Hu surname exclaimed as his expression changed drastically. "Oh, so you've heard about Senior Han as well. That makes sense. Even though there hasn't been any news about him for a long time, he's still a vastly renowned figure among our human race. Otherwise, the panel of elders wouldn't have granted such a privilege to that unnamed disciple of his," the other armored guard replied with a smile. The man with the Hu surname nodded before asking, "So that woman is Senior Han's unnamed disciple. No wonder she's been granted free passage. Does she visit our Deep Heaven City often?" "Not too often. At times, she visits once every 1 or 2 years, and at other times, she visits once every 7 or 8 years. However, I've heard from some friends of mine that every time she visits, she's always here to purchase materials from the markets. That makes sense considering how much of a shortage there currently is on all materials. Only our Deep Heaven City is able to provide some materials for sale," the other armored guard replied. "I see. Does this mean Senior Han resides somewhere close to our Deep Heaven City?" the man with the Hu surname asked. "I don't know about that. After all, no one dares to follow this ferry by back to where Senior Han is currently dwelling. In any case, it's not in our place to be discussing matters surrounding body integration. Seniors, how about you tell me about that chunk of purple golden iron you discovered in that market last time?" The other armored guard changed the subject in a rather cautious manner. I really lucked out there and secured that material for a low price before selling it for a good profit. On that day, I was visiting a market and just so happened to pass by a small shop. The man with the Hu surname seemed to be more than happy to tell the story, and he immediately gave a spirited recount of events. All of the other guards on that section of the city wall listened with rapt focus, and the events that had just transpired were quickly forgotten. At this point, the streak of white light was already heading directly toward a certain market within Deep Heaven City. Several hours later, the streak of white light landed in front of the human and demon exchange center within the market. The white light receded to reveal a silver-robed young woman who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age. She had an oval face and a pair of large bright eyes. Her delicate cheeks were tinged with a rosy complexion, and she had grown to become quite a beauty. After issuing some spirit stones to the guard in front of the exchange center, then accepting a treasure that would conceal her identity, she strode into the hall enshrouded within a ball of spiritual light. Moments later, she appeared inside the main hall of the exchange center, where over 100 other people were present, all of whom had also been concealed within balls of spiritual light, creating quite a lively and bustling scene. Baigora quickly inspected her surroundings before her gaze settled on a certain direction, and she strode toward a certain corner of the hall. There, a demonic cultivator enshrouded within a cloud of black chi was standing in silence. As soon as Baigora approached the demonic cultivator, the black chi around the latter churned slightly, and a pristine white hand reached out, holding half of a jade pendant. Baigora flipped her hand over upon seeing this, and produced half a jade pendant as well. The two halves of the jade pendant were then connected to form a whole, and Baigora was quite relieved to see this. A pleasant female voice rang out from within the black chi, and she seemed to be familiar with Baigora. "Hee, so it's you again. Is your master still in seclusion?" "Ah, I didn't expect you to come here in person, Senior Qin." "Indeed, my master is still in seclusion," Baigora replied in a slightly surprised manner. "The materials your master requested this time are extremely valuable, so I couldn't entrust them to anyone else. I must say, your master never ceases to astound me. To think that he was able to nurture you to the mid-core formation stage in just over 100 years. The woman within the black chi sighed. This is all thanks to the pills that master gave me, and the efforts he made to cleanse my essence. Otherwise, there's no way I could have reached the core formation stage so easily with my aptitude," Baigora replied, and the tone of her voice suggested that she was very grateful toward her master. The woman within the black chi was none other than the heavenly fox being, Xianxia, who had engaged in many transactions with Hanli in the past. Every once in a while, Hanli would send Baigora to this place to exchange for items with Xianxia in his stead. In any case, it's still very impressive that you were able to make such fast progress. If you continue in this manner, there's a very good chance that you could progress to the deity transformation stage or even spatial tempering stage in the future. All right, that's enough rambling from me. Let's begin our exchange, Xianxia said as she pulled out a purple wooden box and handed it over to Baigora. "Thank you for your words of praise, Senior." A sweet smile appeared on Baigora's face, and she flipped a hand over to produce a blue ring. 2 hours later, Baigora re-emerged from the hall, then made her way over to a secluded corner before rising up into the air and flying back the way she had come from. 2 months later, she descended onto a massive mountain deep within a mountain range that was remarkably abundant with spiritual chi. "Hee, you sure got back quickly this time, Junior Martial Sister. Looks like your trip must have been quite a smooth one." As soon as Baigora appeared in front of an azure stone gate halfway up the mountain, a boisterous male voice rang out from the other side, following which the gate opened on its own after a flash of azure light. An extremely handsome yellow-robed scholar who appeared to be around 30 years of age then strode out from within. It was none other than Hai Yuetian, who had been sent by Han Li to Deep Heaven City 200 years ago. Following the passage of 200 years, Hai Yuetian seemed to have become even more handsome. He was now a core formation cultivator as well, and his physical body was also far more powerful than it had been in the past. Baigora initially faltered momentarily at the sight of Hai Yuetian before a hint of elation appeared on her face. "When did you get back, Senior Martial Brother?" "Hee, I just completed a mission assigned to me by Deep Heaven City and I almost lost my life there. But I earned half a year's break for my efforts, so I returned to see if Master had come out of seclusion yet," Hai Yuetian replied with a smile. "Did you manage to meet Master?" Baigora asked. "No, but I did manage to get a few vials of pills from Master's second nascent soul. If everything goes smoothly, I'll also begin attempting a breakthrough to the mid-core formation stage in the next few years. Come to think of it, it's pretty embarrassing that my cultivation base is inferior to yours, even though I'm supposed to be the Senior Martial Brother," Hai Yuetian chuckled. "Hee, surely you jest, Senior Martial Brother. You're pursuing the path of simultaneous cultivation, so your true overall power is far superior to mine. On top of that, Master is also pursuing simultaneous cultivation, so you'll most likely be the one to truly inherit Master's teachings. I should be the one who's envious of you, even if we were only speaking in terms of magic power." My rate of progression can't compare with that of senior martial brother Xianxia. He's already reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage in just 200 years and is about to prepare to manifest a nascent soul soon. Bai Guo chuckled in a modest manner. So what? No matter how powerful we become, I can only pose as an ordinary body refinement warrior in Deep Heaven City, and I don't even dare to let others know who my master is in case they try to get to master through me. Junior martial brother Xianxia is also in the same boat. Every time we come back to visit master from Deep Heaven City, we have to sneak around like a pair of thieves, whereas you can come and go as you please from Deep Heaven City as master's disciple. Hai Yuetian sighed in an envious manner. I'm only able to appear in public as master's disciple as I have to regularly visit Deep Heaven City to run errands for master, whereas you and senior martial brother Xianxia were sent to Deep Heaven City for training. So our situations are completely different. Speaking of senior martial brother Xianxia, his cultivation aptitude and the cultivation arts that he inherited have received glowing praise even from master, so perhaps he'll go further than us when it comes to cultivation, Bai Guo said with a smile. That's for sure. Come to think of it, master has been in seclusion ever since he returned to the human race with you a century ago, leaving his second nascent soul and senior ice phoenix to instruct us in our cultivation. I wonder how master's own cultivation is progressing. A hint of concern appeared in Hai Yuetian's eyes as he spoke. Rest assured, senior martial brother. Master spent 100 years scouring the human regions and demon territories searching for someone. But after failing in his search, he decided to temporarily give up on it and went into seclusion to try and make a breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage. If I'm not mistaken, he most likely won't be coming out of seclusion until he reaches the mid-body integration stage, Bai Guo replied in a reassuring manner. Even with master's extraordinary powers, surely it would take at least 1,000 years of arduous cultivation to reach the mid-body integration stage. Is he planning to be in seclusion for 1,000 years? Hai Yuetian exclaimed. I don't know about how other body integration stage seniors cultivate, but our master was once able to match a late body integration cultivator in battle at just the early body integration stage. So his powers definitely aren't inferior to those of a mid-body integration cultivator. And I'm sure he has some methods to increase his rate of progression. I think he'll definitely emerge from seclusion prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. Bai Guo said in a confident manner. That's true. Master must have made the decision to try and progress to the mid-body integration stage as quickly as possible precisely because of the imminent tribulation. Hai Yuetian replied with a nod. Both he and Bai Guo were very confident that Han Li would be able to reach the mid-body integration stage, and it was no wonder that this was the case. During these past years, not only had Han Li given them many powerful cultivation arts, whenever they had encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, he had been able to assist them in breaking through these bottlenecks with ease through nothing more than some words of advice or a few vials of precious pills. This was the main reason why they had been able to progress so quickly in their cultivation. And due to this, not only had they developed a great deal of respect and gratitude toward their master, they had also developed this impression that their master was an unfathomable, almost omnipotent figure. After that, Hai Yuetian and Bai Guo chatted for a while longer before the former departed from the cave abode and flew away as a streak of blue light. As for Bai Guo, she entered through the azure gate and made her way toward the backyard of the cave abode through a corridor. After passing through several layers of restrictions, she arrived on a large grassland with white clouds drifting in a blue sky overhead, and an abundance of spiritual qi in the surrounding area. At the center of the grassland were two small mountains, each of which was over 1,000 feet tall. One of them was inky black, while the other was as green as jade. In between these two mountains was a white jade pavilion with 3 levels, and was enshrouded within a dense 5-colored light barrier. An independent small world had been manifested behind the cave abode, and it appeared to be no different to the outside world. There was currently a humanoid figure seated on each of the 2 small mountains, one of which was a green-skinned figure that was around 20 feet tall with purple light around its body, while the other was a shimmering golden figure that was enshrouded within black qi. From afar, both of these figures appeared to have facial features that strongly resembled Han Li's, and they both had their eyes tightly shut. In the instant that Bai Guo strode onto the grassland, the golden Han Li slowly opened his eyes before casting his gaze toward her. "Greetings, Master. I've brought back the item that you requested," Bai Guer immediately said as she extended a respectful curtsy, then flipped a hand over to produce a purple wooden box which she offered to Han Li with both hands. "Thanks for your hard work, Guer. Now then, let me see if this item will actually prove to be useful to me," the golden figure said with a benevolent smile, and his voice was identical to Han Li's as well. The golden figure then waved a hand toward Bai Guer, and the purple wooden box immediately flew toward him before being drawn into his grasp. He swept a hand over the wooden box, and its lid was immediately removed, revealing several egg-sized black demon cores within the box. The demon cores were giving off a strange, repugnant odor that was very pungent and nauseating. However, the golden figure was very pleased at the sight of these demon cores, and he nodded as he closed the box again before smiling as he turned to Bai Guer. "Well done, Guer. These are perfect for me. I've finally gathered all of the materials I need. From now on, I'll be withdrawing my second nascent soul and activating the formation here to completely seal off this place from the outside world. Don't disturb me unless your lives are in peril or the devilish tribulation strikes earlier than expected. The next century or two will be the most critical juncture of my cultivation and requires my wholehearted attention. I've already given Fairy Phoenix all of the pills and spirit stones that you and your senior martial brothers will require for your cultivation. If you need something, you can go to see her. Hehe. I hope to see improvements from all of you when I emerge from my seclusion." Bai Guer's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she exclaimed, "What? You're going to cut off all ties to the outside world? How long will you be in seclusion for, Master?" "That's hard to say. If everything goes well, I'll emerge from seclusion in a few decades. Otherwise, it could take 200 to 300 years. The golden figure hesitantly replied with his brows furrowed slightly. "In that case, I can only wish you the best of luck, Master." Bai Guer was quite reluctant to part with Han Li for so long, but she knew that he wouldn't change his mind about something like this, so she could only extend a deep parting bow. "Haha, hopefully I'll be able to see you again soon, Guer." These words had been spoken by someone from within the white jade pavilion rather than by the golden figure. Immediately thereafter, the two humanoid figures sitting on the two mountains rose to their feet and made hand seals in unison, upon which they vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a massive light formation appeared beneath each of the small mountains, then quickly expanded in all directions. Moments later, the entire grassland had been encompassed by the light formations, and halos of 5-colored spiritual light were sweeping through the entire surrounding area. Everything began to twist and warp, and in the end, the light faded into an all-encompassing sea of 5-colored mist. At this point, Bai Guer had already retreated out of the grassland, and she stared at the sea of mist in a slightly lost and disoriented manner. After a long while, she heaved a faint sigh before departing. Meanwhile, Han Li was seated on a yellow futon on the first floor of the white jade pavilion within the 5-colored sea of mist. There was a giant golden cauldron that was around 10 feet tall and had a radius of several tens of feet hovering before him. He was appraising the cauldron through narrowed eyes, and there were silver flames burning around the cauldron while a strong and peculiar scent was slowly wafting out of it. From a bird's-eye perspective, one would discover that there was a type of mysterious liquid bubbling within the giant cauldron. Not only was the liquid extremely vibrant in color, it was bubbling and churning incessantly. This strange scent was primarily a spicy one, intermingled with an intoxicating fragrant aroma. All of a sudden, Han Li flipped a hand over, and the purple wooden box brought to him by Bai Guer appeared in his hand. Azure light flashed, and the lid of the box flew off on its own to reveal the dark green demon cores. With the poison from the demon cores of these glacial devilish spiders, I should be able to master the final stage of the chaotic myriad poison body. If I can combine this with my 12 awakening transformations, my body will be virtually as indestructible as those of the legendary true spirits, Han Li murmured to himself in an excited manner. He flicked his wrist, and the demon cores within the wooden box all flew out before falling into the giant cauldron. They then quickly dissolved and became a part of this mysterious liquid. After that, Han Li made a hand seal, and the silver flames down below rose up to envelop virtually the entire giant cauldron. The liquid within the cauldron immediately began to bubble and churn even more violently, and Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he appraised the cauldron. But there was a very serious look in his eyes. The recipe for this cauldron of liquid, which had been refined from over 100 types of extremely poisonous substances, was something that he had secured from the body refinement method that accompanied the heaven match bell he had obtained during the Black Realm Exchange Convention. If Han Li wanted to cultivate the second stage of the spirit refinement technique, then he had to improve his physical constitution, so he was naturally very interested in all body refinement methods. The heaven match bell was largely useless to him, but the body refinement method that accompanied it was quite remarkable. That much had been made apparent to him by the sight of that body refinement warrior who had struck the bell during the demonstration in the exchange convention. This was the main reason why he had decided to exchange for that heaven match bell. He didn't immediately study this foreign body refinement method during the course of the Myriad Treasure Convention, but he had studied it in great detail during his travels throughout the human regions and demon territories thereafter, and he was stunned and elated by what he had seen. This chaotic myriad poison body was a body refinement method that had far exceeded his expectations. It was split up into 7 stages, and progressing up each stage allowed one to drastically enhance their physical body. Upon mastering all 7 stages, even a mortal human would possess a body as powerful as that of a high-grade demonic cultivator, and they would also be immune to all poisons. The only problem was that in order to cultivate this body refinement method, one had to bathe in a specially made pool of poison. As one progressed up the stages, the toxicity of the poison used had to become more and more potent. Of course, this was an extremely dangerous endeavor, and according to the information enclosed in the cultivation art, the vast majority of people who attempted to cultivate it had perished. On top of this, the cultivation art had been invented by foreign beings with bodies far more powerful than those of humans. As such, if a normal human were to try and use this cultivation art, their chances of survival would be extremely low. The man who had struck the heaven match bell during the exchange convention was already an outstanding talent when it came to body refinement, but even he had only managed to master the first 2 stages and didn't dare to progress any further than that. Of course, none of this was an issue for Han Li. His physical constitution and resistance had both reached a point that normal humans could only ever dream of, so there wasn't much danger involved in cultivating this chaotic myriad poison body for him. On top of that, he had already begun to make use of the crystal moon liquid he had received from Kai Luiying. Every once in a while, he would smear the liquid all over his body, then use a secret technique to absorb it in order to further enhance his own physical body. As such, the possibility of him being struck by backlash from cultivating the chaotic myriad poison body was virtually negligible. Additionally, he had been drinking a small cup of red silk immortal wine once every few days for these past years, and much to his surprise and elation, this wine was also able to enhance his physical constitution. However, its enhancement effect was different from that of the chaotic myriad poison body and the crystal moon liquid. In contrast, the effect was extremely minute, but it could steadily improve his physical constitution over a long period of time. If he didn't drink the wine for a long period of time, the effect would be virtually unnoticeable, but if he were to persist, then he would benefit immensely over the long run. As such, Han Li naturally became more confident in his chances of reaching the late body integration stage. Once he returned from his travels, he immediately began to search for all types of poisonous items and substances. The first few stages of the chaotic myriad poison body were quite easy to cultivate, and normal poisonous ingredients sufficed. However, the poisonous ingredients required for the final 3 stages were extremely difficult to find in the human regions, so he had no choice but to rely on Xianxia. After spending over 100 years, he had finally cultivated the chaotic myriad poison body to the 6th stage, and on this day he had gathered all of the ingredients required to cultivate the 7th and final stage. The final ingredient, which were the demon cores of the glacial devilish spider, were extremely rare even in the demon race, and it took Xianxia several decades to find them. Of course, Han Li had also been constantly cultivating his provenance true devil arts and magic power during these past years. Through some experimenting, he discovered that the green liquid within the mysterious small vial was effective on corrosive poison weed, and he had successfully germinated some seeds from the spirit medicines he had brought back from the vast glacial realm. With those ingredients, he was able to refine several types of pills that could enhance even the magic power of body integration cultivators. Han Li had expended a vast amount of time and effort to gather both the recipes and ingredients for these pills, and if any of these pills were to be taken to the outside world, countless body integration cultivators would wage war over them. After all, there were very few types of pills in the human and demon races that could enhance the magic power of a body integration cultivator, and the production quantity of these pills was downright pitiful. Even if some body integration cultivators were to come into possession of such pills, they would save the pills for when they attempted breakthroughs, as they were far too precious to be consumed on a normal basis. However, with his mysterious small vial, Han Li was able to take one of these pills every few days. If other body integration cultivators were to learn of his outrageous pill consumption schedule, they'd most likely die of envy. As such, Han Li was able to improve his magic power at a rate that was 7 to 8 times as fast as that of normal body integration cultivators. As a result, he had already made drastic improvements after just 200 years of cultivation. If he could master the final stage of the chaotic myriad poison body, he was confident that he would be able to progress to the mid-body integration stage after around 100 more years of cultivation. With his immensely powerful physical body and spiritual sense, as well as his virtually endless supply of pills, his chances of breaking through this bottleneck were relatively high, even though it was virtually insurmountable to many of his peers. All of a sudden, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he slowly rose up into the air, still in a seated position with his legs crossed. He levitated through the air until he arrived directly above the giant cauldron, following which all of his clothes were stripped away amid a flash of azure light, and he plunged directly into the cauldron down below. The vibrant, colorful, poisonous liquid immediately inundated his entire body with the exception of his head, and a clear cry suddenly rang out from the silver flames outside the cauldron. Several silver fire ravens took shape within the flames, each of which was around a foot in size, and they flapped their wings as they flew around the cauldron while blasting constant streams of silver flames out of their beaks. The liquid within the cauldron immediately began to heat up dramatically, and clouds of 5-colored poisonous mist permeated throughout the entire room. It was impossible to see Han Li through the mist, and only a series of crackles and pops could occasionally be heard coming from within it. Time slowly passed by, and the restrictions around the site that Han Li was cultivating it remained undisturbed. This place was completely silent and deserted, aside from the occasions where Han Li's 3 disciples came to check on the restrictions. Several years later, Qi Lingzi successfully manifested a nascent soul and became a high-grade guard of Deep Heaven City. After several decades of arduous cultivation, Bai Guer also finally reached the late core formation stage. However, in order to find a catalyst that would allow her to manifest a nascent soul, she embarked on a lonesome trip through the human regions after bidding farewell to Han Li in front of the sea of 5-colored mist. As for Haiyue Tian, he had also reached the mid-core formation stage, and following Bai Guer's departure, he became the disciple that most frequently visited the site where Han Li was cultivating. Thus, 120 years flew by. On this day, Haiyue Tian was flying through the air in a translucent canoe several tens of kilometers away from Han Li's cave abode. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately made a hand seal to bring the canoe to a sudden halt. He then cast his gaze into the distance in a bewildered manner and was greeted by the sight of a pillar of 5-colored wind. The pillar of wind was around 10,000 feet tall, and there were countless arcs of lightning flashing around it while bursts of rumbling rang out incessantly. The pillar of wind was situated right on top of Han Li's cave abode, and upon discovering this, a hint of elation appeared on Haiyue Tian's face as he murmured to himself, "Could it be that Master is about to make a breakthrough?" The phenomena in the distance lingered for close to half a day before finally dissipating, and everything returned to normal. Haiyue Tian immediately spurred on his canoe to fly toward Han Li's cave abode upon seeing this, and not long after that, he arrived in front of the azure stone gate before making a quick descent. Haiyue Tian hurriedly strode into the hall within the cave abode and was greeted by the sight of a man and woman sitting across from one another. The elation on his face immediately grew more pronounced as he exclaimed, "Master, you really did come out of seclusion. Are you the one who triggered that phenomenon as well? Congratulations on making your breakthrough." The man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had just emerged from seclusion, and the woman beside him was the Ice Phoenix, who had also been cultivating for many years within the cave abode. "Long time no see, Yue Tian," The phenomenon was indeed triggered by my breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage. Thankfully, Fairy Phoenix was present to activate the cave abode's restrictions, which severely limited the phenomenon created by the influx of the world's origin chi. Otherwise, we could have attracted a lot of attention. Han Li replied with a smile. You're far too kind, Brother Han. It was the restrictions you set up in advance that limited the phenomenon. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to do anything with my powers alone. The Ice Phoenix chuckled. So you really did progress to the mid-body integration stage? That's fantastic. You won't even have to fear late-body integration cultivators now, Master, Hai Yuetian exclaimed in an excited manner. What nonsense are you spouting? I can't compare with late-body integration cultivators. By the way, you came back at just the right time. I'm planning to venture into the primordial world soon, and even if everything goes smoothly, it'll most likely be a century or two before I return. Prior to my departure, I have to see you and your martial brother and martial sister, so I can give you some guidance in your future cultivation. The three of you have to strive to become a lot more powerful prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. I heard from Fairy Phoenix that Xianxia has already reached the nascent soul stage and Guarer has also progressed to the late core formation stage, so she'll be able to manifest a nascent soul within the next 100 years as well. In contrast, you're progressing far too slowly, Han Li said in a serious manner. Hai Yuetian was rather alarmed by the serious tone of Han Li's voice, and he countered, But Master, I'm a simultaneous cultivator. So it's only normal for me to progress slightly slower. I haven't slacked off in my cultivation at all. I'm naturally aware of how difficult simultaneous cultivation is, but do you think the Elder Devils will care about your hardships? Only by becoming more powerful can you ensure your own survival during the devilish tribulation, Han Li scolded. Hai Yuetian didn't dare to argue any further, and he replied, Yes, Master. I'll be sure to work harder on my cultivation. All right. I'm going to notify Xianxia and Guarer through the myriad distance talismans to return as quickly as possible. In the meantime, I'll instruct you in your cultivation, so don't go back to Deep Heaven City just yet. For now, though, I have something to discuss with Fairy Phoenix in private. I'll speak to you later, Han Li instructed. Yes, Master. Hai Yuetian immediately replied in a respectful manner before exiting the hall. Following his departure, Han Li turned to the Ice Phoenix with a smile and said, Congratulations, Fairy Phoenix. Not only have you recovered your past cultivation base, you've even made further improvements. It's all thanks to you, Brother Han. Without your generous supply of pills, there's no way I could have recovered to this extent so quickly. However, my progress is nothing when compared to yours, Brother Han. Progressing from the early body integration stage to the mid-body integration stage in just a few centuries is truly an astonishing feat. I presume you're planning to attempt a breakthrough to the late body integration stage prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. The Ice Phoenix said with a smile. I do indeed plan to do that. I'll most likely have to borrow your heavenly phoenix origin Yin Chi when the time comes, Han Li replied. Rest assured, Brother Han, I should also be at the pinnacle of the deity transformation stage by then, and my origin Yin Chi will be even more effective for you at that point. However, even though my cultivation base is nowhere near your level, through reading the tomes in the cave abode, I've learned about just how difficult it is to break through to the late body integration stage. How confident are you in making this breakthrough, Brother Han? The Ice Phoenix asked. Our human race has over 100 body integration cultivators, but less than 10 of them have reached the late body integration stage. All of the fellow Taoists who have reached that level are exceptional talents, so I certainly wouldn't dare to proclaim that I have any chance of progressing to that stage. All I can do is give everything I have, Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. If someone else had said this to me, then I'd believe them, but seeing as it's Brother Han we're talking about, I'm sure you're at least 30% to 40% confident in your ability to reach the late body integration stage. The Ice Phoenix said with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before bursting into laughter. Haha, if that's what you want to think, then I certainly can't say anything to change your mind. Speaking of your plans to make a breakthrough to the late body integration stage, I must say that it's not a wise decision to leave the human race for so long at a time like this. The devilish tribulation is imminent, and we may have forged an alliance with the neighboring few races, but that'll only make the primordial world around the territories of these races even more chaotic. The Ice Phoenix continued as a concerned look appeared on her face. I'm naturally aware of that, but this journey is an extremely important one, and it's one that I must undertake, Hanli replied with a serious expression. In that case, I'm sure you have your reasons, and I won't try to dissuade you. However, you've only just made a breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage, so I'd advise you to consolidate your cultivation base before embarking on your journey. The Ice Phoenix said with a wry smile. Thanks for your concern, Fairy Phoenix. I have no intention of leaving right away. It'll be at least 2 to 3 years before I embark on this journey. During this time, I'll have to trouble you to look after my 3 disciples, Hanli said with a smile. Even if you didn't ask, I would have been sure to instruct them diligently, so you can rest assured, Brother Han. The Ice Phoenix replied with a smile. Hanli was ecstatic to hear this, and he said, Then I'll have to thank you in advance, Fairy Phoenix. By the way, following my departure, if you encounter some insurmountable problems, you can take the identification item I gave you and seek out the Gu family or Buddhist monk Jin Yu of Deep Heaven City. 2 months later, Xianxia hurried back to Han Li's cave abode from Deep Heaven City, and Bai Guider also returned after half a year. Thus, the 3 disciples were instructed by Han Li in person, and all of the questions they had in their cultivation were quickly resolved. Thanks to Han Li's efforts to keep this information confidential, the outside world remained completely oblivious to the fact that he had progressed to the mid-body integration stage. Hence, 3 years passed by in a flash. On this day, the gate of the cave abode was slowly opened, and Han Li emerged in his usual set of azure robes, followed closely by the Ice Phoenix and his 3 unnamed disciples. There's no need to accompany me any further than this, Fairy Phoenix. In my absence, you 3 have to make sure to work hard in your cultivation. If you encounter any problems, you can consult with Fairy Phoenix, Han Li said to his 3 disciples after cupping his fist in a salute toward the Ice Phoenix. Yes, Master. We'll be sure to remain conscientious in our cultivation. Have a smooth journey, Brother Han. The 3 disciples all extended deep, respectful bows, while the Ice Phoenix also extended a parting curtsy. Han Li nodded before azure light flashed from his body, and he didn't say anything further before rising up into the air. Moments later, he had vanished into the distance. The Ice Phoenix withdrew her gaze before turning to Han Li's 3 disciples. Let's go back. Hopefully, your master will be back soon. Don't be in a hurry to leave the cave abode. Make sure to thoroughly digest all of the information that your master taught you first. The trio naturally gave affirmative replies, following which the 4 of them returned to the cave abode. The azure stone gate fell shut once again, and peace and quiet returned to the surrounding area. Meanwhile, the azure streak of light flew away at a rapid speed, and within it, Han Li was contemplating something with a peculiar look in his eyes. All of a sudden, he rustled a sleeve, and a ball of golden light shot forth from within before revolving around him. He made a grabbing motion, and a buzzing sound rang out from the golden light before it was drawn into his grasp. The golden light then faded to reveal a menacing fist-sized beetle. The beetle was of a shimmering golden color and was completely identical in appearance to his usual mature gold-devouring beetles, except it had vibrant, colorful patterns all over its body. Han Li stared at the insect before suddenly whistling at it, and the beetle abruptly spread its wings, then flapped them rapidly while the vibrant patterns all over its body lit up with piercing radiance. An incredible scene then ensued. The patterns on the beetle's body warped and twisted, and it gradually became transparent, blending into the spiritual light around it. Han Li raised his hand, and the spirit insect rose up into the air before vanishing in a flash, as if it had never appeared in the first place. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he suddenly made a grabbing motion. Colorful light flashed between his fingers, and the hidden spirit insect was revealed again, caught firmly within his grasp. However, the insect's body was still seemingly flashing in and out of existence. Those rainbow pills really are as effective as the legends proclaim. They made the already mature gold-devouring beetles mutate and evolve again. Not only are they now far faster than before, they also attained a concealment ability. This ability is going to be very useful in battle. Han Li murmured to himself as a pleased smile appeared on his face. This ferocious-looking beetle was none other than one of his newly mutated gold-devouring beetles. The mutation had taken place after they had devoured the rainbow pills Han Li had refined using the demon cores of the flying rainbow fish he had obtained in the vast glacial realm, and Han Li had been very pleased with this result. Not only did these new gold-devouring beetles attain the ability to conceal themselves at will, they've become far more powerful and ferocious than their past selves. Han Li was confident that if he could control 10,000 of these spirit insects at once, even a late-body integration cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything except flee for their life. Unfortunately, even after reaching the mid-body integration stage, his spiritual sense was still nowhere near powerful enough to support so many of these beetles at once. However, if he could progress to the late-body integration stage, then master the second stage of the spirit refinement technique, there was a very good chance that he would be able to control that many gold-devouring beetles. This was why Han Li was so eager to progress to the late-body integration stage. Once he reached that level, he would be able to attain a new trump card. With that in mind, he heaved a faint sigh before sending the gold-devouring beetle in his hand flying back into his sleeve. The azure light around him then tremored slightly before accelerating as it flew toward Deep Heaven City. In the air above a boundless yellow desert, there was a bronze battle carriage drawn by a pair of giant silver falcons, flashing with faint azure light as it flew along at a low altitude. All of a sudden, the man on the carriage raised an arm before waving a hand through the air, and spatial fluctuations erupted from beneath the carriage, following which a streak of azure sword chi that was over 100 feet emerged out of nowhere, then slashed downward in a vicious manner. The massive sword then vanished in a flash into the yellow sand down below, following which an earth-shattering roar erupted, and the nearby sand immediately erupted upward like a reverse waterfall. Within the yellow sand, a giant ancient beast that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged. The beast resembled an enormous silkworm, and its body only managed to writhe desperately a few times in the air before it suddenly separated into several segments and crashed downward amid a torrential downpour of green blood. Meanwhile, the battle carriage merely continued onward without pause and vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. Throughout this entire process, Han Li's eyes remained shut as he sat within the carriage with his eyes crossed. After putting an end to that giant ancient beast, he lowered his arm again and continued to cultivate. Deep within a certain unknown sea, there was a massive palace, and in the secret chamber of that palace was a giant crimson cocoon suspended in mid-air. The cocoon had a diameter of around 70 to 80 feet, and countless crimson threads were being released by this cocoon. These crimson threads spread over every corner of the entire secret chamber, leaving not even a single pocket of space untouched. The crimson cocoon itself was semi-transparent, and peering at it through all of the crimson threads from afar, one could make out a black shadow within the cocoon that was constantly fluctuating in size. If one were to draw a little closer to it, they'd be greeted by the sound of a periodic dull thump, resembling a rhythmic and powerful, yet extremely slow heartbeat. In the air above a certain massive canyon on the Tianyuan continent, a white-robed beauty and a hideous black-robed man were hovering in mid-air, tightly surrounded by tens of thousands of foreign beings. These foreign beings all had green skin with extremely long necks, and their front limbs were like pairs of sharp blades. They resembled a series of giant praying mantises. The valley below was already piled full of countless corpses of their brethren, creating a very harrowing sight to behold. The black-robed man didn't have any traces of blood on his body, but he was releasing enormous baleful chi, and both sides of his face were covered in black scales the size of copper coins. He had also rolled up his sleeves to reveal a pair of inky black arms, and his hands transformed into 10 sharp blades, giving him a very menacing appearance. In contrast, the white-robed woman was standing atop a giant pink flower with an extremely calm and tranquil expression. Even though there were only two of them, the tens of thousands of foreign beings around them could only look on in shock and fury, yet they didn't dare to approach the duo. I'll say this one more time. Hand over the holy flower of your green limb race, and I'll leave right away. Otherwise, you leave me no choice but to kill all of you, then go and take the holy flower for myself, the white-robed woman said in a nonchalant voice, as if committing genocide were merely a commonplace activity for her. The leader of the foreign beings had skin that was of a slightly darker color than his brethren, and he cast a resentful gaze toward the black-robed man as he said, "The holy flower is the most precious treasure of our race. How can we hand it over to outsiders? You do indeed possess extraordinary powers, Senior, but this is a request we cannot fulfill. He was a mid-body integration stage being, and that already made him the most powerful one among his brethren. There were 3 early body integration stage green limb beings standing behind him, and all of them also had resentment and fury burning in their eyes. During the horrendous scenes that had just ensued, they were completely powerless, immobilized by the white-robed woman's overwhelming aura, while the black-robed man slaughtered their brethren in droves. Their brethren resisted with all their might, but over 1,000 of them were still slaughtered in a very short time. The astonishing powers and vicious methods of this duo evoked within them burning fury but also a crippling sense of powerlessness. They knew that their race was truly on the brink of being wiped out. I don't care about all that. Either you hand over the holy flower, or I'll erase your entire race from the spirit realm. You have no alternative options, the white-robed woman said in a completely cold and emotionless manner. The Grand Elder of the Green Limb race hesitated for a long while before replying. Don't you think it's unbefitting of a grand ascension stage being like you to force your will on a small race like ours? Don't try to goad me. The holy flower of your race is extremely useful to me, so I'm taking it no matter what. Don't think that you can somehow talk your way out of this. I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over the holy flower by then I'll have to take it for myself, the white-robed woman said with a smile, but all of the green limb beings' hearts sank at the sight of her beautiful smile. 1, 2. The white-robed woman really did begin her countdown. Her voice was extremely delightful and pleasant to the ears, but to the surrounding green limb beings it sounded like death knocking on their doors. All right, I'll hand over the holy flower, the green limb race Grand Elder finally said in a feeble and resigned manner. That's a very wise decision. As long as you're willing to hand over the holy flower, I naturally won't trouble your race any further, the white-robed woman said with a smile as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. The rest of the process was very simple. Under the instructions of the Green Limb Race Grand Elder, one of the Green Limb beings immediately descended into the valley and paid a visit to the restricted area of the Green Limb Race. Close to an hour later, the Green Limb being returned and offered a green wooden box to the white-robed woman with a look of grief and indignation on his face. The woman didn't even open the box. She merely swept her spiritual sense toward it for a brief moment, following which her face immediately fell. The black-robed man stirred upon seeing this, and a vicious look reappeared in his eyes. This was quite an alarming sight to the surrounding green limb beings, and they immediately tensed up, anticipating more slaughter from this heartless duo. Thankfully, in the next instant, the white-robed woman merely issued an instruction to the black-robed man to depart from this place, following which her giant pink flower carried her away as a ball of red light. The black-robed man immediately followed along behind her as a cloud of black chi. Moments later, both of them had vanished into the distance, and all of the green limb beings heaved a collective sigh of relief. Even though they had lost their holy flower, for a weak race like theirs, it was already quite fortunate that they had managed to avoid being completely wiped out. The Grand Elder issued an order, and all of the green limb beings immediately flew down into the valley to clean up the remains of their brethren. Meanwhile, the white-robed woman and black-robed man were already tens of thousands of kilometers away. After flying for a while, the black-robed man couldn't help but ask, "Sacred Ancestor, is this holy flower not the item that you're looking for?" "No, it's only a spirit flower that's similar in outward appearance to the one I'm looking for. It's still an extremely rare spirit item in this realm, but it's not very useful to me at all," the white-robed woman replied in a calm voice. "So our efforts were futile once again," the black-robed man sighed in a disappointed manner. "That thing is not so easy to find. We've already searched through the major races in this nearby area. It's time to move on to neighboring areas. The Tianyuan continent isn't much larger than the Thunder continent, but there are several times as many races on this continent compared to the Thunder continent, so it will take quite some time to search through them one by one," the white-robed woman replied. "Yes, mistress?" the black-robed man replied in a respectful manner before falling silent, not daring to ask any further questions. 80 years later, a group of flying spirit beings were flapping their wings with all their might, flying rapidly over a vast blue ocean. The group was comprised of both men and women, but they were all very young, and most of them were at the core formation stage, with even the most powerful ones among them only at the nascent soul stage. As they desperately flew through the air, they were constantly looking behind themselves with horrified looks in their eyes. In the distance, a silver thread suddenly appeared, and it began to close in on them at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. An incessant burst of rumbling also rang out from within the silver thread, and the horror on the faces of the flying spirit beings were even further exacerbated. All of them began to expel mouthfuls of blood essence, or unleashed life-saving secret techniques, or summoned all types of treasures and talismans. As a result, all of these flying spirit beings accelerated drastically, but even so, they only managed to just barely maintain around the same speed as the silver thread. After flying for close to 2 more hours, the flying spirit beings were finally running out of magic power and began to slow down once again. The silver thread behind them immediately surged forth, closing much of the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the silver thread was a sea of powerful winds with no end in sight, and it was hurtling toward them at an incredible speed. Not only was the sea of wind extremely broad, it encompassed the entire sky in the distance, and there were countless bolts of lightning and hailstones within it. An incessant rumbling rang out from the sea of wind, and it was extremely menacing to behold. The flying spirit beings were only less than 100 kilometers away from the sea of wind, and they would be swept up by the winds in mere moments. Expressions of despair appeared on everyone's faces. They had embarked on this journey out to sea as part of their training, only to encounter the silver tide disaster that was vastly renowned in this area of the sea. In the face of such a disaster, their chances of survival were very slim. Even so, they naturally weren't going to just give up and resign themselves to their fates. One of the nascent soul stage flying spirit beings let loose a loud roar, and everyone gritted their teeth as they stopped fleeing. They then quickly formed a strange formation, before each pulling a formation flag out of their storage bracelets and waving them in a desperate manner. Halos of light proliferated forth from these formation flags before forming a massive spherical ball of light that shielded them within. The ball of light appeared to have impressive defensive capabilities, but all of the flying spirit beings within it were still in complete despair as they looked on at the approaching sea of wind. In the face of this vastly renowned silver tide, even their protective formation wouldn't be able to last for very long. This was something that had been verified by countless other people who had fallen to this disaster. In the face of this silver tide, there was virtually no chance of survival for anyone below the deity transformation stage. Even deity transformation stage beings would have to look to the heavens for a chance to survive such an ordeal. The only beings who could save so many of them at once were late spatial tempering or body integration stage beings, but the chances of such a powerful being coincidentally passing through this area at this time were next to zero. The group was led by a man and a woman, both of whom were at the late nascent soul stage. The two of them discussed the situation in a panicked manner, but it was clear from their strained expressions that their discussion hadn't yielded any fruits. At this point, the silver tide was only around 10 kilometers away from them, and it was going to inundate them in an instant. However, right at this moment, one of the flying spirit beings suddenly yelled in an elated manner, "Look! There seems to be someone in that silver tide." The other flying spirit beings were startled to hear this, and they hurriedly turned toward the same direction. Sure enough, there was indeed a speck of azure light within the silver tide, and the azure light seemed to contain a humanoid figure. However, due to the disruptive and chaotic world's origin chi within the silver tide, the flying spirit beings were unable to identify the person within the azure light using their spiritual sense. From where they were situated, they could see that the speck of azure light was flying in an extremely stable manner, completely disregarding the lightning and hailstones within the sea of wind. The flying spirit beings felt as if a savior had been sent down from the heavens. The two late nascent soul stage flying spirit beings glanced at one another before immediately letting loose a long cry in unison. Their contrasting feminine and masculine voices complemented one another and managed to drown out the rumbling within the silver tide. Their voices were also changing in pitch in a rhythmic manner. This was a special SOS signal among the flying spirit race. As long as the other person within the silver tide wasn't deaf, they would definitely notice this group of flying spirit beings. Sure enough, the speck of azure light faltered momentarily as soon as the long cry rang out and the humanoid figure within the azure light turned toward the group in a surprised manner. Which branch of the flying spirit race do you belong to? How did you end up here? An unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out from within the ball of light around the group, and it was clearly audible to everyone. The male late-nascent soul-stage flying spirit being was ecstatic, and he hurriedly yelled, "We are disciples of the 5-color, white jade, and Tianpeng races, and we came here for training. Never did we think that we would encounter a silver tide. Please save us, senior." However, the unfamiliar man remained silent for a long while thereafter, and didn't transmit his voice to them again. This made the hearts of the flying spirit beings sink once again. If the man wasn't confident in his ability to save all of them in this silver tide, then he naturally wouldn't take the risk to save them at his own expense. However, he didn't depart right away and seemed to be rather hesitant. So the hope in their hearts wasn't completely dashed. At this point, the sea of wind had already engulfed them, and the ball of light around them was being pelted by countless hailstones and struck by a barrage of lightning. Thunderclaps and earth-shattering rumbling immediately rang out, and the seemingly secure ball of light began to tremor violently, looking as if it could shatter at any moment. The flying spirit beings were extremely alarmed by this, and the 2 late-nascent soul-stage beings among them immediately let loose loud cries. In response, everyone tightened their grip around the formation flags they were holding, and injected their spiritual power into the flags with all their might. Thus, the spherical barrier was stabilized once again, but they clearly couldn't keep up this level of magic power expenditure for too long, so their hopes for survival still hinged on that man in the distance. Finally, the unfamiliar male voice rang out again. "All right, seeing as there are Tianpeng beings in your group, I can't just stand by idly and watch. I'll take you out of this place." The flying spirit beings were naturally ecstatic, yet before they had a chance to transmit their voices in response, a particularly loud thunderclap suddenly rang out from above them. Thick bolts of lightning flashed violently before intertwining to form a silver lightning formation that had a diameter in excess of 100 feet. At the center of the lightning formation, an azure-robed man with a pair of translucent wings on his back appeared. He looked down in a cold manner before making a hand seal, and a string of loud thunderclaps rang out as the lightning formation descended from above. In the instant that the lightning formation came into contact with the spherical light barrier, the latter was torn apart with ease, and the flying spirit beings were greatly alarmed by this. Before they had a chance to react, their vision was completely inundated by silver light, and they were struck by a rush of dizziness before vanishing into thin air within the lightning formation. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap erupted thousands of kilometers away, above a section of the ocean that the silver tide hadn't yet reached, and the lightning formation re-emerged out of thin air. The trapped flying spirit beings had all been teleported to this place by the lightning formation. Upon escaping from what they had thought to be certain death, they looked around in a bewildered manner before immediately bursting into loud cries of elation upon discovering that they had truly been saved. The male late-nascent soul-stage flying spirit being looked up at the azure-robed man hovering in the air above them, and said, "Thank you for saving our lives, senior. Are you perhaps an elder of the Tianpeng race?" He was completely unable to glean the azure-robed man's cultivation base, and he immediately extended a respectful bow as he spoke. Everyone else in the group had naturally also discovered that their savior was standing above them, and they hurriedly extended respectful bows as well. The azure-robed man appeared to only be in his 20s, and he replied with a faint smile, Of course not. It's just that I have some ties with the Tianpeng race, so I can't just stand by and watch as members of the Tianpeng race perish right under my nose." This man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had finally reached the territory of the flying spirit race after traveling for over 80 years. His current powers were comparable to those of a late-body integration stage being, so he didn't encounter any true peril during this journey, but he did encounter quite a few obstacles along the way nonetheless. He was forced to skirt around several extremely perilous regions, which extended his journey by over 10 years, and only then did he arrive in this place. None of the flying spirit beings in the group were all that powerful, but they seemed to hold rather important statuses within the flying spirit race. The female late-nascent soul stage being among them had a pair of 5-colored wings, so she was clearly a member of the 5-color race, and she said in a respectful manner, "In any case, we owe you our lives. Would you be able to grace us with the knowledge of your esteemed name? We'll be sure to notify our elders of this, so they can thank you for your actions." "There's no need to thank me. I just so happened to be passing through this place, and it was a simple task for me to save your group. However, I've been cultivating in the primordial world for a long time, so I don't know too much about the situation in the flying spirit race. Would you be able to fill me in on the events that have taken place in the past few centuries?" Han Li asked. The five-color woman replied, "Of course. During these past few centuries, many major events have taken place in our flying spirit race. But the most prominent of those events by far is that our flying spirit race finally conquered the Earth Abyss following the sudden disappearance of the demon monarchs there." Han Li was quite surprised to hear this, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, "The Earth Abyss was conquered? That is indeed quite a major event. Tell me about that in detail." "Yes, Senior. This is quite a long story, and I have to begin by telling you about the holy disciple trials that took place several hundred years ago." Thus, the woman began her recount. Not long after that, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he flew away from the group of flying spirit beings, quickly vanishing into the distance. Following Han Li's departure, the male late-nascent soul-stage flying spirit being suddenly said with furrowed brows, "Junior Marshal Sister Xian, do you think it'll be an issue that we revealed that much information to that man? What do you mean by that?" "Brother Mian?" the five-color woman asked in a slightly taken aback manner. The man hesitated momentarily before replying, "It's just that senior never told us his name, and none of us have ever seen him before, so he may not be a member of our flying spirit race." "Surely not. That senior clearly also has a pair of spirit wings, and he appeared in this area, so how could he not be a member of our flying spirit race?" Someone else in the group countered. "Indeed, that senior proclaims that he has some ties with the Tianpeng race, and he's able to control lightning, which is one of the signature abilities of the Tianpeng race. On top of that, if he really were an imposter trying to infiltrate our flying spirit race, then why did he save us? If he only wanted to gather information from us, then he would have killed us before his departure, so we wouldn't spread word of this meeting." "I think you're being a little too paranoid, Brother Mian," the five-color woman said with a nonchalant smile. The man still wasn't entirely convinced, but he forced a smile onto his face and nodded in response. "Perhaps so," the five-color woman continued. "Even if he really were a foreign being, everything I disclosed to him is common knowledge to the members of our race. So I didn't tell him any confidential secrets, which means there's nothing to worry about. For now, our top priority should be to get far away from this place. If the silver tide catches up to us again, then we'll truly fall to our demise. Indeed, it's best for us to get away from here as quickly as possible." "You're right, Senior Marshal Sister Xian. The man who just saved us clearly possesses unfathomable powers. Even if he really is a foreign being, it's not like we can do anything about him. We should focus on ensuring our own safety." The other flying spirit beings chimed in agreement, and some of them even began to look around with fear in their eyes. At this point, Han Li was already several thousand kilometers away, flying as a streak of azure light with a contemplative look on his face. He had learned about all of the major events that had taken place within the flying spirit race during the past few centuries, but most of these events had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to pay them any heed. There were only two things that were worthy of his attention, the first of which was that the 4 demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss seemed to have failed to return from the Infernal River. As a result, the Earth Abyss was conquered by the flying spirit race, and nearly all of the demons in the Earth Abyss were exterminated. The second thing was that Bai and Lei Lan, the 2 holy disciples from several hundred years ago, had both returned safely to the Tianpeng race. They had then gone on to become holy masters, thereby saving the Tianpeng race from destruction. Both Qing Yuanzi and the Mayfly race had ties with the Infernal River, and there seemed to be other important secrets hidden within it as well, so it wasn't a surprise that the 4 demon monarchs had been trapped there. However, this made it slightly difficult for him to access the Infernal River. The guiding coordinate that he and Qing Yuanzi had agreed on lay deep within the Earth Abyss. If he couldn't get to that location, he wouldn't be able to enter the Infernal River even with the replica of the star-defying plate that had been given to him. Even the four monarchs had to expend a vast amount of time and effort to open up a passageway to the infernal river. His current powers may be comparable to those of a late-body integration cultivator, but he still wasn't confident in his ability to accomplish such a monumental feat on his own. As for his relationship with the Tianpeng race, that was rather ambiguous. He had once posed as a holy disciple of the Tianpeng race and managed to obtain the 12 awakening transformations from them, but at the same time, the elders of the Tianpeng race had forced him into the Earth Abyss, where he had almost perished by the hands of the four demon monarchs on multiple occasions. However, if he wanted to access the Earth Abyss again, there was a good chance that he would have to turn to them. After contemplating this issue for a long while, he suddenly flipped a hand over to produce a blue jade slip and a round white plate. He placed the jade slip against his own forehead to inspect the information it contained, then removed the jade slip from his forehead and began to carefully inspect the white plate. After some further contemplation, he seemed to have finally made a decision. He stowed the two items away, following which the azure streak of light that he was situated in abruptly accelerated to around twice its original speed. 5 months later, a ball of dazzling azure light hurtled through the air close to 100 kilometers away from the holy city of the Tianpeng race. Prior to even reaching the city, a clear cry rang out from within the azure streak of light. Initially, the sound wasn't very loud, but it was relentless and insistent, and it quickly reverberated in the air above the entire city. Such an astonishing turn of events naturally alerted all of the high-grade beings within the holy city, and several humanoid figures immediately rushed out of a few of the tall buildings in the city. These figures then quickly rose up into the air before looking on at the approaching ball of azure light in a bewildered manner. The azure ball of light was still some distance away from them, but the astonishingly powerful aura emanating from within it struck them with a sense of asphyxiation. Curiously enough, this aura was extremely familiar to them as it belonged to the Kuan-Peng, the deity that was worshipped by their race. However, the only person in their entire race with such a pure Kuan-Peng aura seemed to be their Grand Elder after undergoing her Kuan-Peng transformation. With that in mind, the others all turned toward a white-robed young woman with a pair of golden wings. She was standing on the spot with a calm expression, but there was a slightly bewildered look in her eyes as well as she looked on at the approaching ball of azure light. This was none other than the Grand Elder of the Tianpeng race, Jin Yu. She was at the pinnacle of the body integration stage, so even though she was quite alarmed by the aura emanating from the azure ball of light, she wasn't fearful of it. She quickly made a hand seal, and golden light flashed through her eyes as she unleashed some kind of spirit eye ability. Thus, she was able to peer directly into the scintillating ball of azure light, upon which her expression took on a noticeable change. There was an early body integration stage elderly man with a crimson beard standing beside her, and he asked, "Who is it, Grand Elder?" Jin Yu had a rather peculiar look on her face, and she was silent for a moment before shaking her head as she replied, "You'll know soon enough." Elder Su. Elder Su naturally couldn't ask any further questions upon hearing this, and the other body integration stage elders also remained silent as they turned their attention to the approaching ball of azure light again. Moments later, the ball of light in the distance arrived before them amid gusts of fierce winds, following which the light faded to reveal a giant azure bird. The bird was around 100 feet in length with feathers that looked as if they had been constructed from iron and steel. Its talons were like hooks, and it was completely identical to the true spirit, Kuan-Peng. Even though everyone had already suspected this to be the case, their expressions still changed slightly at the sight of this massive Kuan-Peng. Before any of them had a chance to say anything, the giant bird flapped its wings and the long cry emanating from within its beak abruptly cut off. In the next instant, azure runes revolved around its body and it expanded drastically in size. After just a few flashes, it had swelled to several thousand feet in size and resembled a small mountain. Its golden eyes were extremely bright, and with just a gentle flap of its wings, fierce winds and flashing lightning were immediately swept up in the surrounding area. The enormous aura emanating from the gargantuan bird's body forced even the early body integration stage elders of the Tianpeng race to stumble back a few steps in astonishment. Jin Yu remained completely still on the spot, but her expression had also changed slightly, and an ecstatic look had appeared in her eyes. "Who are you?" You must be a member of our Tian Peng race to have cultivated the Kuan Peng transformation to such an extent. So why aren't you revealing your true form to us? Jin Yu finally spoke, and her voice was slightly hoarse from her incredulity. The giant bird glanced at Jin Yu before suddenly speaking in a human tongue. I'm glad to see you're looking just as youthful as you were several centuries ago, fellow Taoist Jin. It hadn't made any effort to raise its voice, but the elders of the Tian Peng race were still left with ringing eardrums. The incredulity on Jin Yu's face became even more pronounced, and a thought seemed to have occurred to her. Could it be that you're... Hee. Looks like you've recognized me. The giant bird suddenly shrank down amid a flash of azure light, and a smiling azure-robed man with a pair of wings on his back took its place. Before Jin Yu had a chance to say anything, Elder Su and another woman in the group exclaimed in unison, "Impossible! Greetings, elders." The azure-robed man was naturally none other than Han Li, and he turned to the two elders with a smile as he cupped his fist in a salute. The other Tian Peng race elders were still completely in the dark, and one of them couldn't help but ask, "Do you recognize this man, Brother Su? Is he a member of our Tian Peng race? If so, why have we never heard of a man of his powers in our race?" However, Elder Su and the woman seemed to be too stunned to respond to these questions. Back when Han Li had last been in the Tian Peng race, the other elders were completing missions elsewhere, so they naturally didn't recognize Han Li. As for Jin Yu and the other two elders, they had already assumed that Han Li had perished in the Earth Abyss, yet not only was he alive, he had unleashed such an astonishing Tian Peng transformation and become a holy race being as well. How could they not be astonished? So it really is you, fellow Taoist Han. Looks like you must have encountered some miraculous opportunities in the Earth Abyss to have reached the holy race so quickly. Jin Yu finally said, and her voice was far calmer than everyone else expected. I did indeed encounter some opportunities in the Earth Abyss, but that doesn't have much to do with my current cultivation base. Instead, I almost perished on several occasions to the 4 demon monarchs there, Han Li sighed. Is that so? In any case, I must congratulate you on becoming a holy race being. I didn't ever get an opportunity to thank you for your efforts several hundred years ago. Let's go back to the city to catch up. I presume you didn't cause such a commotion just because you wanted to chat with us, right? Jin Yu suddenly said with a smile. Indeed, I do have something to discuss with you, fellow Taoist Jin, Han Li admitted with a smile. Please come with me, then, fellow Taoist Han, Jin Yu said as she made an inviting hand gesture. All of the other elders of the Tian Peng race were still completely bewildered, but no one dared to question Jin Yu's judgment, so none of them said anything. Han Li merely smiled as he followed the white-robed woman down toward the holy city without any hesitation. The other Tian Peng race elders exchanged a few more bewildered glances before also following along behind them. The commotion that Han Li had created earlier had attracted attention from countless high-grade Tian Peng beings in the city, but seeing as all of the elders had appeared outside the city, none of the spirit generals and great spirit generals of the Tian Peng race dared to approach them. As such, they could only look on from afar. However, they were situated too far away, and Jin Yu had set up a sound isolation restriction in the surrounding area so they couldn't hear anything. All they saw was that the giant azure bird had transformed into a young man who seemed to be a member of their Tian Peng race. He then conversed with the elders for a while before all of them flew back toward the city. As such, none of them had any idea what was going on. Thus, Han Li entered the holy city in a calm and collected manner in front of the eyes of countless Tian Peng beings. Only after a long while did all of these Tian Peng beings disperse in a perplexed manner and continued with what they were doing before this interlude. Han Li and the others followed Jin Yu to a massive hall at the center of the holy city, and they all took a seat. Following instructions from Jin Yu, several young female servants immediately made their way into the hall, setting down things like spirit tea and spirit fruits onto the tables. Up to this point, Jin Yu was still treating Han Li like a normal guest, and there didn't seem to be any abnormal response from her. Han Li calmly took a sip of the spirit tea offered to him before giving a slight nod. What do you think of this tea, fellow Taoist Han? This is the fragrant maiden tea that can only be found in our holy city, and only several tens of kilograms are produced per year. Not only can this spirit tea only be picked at dawn, it can only be picked by beautiful virgin maidens. Otherwise, it'll be far less fragrant, Jinyu said with a smile as she also took a sip of tea. This tea is indeed quite delectable, Hanli praised. If you like it, I can gift some to you, Jinyu said with a smile before clapping her hands together, then turned to a servant standing beside her and instructed, "Go to the tea orchard and bring 5 kilograms of our finest fragrant maiden tea." "Yes, Grand Elder." The servant was rather surprised to be called upon, but she immediately gave an affirmative response before hurrying out of the hall. Hanli was also rather surprised by this gesture, but his expression remained unchanged as he cupped his fist in a grateful salute. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Jin." The other elders were quite taken aback by this as well, but none of them said anything. "Allow me to make an introduction. Everyone, this is fellow Taoist Han, the human who once saved our Tianpeng race during the Holy Disciple trials. I'm sure all of you have heard of him, but not all of you have seen him before." Jinyu explained to the elders who were only meeting Han Li for the first time. "What? That's him. Didn't he die in the Earth Abyss?" The other elders were quite stunned to hear this, with the exception of Elder Su and the other female elder who had met Han Li in the past, and they both exchanged a wry smile. "I encountered some opportunities in the Earth Abyss and managed to escape from the demon monarchs. After that I returned to my own human race. You wouldn't fault me for that, would you, fellow Taoist Jin?" Hanli asked in a calm manner. "Of course not. If it weren't for your efforts several hundred years ago, there was no way that Bai Bai and Lane would have passed the trial and become holy masters of our race. Your actions saved our Tianpeng race, and in doing so, you fulfilled our agreement, so you had earned your freedom. However, I must say that I'm truly stunned to see that you managed to become a holy race being even though you were only a deity transformation cultivator several centuries ago. I presume you had something to do with the disappearance of the 4 demon monarchs. If you don't mind, would you be able to disclose what happened between you and the demon monarchs?" Jinyu asked, and all of the other elders immediately turned to Han Li, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Han Li merely smiled and replied, "I was only made aware that the 4 demon monarchs had disappeared after I entered the territory of your flying spirit race. Speaking of which, this has something to do with my visit. I can't disclose to you what the events that took place between me and the demon monarchs, but I can promise you that there's no way they'll be able to return to the Earth Abyss. As for the progression in my cultivation base, this is a result of some opportunities that I encountered in the primordial world. It seems that you've also made significant strides in your cultivation base, isn't that right, fellow Taoist Jin?" Han Li's blatant refusal to answer Jin Yu's question made her rather displeased, and a cold look flashed through her eyes as her expression fell slightly. "If you're unwilling to disclose the information, then I naturally won't force you to do so. However, there must be a reason why you suddenly appeared outside our holy city in your Kuan-Peng form. Have you returned to intimidate our Tianpeng race now that you've reached the holy race?" Seeing as Jin Yu had cast aside her pretenses of geniality, the other elders also turned to Han Li with cold, unfriendly looks in their eyes. As opposed to being alarmed by this situation, Han Li smiled and asked, "What did you think of my Kuan-Peng transformation, fellow Taoist Jin?" A peculiar look flashed through Jin Yu's eyes upon hearing this, but she harumphed coldly, "Humph, it is indeed quite impressive that a foreign being like you was able to refine Kuan-Peng true blood to such an extent. Do you really think it's that simple, fellow Taoist Jin?" Han Li chuckled in a mysterious manner. "What are you trying to say, fellow Taoist Han? I don't enjoy playing guessing games," Jin Yu asked in a cold voice as her eyes narrowed slightly. In contrast, Elder Su and the other elders were rather perplexed by this exchange. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face, and as opposed to offering a reply, he flipped a hand over to summon a white jade slip, then tossed it over to Jin Yu with a flick of his wrist. "What's the meaning of this, fellow Taoist Han?" Jin Yu asked as she reflexively caught the jade slip. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Jin, I think it would be in your best interest to inspect the contents of the jade slip before we continue in our discussion," Han Li replied calmly. Jin Yu was still rather skeptical, but after hesitating a while longer, she still adhered the jade slip to her forehead before injecting a wisp of spiritual sense into it. Moments later, she exclaimed, "This is..." Her reaction naturally created a stir among the Tianpeng race elders, but she was too ecstatic to pay them any heed and was completely absorbed by the contents of the jade slip. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he took another sip of tea in a relaxed manner. Thus, a peculiar atmosphere settled over the entire hall as time slowly passed by, and only after a long while did Jinyu finally remove the jade slip from her forehead, as she heaved a long sigh. She then turned to Han Li with an extremely complex expression, and asked, "Where did you get this cultivation art from? Don't tell me that you created it. This cultivation art is extremely profound, but it's clearly designed for us Tianpeng beings. As expected, you managed to identify the crux of the matter right away. However, the identity of the person who invented this cultivation art isn't important. What's important is the value that this cultivation art will bring to your race." Han Li replied with a smile, seemingly having already predicted Jin Yu's question. "This is clearly only half of the cultivation art. I presume you're not just showing it to me for the sake of it. Tell me why you've come to visit our Tianpeng race." Jin Yu interrogated in a threatening manner as an extremely terrifying burst of spiritual pressure erupted from her body. "Haha, I'd be more than happy to answer your question, but this is quite an important matter, so I wish to speak to you in private." Han Li chuckled before adopting a serious expression as he turned to the other Tianpeng race elders present. "All right, we'll do as you say. Elders, please vacate the hall. You can come in after fellow Taoist Han and I conclude our discussion." Jin Yu instructed without any hesitation, and it was quite clear that she held the cultivation art in the jade slip in extremely high regard. "All right, we'll be taking our leave then." The Tianpeng race elders were quite reluctant to leave, but they didn't dare to oppose Jin Yu, so they could only vacate the hall. Moments later, Han Li and Jin Yu were the only ones left in the hall. "Let's continue our discussion, fellow Taoist Han," Jin Yu prompted as her expression eased slightly. However, as opposed to immediately offering a response, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air to summon a dozen or so small 5-colored flags. The flags then transformed into streaks of light of different colors and vanished into the surrounding space. In the next instant, a 5-colored light barrier appeared around Han Li and Jin Yu. Jin Yu was slightly alarmed by this, but she quickly identified this light barrier to be nothing more than a simple sound isolation restriction. Even so, she was still rather displeased. "Are you concerned that someone would eavesdrop on us even though I'm here with you? Please forgive me, fellow Taoist Jin, but this is a very important matter, so I have to take all of the necessary precautions," Han Li replied in a serious manner. "All right, but before we continue, there's something I have to verify. Do you have the other half of the cultivation art as well?" Jin Yu asked as she raised the jade slip in her hand. "Hee, rest assured, fellow Taoist Jin. I wouldn't be proposing an exchange if I didn't have the other half," Han Li replied without any hesitation. Jin Yu's expression eased significantly as she heaved a sigh of relief. "Good. Now then, what kind of exchange would you like to propose?" On this occasion, Han Li didn't stall any longer and cut straight to the chase. "I want to enter the Earth Abyss, so I'll need you to arrange that. This special refinement method of the Kuanpeng True Blood is what I'm offering in return." "You want to enter the Earth Abyss?" Jin Yu was quite taken aback to hear this. "Will that be difficult to arrange? Hasn't the Flying Spirit race already conquered the Earth Abyss? It should be a simple task for you to take me there," Han Li said in a calm manner. Jin Yu stroked the jade slip with her finger momentarily before replying with a wry smile. "If you had come 100 years earlier, then it would indeed have been a simple matter to take you into the Earth Abyss. But now, things are not so simple." "Oh? Why is that?" Han Li asked. After a brief hesitation, Jin Yu explained, "Around 100 years ago, someone stumbled upon an extremely obscure mine of precious ore on the deepest level of the Earth Abyss. Not only is this mine extremely important to our flying spirit race, it contains an astonishing amount of ore. In order to prevent the mine from being exploited in secret, the entire Earth Abyss is in a state of semi-lockdown. In particular, the deepest level where the mine was found is inaccessible even to the elders of all of the races unless special permission is given." Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and he smiled as he replied, "The deepest level? When did I say that I wanted to go there? I only need to go to the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss. In that case, this certainly isn't completely non-negotiable, but if you want me to agree to this exchange, you have to disclose to me the true reason why you want to enter the Earth Abyss." After all, the Earth Abyss is now an extremely important part of the flying spirit race's territory, and it could contain many hidden secrets yet to be discovered. You can't just expect me to blindly take an outsider into such an important place. The cultivation art you're offering is indeed extremely important to our Tianpeng race, but I still can't do something so irrational, Jinyu said in a serious manner. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but moments later, he heaved a faint sigh and replied, I know what you're worried about, but rest assured, I only want to enter the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss as I have an agreement with a senior, which necessitates a trip to the 3rd level. Once there, he'll be able to guide me into a separate space. This has nothing to do with the flying spirit race, so there's no conflict of interest whatsoever. That is the extent of what I'm willing to reveal. A thought occurred to Jinyu upon hearing this, and her expression changed drastically. A separate space? You're already at the mid-holy race. Could it be that the senior you're referring to is? That's right, but please do keep this information to yourself. This senior has some ties with our human race, and it was thanks to him that I was able to escape from the demon monarchs during my last venture into the Earth Abyss. I was asked by this senior to return to meet him again, so if I'm unable to do so, perhaps he won't take very kindly to your race, Han Li said in a meaningful voice. Are you threatening me? Jin Yu's expression immediately darkened. Definitely not. However, this senior has been residing in the Earth Abyss for countless years, and my trip to visit him is quite important to him as well. I'm sure you wouldn't want to make such a powerful enemy for your flying spirit race for no reason, right? Han Li said with a hint of a smile. Humph. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Jin Yu harumphed coldly. That's simple. You can take me to the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss in person, then witness the process through which I depart. I'm sure that should erase all of your doubts and suspicions. If you feel like something is amiss, you can just prevent me from making my departure. I'm sure that would be a simple task for a late holy race being like you. Of course, if you're still feeling hesitant, then I have no objections if you bring along more people with you, Han Li replied. This is indeed a good plan, but I'm still not convinced. Even several centuries ago, you were already far more powerful than your cultivation base suggested. Now that you've reached the mid-holy race, I'm not confident in my ability to keep you in check, Jinyu said in a wary manner. Aren't you being a little too naive, fellow Taoist, Jin? The cultivation art I'm giving you can enhance the power of your race's Kuan-Peng transformation by close to 50%. With this cultivation art, your Tianpeng race could become one of the most powerful branches of the flying spirit race in the next 10,000 years, yet you don't want to incur any risk at all for such an incredible opportunity, Han Li said in a slightly mocking manner. Jin Yu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and a cold light flashed through her eyes. I'd advise you not to try anything silly, fellow Taoist Jin. You should be well aware that I only dared to come here alone as I'm confident in my ability to ensure my own safety. On top of that, I haven't recorded the second half of the cultivation art into a jade slip, and it exists only in my spiritual sense. If you try to obtain it through any other methods, I can destroy it in an instant, and you can try to keep me here, but I'm not sure you have the means to do so, Han Li chuckled as he narrowed his eyes slightly. After considering the situation for a long while, Jin Yu finally sighed and conceded, I wouldn't do that, fellow Taoist Han. You once did our race a great service, so I certainly wouldn't repay kindness with ingratitude. In that case, I'll find a way to take you to the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss. However, you'll have to wait for some time for us to prepare everything. So why don't you stay in our holy city during that time? You've made a wise decision, fellow Taoist Jin, but I still have some other matters to attend to, so I won't be staying in your holy city. I'll return in half a month. I'm sure that'll be enough time for you to prepare everything, Han Li said with a smile as he rose to his feet. It was quite clear that he didn't trust the Tianpeng race enough to stay in the holy city, and Jin Yu could only offer a wry smile. In that case, I look forward to our meeting in half a month's time. Before you leave. Jin Yu suddenly turned toward the entrance of the hall and transmitted her voice outside. Bring me the spirit tea that I asked for. Moments later, a servant hurriedly made her way into the hall before handing a yellow leather pouch over to Han Li. Thank you for the gift. Han Li swept a sleeve over the leather pouch to accept it, then cupped his fist in a farewell salute toward Jin Yu before departing. Not long after that, A streak of azure light shot forth from the holy city, then vanished into the distance after just a few flashes. A while later, Han Li descended onto a nondescript mountain hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the holy city. He then quickly erected a secret chamber under the mountain before setting up a profound concealment formation at the entrance. After making his way into the secret chamber, he took a seat on the ground with his legs crossed and thought back to what he had said and done during his visit to the holy city, assessing whether he had made any errors. After a long while, he heaved a faint sigh, and the contemplative look in his eyes faded. On this occasion, he had intentionally revealed his Kuan-Peng transformation to attract the attention of the Tian-Peng race. With his current level of mastery of the 12 awakening transformations, his Kuan-Peng transformation was naturally extremely powerful, far more so than the innate transformation that Tian-Peng beings possessed. However, only Jin Yu could identify the specific disparities between the two transformations, which was why she had been so astonished at the sight of Han Li. Of course, Han Li only dared to do something like this as he was confident he would be able to protect himself, even if all of the Tian-Peng race elders were to turn on him. He still couldn't defeat all of them at once, but no one could stop him if he were to escape. This was something that Jin Yu was naturally also well aware of. That, in conjunction with the vastly improved Kuan-Peng transformation that Han Li had displayed, was why she had acted so politely toward him in the beginning. As for the cultivation art that he had offered as part of the exchange, that was something that he had created after taking into account his knowledge of both the 12 awakening transformations and the Gu family's spirit blood refinement method. The cultivation art would indeed be extraordinarily effective to Tian-Peng beings, which was why Jin Yu had been so interested. Now that he had made this agreement with Jin Yu, he should be able to access the Earth Abyss with no issues. Even though the Tian-Peng race was one of the weaker branches of the Flying Spirit race, Jin Yu was still a late holy race being, so this really shouldn't be too difficult for her to arrange. Without her help, it would definitely be far more difficult for him to infiltrate the Earth Abyss. However, he still had to constantly be on his guard when he went back to meet Jin Yu again in case she did something hot-headed. Of course, after he had hinted at the fact that this matter was related to a grand Ascension stage being, the possibility of that happening was naturally far smaller. With that in mind, Han Li set aside that train of thought and closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. Meanwhile, the elders of the Tian-Peng race had just departed from a large hall in the holy city following a discussion with Jin Yu. Thus, Jin Yu was left by herself on the main seat within the hall, and she seemed to be pondering something with a contemplative look on her face. Half a month flew by in a flash, and on this day, several streaks of light flew away from the holy city, traveling deeper into Flying Spirit race territory. Among these streaks of light was Han Li in his usual azure robes, the white-robed Jin Yu, and a young woman with arcs of lightning flashing around her body. The woman had a pair of large bright eyes, and she was none other than one of the Tian-Peng race's two holy masters, Lei Lan. Fellow Taoist Han, I'll be sending the Holy Master into one of the Earth Abyss's secret areas to cultivate her glacial baleful secret technique, and you'll pose as her guard. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be issues, but you still have to be careful when undergoing checks. After all, the innate abilities that some of our high-grade flying spirit beings are extremely unpredictable. If the guards on duty are adept in detection secret techniques, then there could be some trouble, Jin Yu said in a serious manner. Rest assured, fellow Taoist. I have some confidence in my own concealment techniques. As long as I don't encounter any of your race's Grand Ascension stage seniors, there shouldn't be any issues, Han Li said in a confident manner, and his confidence certainly wasn't baseless. He possessed the Tian-Peng true blood within his body, and his thunderstorm wings had also been cultivated to the point where it was virtually a part of his body, so he would naturally have no trouble posing as a guard from the Tian-Peng race. I'm glad you're so confident, fellow Taoist. Holy Master Lan, we'll be counting on you. Jin Yu replied with a nod before turning to the silver-robed woman beside her. Rest assured, Grand Elder. I really do have a type of secret technique that requires glacial baleful chi to cultivate, and I visited the Earth Abyss for this very same reason several decades ago. So the guard definitely won't suspect anything. The silver-robed woman replied in a respectful manner before her gaze strayed involuntarily toward Han Li again, and there was clearly a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Even though she had already been made aware prior to setting off that Han Li had become a mid-holy race being, she was still extremely stunned to see this for herself. Back when they were undertaking the Earth Abyss trials together, she could already tell that Han Li was far more powerful than his cultivation base suggested. But it was downright absurd that he had managed to progress to the mid-holy race after just several centuries. However, as the Holy Maiden, it would be unbefitting of her to let her astonishment get the better of herself. So she merely extended a respectful salute of gratitude toward Han Li for assisting her and Bai during the Earth Abyss trials, and repressed her curiosity thereafter. As for Bai himself, he was apparently cultivating some kind of secret technique in seclusion, so he was unable to meet Han Li. A faint smile appeared on Jin Yu's face in response to Lei Lan's reassuring words, and she nodded before falling silent again. Thus, the three of them continued in their journey and quickly left the holy city behind. Several months later, Han Li's trio finally arrived at the giant city guarding the Earth Abyss, and from a distance they could see a row of armored figures standing atop the city wall. Jin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she led Han Li and Lei Lan on a descent before flying toward a certain city gate. There were a dozen or so Earth Abyss guards with wings of different colors situated at the Azure City Gate, and they were appraising Han Li's trio with wary looks on their faces. The three of them landed in front of the guards, and at this point Han Li had already altered his own appearance. At the same time, he had restricted his own magic power to only around the spatial tempering stage. The leader of this group of guards was a mid-spatial tempering stage being, and he extended a salute toward Jin Yu before asking, "Are you from the Tianpeng race, senior? May I ask why you've come here?" It isn't time to change the guards yet. He was unable to glean Jin Yu's exact cultivation base, but he knew that she was definitely a holy race being. As for Han Li and Lei Lan, they seemed to have been unconsciously ignored by him. It was no wonder that he held such an attitude. The guards here had been constantly fighting Earth Abyss demons for many years, so their powers far outstripped their peers of the same cultivation base. As such, they had all developed a hint of arrogance toward beings from other branches of the flying spirit race. Jin Yu remained unbothered by this and merely smiled as she raised a hand upon which a blue jade badge shot forth out of her sleeve before landing in the guard's hand. The guard was rather perplexed by this, but upon inspecting the jade badge, his expression immediately changed as he returned the badge respectful with both hands, then said, "Forgive me for my rudeness, Senior Jin. I didn't recognize you as the Grand Elder of the Tianpeng race. According to the agreement signed by all the races, the Grand Elders have the right to access the Earth Abyss at any time, so I'm sure you'll have no issues granting me passage, right?" Jin Yu said as she took the jade badge back from the guard. "Of course," the guard immediately replied before waving a hand, upon which all of the guards stepped away to the side, opening up a passageway for Han Li's trio. Jin Yu merely nodded upon seeing this before leading Han Li and Lei Lan in through the city gate. On the other side of the city gate, Han Li was greeted by the sight of a series of cylindrical pavilions that were each around 300 to 400 feet tall. They were situated in dense clusters and spread over most of the city. However, there were very few people inside the city, only a few groups of guards that were patrolling the entire city at low altitudes. "Let's go. There's no reason to delay here." Jin Yu transmitted her voice to Han Li and Lei Lan before rising up into the air and flying toward the city wall on the other side. Han Li and Lei Lan naturally followed along behind her. 2 hours later, they arrived in front of another massive azure wall, and on one face of the wall, there was a giant shimmering silver formation that had been carved onto its surface. In front of the formation was another group of guards wearing suits of armor of different colors. However, what was rather strange was aside from these guards, there was also an azure-armored middle-aged man seated atop a futon with his eyes tightly shut. Han Li's heart immediately stirred at the sight of this man, and Jin Yu's pupils also abruptly contracted. This man was none other than the general of the guards of this place, Jin Feng. Han Li had met him once in the past, and he knew that this man was a being at the pinnacle of the holy race. It appeared that he was guarding the entrance to the Earth Abyss in person. Jin Yu was slightly flustered by this unexpected occurrence, but her expression remained calm as she smiled and said, "I'm quite surprised to see you here, General Jin. It's been several centuries since we last met. How have you been?" The Azure Armored slowly opened his eyes upon hearing Jin Yu's words before replying, "Ah, long time no see, Fairy Jin. Why have you come here rather than staying in the Tianpong race to cultivate? I should be asking you that, since when did the entrance to the Earth Abyss require General Jin to guard?" Jin Yu asked with a smile. Under normal circumstances, I naturally wouldn't be tasked with this duty, but a major event recently took place, so I had no choice but to take on this role, Jin Feng replied in a calm manner. Major event? Jin Yu was rather taken aback to hear this. Around a month ago, I received news that someone had robbed the warehouse on the deepest level of the Earth Abyss and plundered all of the precious ore we'd mined during the past few years. In the process, he also killed and wounded many of the guards, and he's quite a powerful being. I've already sent a large number of guards into the Earth Abyss to investigate. This is the only entrance and exit to the Earth Abyss, and normal guards wouldn't be able to stop that man if he were to try and escape, so I had to take on this role, Jin Feng explained with a smile. I see. If I recall correctly, isn't Elder Qin situated on the deepest level of the Earth Abyss? Was the thief able to overpower even Elder Qin? Jin Yu asked in an incredulous voice. The thief was very cunning, and struck right when Elder Qin left the mine for half a day as he had some other matters to attend to. By the time he received news of what had happened, the thief had already fled the scene. Now then, can you tell me why you've come here, Fairy Jin? Grand Elders do indeed have the right to access the Earth Abyss at will, but you have to have a legitimate reason, Jin Feng said as a serious look appeared on his face. Holy Master Lei Lan of our race needs to draw upon glacial baleful qi to cultivate, so she has to enter the Earth Abyss. Jin Yu explained with a smile as she pointed to Lei Lan. Lei Lan immediately stepped forward in an obedient manner before extending a respectful curtsy toward Jin Feng. Lei Lan pays her respects to Senior Jin. Ah, yes, I've heard from my subordinates that there is indeed a precedent of Holy Master Lei entering the Earth Abyss for this purpose. In that case, you'll naturally be granted passage. On top of that, with Fairy Jin in accompaniment, I'm sure your safety won't be an issue even with the current ongoing situation in the Earth Abyss. However, who is that man? And why does he need to accompany you? Jin Feng asked with furrowed brows as he turned his gaze to Han Li. This is a junior of mine, and he possesses outstanding aptitude as well. He's currently acting as Holy Master Lei Lan's personal guard, so he'll be accompanying us into the Earth Abyss. Jin Yu replied in a calm manner. If Holy Master Lei already has you to accompany her, why would she still need a guard? I don't think there's any need for him to enter the Abyss. With the current situation, it's best to have as few people enter the Earth Abyss as possible, Jin Feng said as he inspected Han Li through narrowed eyes. Lei Lan and Han Li's expressions both changed slightly upon hearing this, but Jin Yu wasn't panicked in the slightest as she shook her head and insisted, I'm afraid that won't do. Junior Han may only be a guard, but he shares a very close bond with Holy Master Lei Lan, and he'll be very important for her cultivation. So he must accompany us into the Earth Abyss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken him all the way here. What do you mean by that, Fairy Jin? How could a guard like him be connected with Holy Master Lei's cultivation? Jin Feng asked with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Jin Yu merely smiled before transmitting her voice directly to Jin Feng, and initially Jin Feng was rather perplexed, but an enlightened look quickly appeared on his face, followed by a meaningful smile. I see. In that case, it's not in my place to say anything. All three of you will be granted passage, Jin Feng said as he cast his gaze toward Han Li and Lei Lan with a peculiar look in his eyes. Han Li and Lei Lan didn't show it, but they were quite confused by this situation. However, seeing as they had been granted passage, the two of them naturally immediately expressed their gratitude toward Jin Feng. Thus, Jin Feng waved a hand, and some of the guards immediately stepped forward before purple wooden badges appeared in their hands amid flashes of spiritual light. The wooden badges glowed bright, and two purple pillars of light shot forth before vanishing into the center of the formation on the wall in a flash. A buzzing sound immediately rang out from the silver formation, following which a giant silver gate appeared on that section of the city wall. The gate was several hundred feet tall and gave off a very cold light, looking as if it had been constructed entirely from metal. Jin Feng then began to chant something before sweeping a sleeve toward the gate, and a burst of azure light erupted forth. As a result, The gate was slowly opened. "Thank you for your efforts, fellow Taoist," Jin Yu said with a smile. She then led Han Li and Lei Lan through the giant gate as 3 streaks of light, quickly vanishing into the world beyond the gate. Jin Feng stood in front of the giant gate and looked on as they disappeared from view. He had a contemplative look on his face, as if there were a nagging concern in his heart. "Perhaps I'm just being too paranoid. I did sense something slightly off about that guard, but there shouldn't be any issues. Jin Yu is the Grand Elder of the Tian Peng race, so she wouldn't do anything detrimental to the Flying Spirit race." Jin Feng murmured to himself before issuing an instruction to have the gate closed again. After that, he sat down at his original spot again before closing his eyes. On the other side, Han Li's trio was situated beneath a massive sea of mist, flying toward the entrance to the Earth Abyss. Back when Han Li had been a deity transformation cultivator, flying through these winds had been a slightly difficult task. However, now that he was at the mid-body integration stage, they naturally posed no impediment to him at all. Even when he encountered those black glacial winds at the end, they were all easily repelled as a layer of azure light flashed from his body. As for Lei Lan, she was being protected by Jin Yu, so her safety was naturally ensured. Not long after that, they were greeted by the sight of the Earth Abyss entrance, which resembled a gigantic funnel. Han Li looked down at the giant funnel through narrowed eyes before descending toward it without any hesitation. Jin Yu and Lei Lan exchanged a glance before also doing the same. After entering the Earth Abyss, Han Li was immediately buffeted by fierce winds from all directions, and everything was quite similar to when he had last entered the place. Around 10 minutes later, he suddenly stopped in his descent, and at this point he had finally entered the first level of the Earth Abyss. However, as he inspected his surroundings, his brows immediately furrowed slightly. He was situated in the air above a murky gray swamp. There was a faint layer of green mist over the swamp, and it was giving off a faint odor of decaying plant matter. It was quite clear that this wasn't the same place he had entered through last time. Han Li turned to Jin Yu and asked, "Fellow Taoist Jin, do you know where this place is and whether it's close to the entrance to the second level?" "According to the map, this place is around half a day of travel away from the entrance to the second level. I suggest you take some precautions, fellow Taoist. The poison from the swamp down below poses no threat to us, but there are special flowers that grow exclusively here, and they are home to swarms of poisonous hornets that are quite troublesome." Jin Yu replied as she looked down at the swamp below. Now that the entire Earth Abyss had been conquered by the Flying Spirit race, the map had become far clearer and more detailed than before, so Jin Yu was able to identify this place right away. "Hornets, eh?" Han Li merely smiled upon hearing this. Thus, after a brief discussion to determine the direction they should be progressing toward, they continued on their journey. Half a day later, Han Li's trio appeared in the air above a certain mountain range. After flying for close to 2 more hours, they arrived near a strange mountain at the center of the mountain range. This mountain was rather strange as the entire mountain was split into 2 halfway up, making it resemble a massive character. The entire mountain was of a bare and barren gray color, and according to the map, this was where the entrance to the second level was situated. Thus far, their journey had been very smooth. They did encounter some hornets over the swamp, but Han Li took care of them with ease with his swords, and after that they barely encountered any further obstacles, so they almost weren't delayed at all. It seemed that most of the low-grade demons on the first level had been wiped out. That made sense considering how those low-grade demons didn't have much value, so there was naturally no need for the Flying Spirit race to keep them around. Just as they were about to fly under the mountain, Han Li's expression suddenly changed momentarily before immediately returning to normal. In contrast, Jin Yu suddenly stopped right in front of the mountain and yelled with a dark expression, "Who's there? Show yourself." The space near the entrance of the mountain suddenly twisted and warped, following which a winged humanoid figure appeared out of thin air before extending a respectful bow toward Jin Yu. Mingjin pays his respects to Grand Elder Jin and Holy Master Lei. This was a late spatial tempering stage man from the Tianping race, and he wore a suit of blue armor. The same scenes unfolded nearby as 5 more humanoid figures emerged one after another. However, these people merely extended salutes toward Jin Yu, but didn't say anything. Everyone in this group was at the spatial tempering stage. Jin Yu could sense astonishing baleful auras emanating from their bodies, and she said, "Greetings, Junior Mingjun." If you're here, then that must mean they're all members of the law enforcement squad as well. Could it be that you're hiding here to ambush the person who robbed the mine warehouse? So you've already heard about what's happened. Indeed, we were ordered to guard this entrance, Grand Elder. Why have you and Holy Master Lei come here? The male Tianpeng being asked in a slightly hesitant manner. I heard about what happened from General Jean. As for why I'm here with Holy Master Lei Lan, that's because we have some important matters to attend to here in the Earth Abyss. We won't be staying here for too long, Jean Yu explained without going into any detail. I see. In that case, I won't delay you any longer. If you encounter that thief on the lower levels, please detain him. The entire second level is being guarded by the law enforcement squad, so he should still be hiding on one of the lower levels. The male Tianpeng being said in a respectful manner. Hee. I'll be sure to step in if I encounter anyone suspicious. Make sure to guard this place well. I'll be leaving with Holy Master Lei Lan now. Jean Yu nodded before immediately continuing on toward the mountain. And soon, Han Li's trio had vanished under the mountain. After Han Li's trio had departed, a gray-winged flying spirit being turned to Ming Zhan and said, Is that the Grand Elder of your race, Brother Ming Zhan? She really is unfathomably powerful as the rumors suggest. With the presence of this Grand Elder Jean, your Tianpeng race won't have to worry about its survival for at least the next few tens of thousands of years. Come to think of it, who was that other man? He seems to have a similar cultivation base to ours, but I don't think I've ever seen him before. Grand Elder Jean is naturally an extremely important figure in our race. But the main reason behind why none of the other races have targeted our Tianpeng race is due to the existence of our two holy masters. As for the man who was accompanying them, I haven't seen him before either. However, that's not anything to be surprised about. Our Tianpeng race has always been one of the weaker branches of the flying spirit race, but our population still numbers in the hundreds of millions. Are you just going to be suspicious toward every single unfamiliar face you see? Ming Zhan replied with a slightly dark expression, clearly not impressed by the suspicions raised by the gray-winged being. I was only asking out of curiosity, Brother Zhan. I naturally have full trust in the Grand Elder and Holy Master of your race, the gray-winged man replied in a slightly sheepish manner. All right, this is not the place to be having a chat. Don't forget that we're still on a mission. Hide yourselves right away. A woman with a pair of pristine white horns on her head and a pair of purple wings on her back suddenly said. Thus, the conversation was abruptly abandoned and everyone hurriedly nodded in response, seemingly quite wary of this woman. All 6 of the Tianpeng beings present made their own hand seals and they all vanished into thin air again. Meanwhile, Han Li's trio was situated within a cloud of black mist, and they were flying in a downward direction. Looks like the warehouse robber really is quite powerful. Even an entrance like this one is being guarded by 6 great spirit generals. It seems that the thief is either a holy race being or possesses powers on that level, Jean Yu said as she flew, and there was a hint of mockery in her voice. Oh? It sounds like you're not overly concerned about this mine, Han Li remarked. Why should I care about it? The mine is supposedly there to benefit all of the branches in the flying spirit race, but in reality, most of the ore mined from it are taken by the handful of the most powerful branches. Our Tianpeng race barely gets anything. Jean Yu chuckled coldly in response. I see. It looks like even though your Tianpeng race managed to avoid being wiped out, your situation still isn't a very optimistic one, Han Li said in a contemplative manner. If not for this, I wouldn't have agreed to this deal in exchange for that cultivation art. With that cultivation art up our sleeve, the Tianpeng race will definitely become a force to be reckoned with again in just a few tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, you'd best make sure that there are no issues with that second half of the cultivation art, fellow Taoist Han. Jean Yu said in a meaningful voice. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Jean. Once we reach the agreed location, I'll issue the second half of the cultivation art to you right away for examination. If there are any issues, I'll take full accountability, Han Li replied with a smile. Good. Jean Yu gave a clipped response before falling silent. Moments later, the black mist began to thin out and they finally arrived on the second level of the Earth Abyss. The second level was naturally far more perilous than the first one, but it still posed no threat to Han Li and the others. After checking the map to verify their location, they traveled west for 3 days and 3 nights in succession. Along the way, they slew some mid-grade demons and encountered several groups of law-enforcing cultivators. Even the weakest of these cultivators were at the deity transformation stage, and there were even some holy race beings among them. Jin Yu was the grand elder of the Tianpeng race, so these law-enforcing cultivators naturally granted her passage without much interrogation. However, Jin Yu was gradually becoming more and more unsettled by this. It was very strange that they had deployed so many people just to hunt down a single thief. Could it be that there were some hidden details involved in this matter? Jin Yu had been the grand elder of the Tianpeng race for many years, so she was naturally far more intelligent and sensitive than the average being. However, despite her growing suspicions, she made no outward displays of her emotions. Thus, the three of them found the entrance to the third level quite easily, hidden beneath an underground river. After drifting with the flow of the water for several hours, Han Li's trio arrived on the third level of the Earth Abyss. 3 days later, Han Li's trio was flying over a set of barren plains that was littered with rocks when all of a sudden they felt a disturbance in the world's origin chi in the distance. Immediately thereafter, a streak of silver light appeared in the distant sky, followed by a resounding boom that made the entire earth tremor violently. Han Li and Jin Yu's expressions both changed drastically as they exchanged a glance with one another. It seems like there are people fighting over there, fellow Taoist Jin. Should we go and have a look? Han Li asked after a brief hesitation. If there are any law enforcement squad members nearby, it would be apparent to them that we're hiding something if we don't go and investigate such a massive commotion, Jin Yu said. In that case, let's go and have a look. Han Li didn't want to have to take any detours, but he knew that Jin Yu was right, so he agreed with a quick nod. Lei Lan naturally had no objections either, so the three of them changed directions and flew toward the place where the silver lightning had just flashed from. After flying for close to 10,000 kilometers, they finally stopped and looked down at the carnage below with different expressions on their faces. A massive crater with a radius of several hundred feet had appeared on the ground below, and everything around the crater was completely charred black. There was a faint odor of scorched earth wafting through the air, and it seemed that this was the result of a lightning strike. All of a sudden, Han Li raised a hand before making a grabbing motion toward a certain spot on the edge of the giant crater. An item immediately flew out from under some rubble before landing in his grasp. He inspected the item to find that it was a damaged blue dagger. Even though there were cracks running all over its surface, it was still shimmering with spiritual light, indicating that it was quite a powerful treasure. Looks like everyone was reduced to dust by that bolt of lightning, and even their bonded treasures didn't manage to survive. It's quite incredible that just a single bolt of lightning was able to kill a group of deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators. What are your thoughts, fellow Taoist Han? Jin Yu suddenly asked. Even from thousands of kilometers away, we could sense how ferocious this bolt of lightning was. So it's quite clear that the perpetrator is most likely extremely adept in lightning abilities. On top of that, I can sense a faint baleful aura from this dagger which still hasn't dissipated even following the death of its owner. So the victims should be members of the law enforcement squad. Han Li replied in an assured manner as he tossed the dagger aside. Jin Yu waved a hand through the air, and several other damaged treasures flew out from under piles of rubble. After inspecting the treasures, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, I can sense the auras of 3 people who recently passed away here, and they were most likely killed by the mine warehouse thief. So that man is powerful enough to kill 3 law enforcement squad members at once? Lei Lan was quite alarmed to hear this. That's not all that remarkable. If he didn't have at least this much power, he wouldn't dare to do something so brazen. No one else has arrived on the scene aside from us, so it seems that there aren't any other members of the law enforcement squad nearby. However, the squad members have all cultivated a sensory secret technique. Someone will definitely be arriving soon. Let's get out of here before that, Jin Yu said. Indeed, there are only several days of travel left until we reach our destination. The sooner we get there, the sooner we'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief, Han Li agreed. Lei Lan also nodded in a contemplative manner. Thus, the 3 of them rose up into the air and continued onward as streaks of light. Only after over half a day had passed did a dozen or so streaks of light arrive at the giant crater. At this point, Han Li's trio was already millions of kilometers away. 7 days later, Han Li was situated over a black undulating mountain range with a white disk in his hand. There were several tens of small azure swords flying around him, and they were shredding hordes of oncoming giant crow-like demon beasts, sending their blood cascading down from above. Standing beside Han Li was Jinyu, and she was holding a golden mirror, which was expelling bolts of golden lightning that were shredding the nearby demon beasts into pieces. As for Lei Lan, she was making a hand seal with a solemn look on her face, conjuring up a small net of silver lightning that had completely enveloped her entire body. Occasionally, a demonic bird would crash into the lightning net, only to be instantly reduced to dust amid a loud thunderclap. After flying onward for another hour, the black demonic birds finally began to thin out, and in the end, they dispersed and flew away after a few shrill cries. Han Li's trio naturally withdrew their treasures and abilities upon seeing this before continuing on their journey. For the rest of the journey, Han Li would occasionally glance down at the disc in his hand, which was clearly guiding him toward the correct location. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound rang out from the disc, and white light began to swirl around it as it activated on its own. "This is the place," Han Li said in an ecstatic manner as he hurriedly stopped on the spot. Jinyu and Lei Lan also stopped beside him. "Is this really the right place? The surrounding space is very stable, and there doesn't seem to be any spatial nodes here," Jinyu said as she looked around with her brows furrowed in skepticism. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Jin, that senior gave me these coordinates, so they can't be wrong," Han Li replied with a smile. "All right, I'll trust your judgment then, fellow Taoist Han. Seeing as I brought you here as promised, isn't it time you gave me the second half of the cultivation art?" Jinyu asked with a serious look on her face. "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Jin, I wouldn't go back on my word. Here is the second half of the cultivation art," Han Li said with a smile as he turned a hand over to reveal a yellow jade slip, which he tossed to Jinyu with a flick of his wrist. Jinyu's eyes immediately lit up as she caught the jade slip, then immediately pressed it against her own forehead. Han Li then swept a sleeve through the air, and five-colored formation flags flew out from within before revolving around him. The formation flags then transformed into 5-colored pillars of light that erupted into the heavens. He then made a hand seal before casting a dozen or so incantation seals in succession, all of which vanished into the pillars of light in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a 5-colored light formation appeared at the center of the pillars of light, and it was glowing with bright and piercing spiritual light. Han Li then began to chant something as one top-grade spirit stone after another flew out of his sleeve. Soon, over 100 such spirit stones had been released, and they all disappeared into the light formation. Immediately thereafter, he tossed the disc in his hand forward, and it hovered in front of him as he flicked his fingers toward it in quick succession, seemingly working to activate it. Lei Lan observed everything in silence, and as bright light began to glow from the disc, she couldn't help but turn to Jinyu with a hint of concern in her eyes. Jinyu's eyes were still closed at this point, but there was clearly an elated expression on her face, so it seemed that the second half of the cultivation art was authentic. Lei Lan naturally heaved a faint sigh of relief upon seeing this. All of a sudden, Han Li let loose a low cry before pointing a finger at the disc. At this point, it had transformed into a ball of white light, and it slowly hovered toward the center of the 5-colored light formation, then fused as one with the formation amid a dull thump. At this moment, Han Li stopped what he was doing and turned to Jinyu. "What do you think, fellow Taoist Jin? Is there anything you're dissatisfied with?" "Not at all. This is indeed the second half of the cultivation art, and I must thank you on behalf of our entire race for this precious gift," Jinyu replied in an extremely pleased manner as she finally withdrew her spiritual sense from the jade slip. "Hee, there's no need to thank me. This was a mutually beneficial trade after all. In that case, I'll be taking my leave," Han Li said as he cupped his fist in a parting salute. Jinyu returned his salute with a smile, and said, "I wish you the best of luck, fellow Taoist Han. Hee. Thank you for your kind words. Holy Master Lei, I wish you luck in progressing to the holy race soon." Han Li chuckled as he turned his gaze to Lei Lan. "Thank you, senior. I'll be sure to work hard," Lei Lan replied with a curtsy and a rather complex look on her face. "All right, it's time for me to leave," Han Li gave the two women a quick nod before stepping into the five-colored light formation, following which a burst of chanting immediately rang out. A burst of loud rumbling then suddenly erupted from the light formation, and countless silver runes surged forth in a frenzy. The white ball of light at the center of the formation also swelled to several times its original size, taking up almost the entire light formation. The entire formation began to flash with silver runes and white light, and specks of starlight flashed within it to form a radiant galaxy. It was quite clear that the formation had been activated to the limit of its power. A solemn look appeared on Jin Yu's face upon seeing this, but in the next instant her expression abruptly changed as she yelled, "Who's there? Show yourself." As soon as her voice trailed off, she extended a hand out of her sleeve before making a grabbing motion, and a burst of enormous invisible force erupted forth. The invisible force converged toward what was seemingly nothing more than thin air, but a ball of silver lightning suddenly exploded there, and a silver snake shot forth from within the lightning before pouncing toward the light formation. The silver snake was astonishingly fast and was completely immune to the influence of the tremendous force being exerted upon it. Jin Yu faltered slightly upon seeing this, and before she had a chance to react, the silver snake had plunged headfirst into the light formation. Almost at the exact same moment, a sharp, piercing cry rang out from within the massive light formation, following which a pillar of white light erupted forth. The pillar of light tore through over 10,000 feet of space in an instant, then vanished into a black hole that emerged out of thin air. Only then did the five-colored light formation fade away, leaving only a shattered white disk behind. Lei Lan looked on in a flabbergasted manner, and only after a while did she return to her senses. Who was that Grand Elder? They seemed to have been teleported away along with Senior Han. I don't know, but that person was using an extremely remarkable lightning cultivation art that allowed them to disregard my powers. He's most likely the thief that the law enforcement squad is hunting for. Jin Yu replied with a dark expression. What? Will Senior Han be in danger, then? Lei Lan drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Han's powers are most likely not inferior to mine. Even that thief won't be able to best fellow Taoist Han in battle. However, the fact that he was lurking nearby indicates that he's most likely been following us ever since we visited that giant crater several days ago, yet neither fellow Taoist Han nor I were able to sense him. So he must possess incredible concealment abilities. It's no wonder that even after deploying so many people, the law enforcement squad was still unable to hunt him down. However, Jin Yu's voice suddenly trailed off as a perplexed look appeared on her face. What is it? Lei Lan asked. That man's aura was rather strange. It seemed to have been intermingled with a beastly aura that resembles that of the lightning cloud falcon of the primordial world. But it's not exactly the same, Jin Yu explained in a hesitant manner. A beastly aura? Could it have belonged to a spirit beast that he owns? Lei Lan asked. I don't think so. The aura was completely integrated with his aura, and they seem more like constituent parts of a whole rather than two separate entities. In any case, we've achieved our objective, so let's leave this place right away. We came here under the guise that you were going to cultivate in the glacial baleful area, so we have to go there to avoid suspicion. That teleportation formation created quite a massive commotion just now, so there are most likely going to be people arriving on the scene soon, Jin Yu said. You're right, Grand Elder. Lei Lan agreed with a nod. Thus, Jin Yu swept a sleeve through the air to release a burst of light that scattered the remnant fluctuations left behind by the light formation, then flew away with Lei Lan as two streaks of light. Elsewhere, within a space that was filled with murky white mist, Han Li was standing midair, looking at the man who had barged his way into the teleportation formation with a peculiar look on his face. I'd meet you again, let alone under these circumstances. I presume you must the one who's been stealing from the mine warehouse, Han Li said. In the instant before he was teleported away, he had discovered that someone else had barged into the formation, but the teleportation had already commenced at that point, so he could only allow that person to be teleported into the infernal river with him. However, never did he think that this man would be someone that he recognized. Oh? From the sounds of it, you seem to know who I am. Standing several hundred feet away from Han Li was a thin middle-aged man in a set of long blue robes. He wore a faint smile on his face and was quite calm and collected. How has that lightning beast of yours been developing, fellow Taoist you? I'm sure it must have played a big role in your progression to the holy race, Han Li said as a cold smile appeared on his face. The man's calm expression instantly transformed into one of bewilderment upon hearing mention of the term, lightning beast, and he yelled, "Who are you? How do you know about the lightning beast?" At the same time, his terrifying early body integration stage aura was released toward Han Li without any reservation. This man was none other than the shopkeeper with the surname that Han Li had last met in the holy city of the Tianpeng race. At the time, the shopkeeper had promised Han Li an azure shifting fruit in exchange for his services to help him tame a certain lightning beast. 2 other spatial tempering cultivators had also been recruited for the task, but in the end, after they had successfully helped the shopkeeper tame the lightning beast, the latter had turned on them and tried to kill them. Only after displaying his extraordinary powers did Han Li manage to survive that ordeal, and the shopkeeper had begrudgingly given him an azure shifting fruit core before they parted ways. At the time, he had already realized that this was a very mysterious figure who definitely wasn't an ordinary Tianpeng being. The fact that he had progressed to the early holy race after just several hundred years further vindicated Han Li's suspicions toward him. However, Han Li was now far more powerful than he had been in the past, and even though he had restricted his own aura to the mid-spatial tempering stage, that was still completely incomparable to his past cultivation base. On top of that, he had also altered his own appearance, so it was no wonder that the shopkeeper had been unable to recognize him. In the face of the astonishing spiritual pressure the man was releasing, Han Li's expression remained calm, and in the next instant, he also released a burst of spiritual pressure that should only belong to holy race beings. A resounding boom rang out as the 2 bursts of spiritual pressure clashed, then nullified one another, indicating that they were evenly matched. "You're also an early holy race being?" Shopkeeper Yu's heart immediately jolted upon seeing this. He had been following Han Li's trio from afar, and after seeing that Han Li had a way to leave the Earth Abyss, he had barged into Han Li's teleportation formation without any hesitation. He had thought that Han Li was only at the spatial tempering stage, so he hadn't been overly wary of him. If he had known Han Li's true cultivation base in advance, he may not have followed through with his initial plan. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, and in the next instant, the spiritual pressure he released became even more powerful. "You're a mid-holy race being. Who are you?" "There's no way I wouldn't recognize a mid-holy race being from the flying spirit race," Shopkeeper Yu exclaimed as his pupils contracted drastically. However, what was rather surprising was that he still seemed to be quite calm and wasn't displaying any signs of panic. "Who I am isn't important. You must have plundered a lot of precious ore from the mine warehouse, right? I'm not going to ask for anything excessive. Hand over all of the ore you stole, and I'll let you go free. That will act as your payment for hitching a ride in my teleportation formation," Han Li replied in an indifferent manner, displaying no intention of revealing his own identity. "I see, so you want the materials that I took from the warehouse. Indeed, I was only able to escape from the Earth Abyss using your teleportation formation, so it's only right that I issued some payment to you." As opposed to being enraged by Han Li's demands, Shopkeeper Yu merely chuckled before flipping a hand over to reveal a blue storage bracelet, then tossed it to Han Li with a flick of his wrist. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but a thought then immediately occurred to him and a cold look appeared in his eyes at the sight of the oncoming bracelet. He swept a sleeve through the air, and golden light flashed as the bracelet was sliced in half. Instead of anything dropping out of the bracelet, a loud thunderclap erupted, and it transformed into a net of blue lightning that descended toward him. However, Han Li seemed to have anticipated this in advance. He abruptly flapped his wings, and a thunderclap rang out, following which a silver net of lightning also erupted from behind him. The 2 nets of lightning clashed, and the silver lightning transformed into a strange lightning formation. The blue lightning net was sucked into the lightning formation in an instant, and it was unable to unleash any of its power. Shopkeeper Yu's heart jolted upon seeing this, while Han Li merely pointed a finger at the lightning formation, and it vanished following a loud thunderclap. "I can forgive you just this once. Here's a second chance, hand over the ore and I'll let you leave. Otherwise, hee hee." Han Li chuckled coldly as killing intent flashed through his eyes. This shopkeeper, you had tried to kill him several hundred years ago, and if it weren't for the fact that Han Li was more powerful than he had expected, he would most likely have tried to kill Han Li here as well. As such, Han Li naturally wasn't going to show him any kindness. In fact, he was already letting him off the hook by granting him freedom in exchange for the ore that he had stolen. Of course, if he didn't want to comply, then Han Li certainly wouldn't mind putting an end to his life. The man's ability to remain calm in this situation indicated that he had some trump cards up his sleeve, but with Han Li's current powers, he naturally wasn't going to be fearful of him. Looks like you know me quite well. In that case? After some contemplation, shopkeeper, you feigned a resigned expression and seemed to be about to concede, but right at this moment, a dozen or so transparent thin needles suddenly appeared behind Han Li. These needles then shot forth toward Han Li as silver threads, and at the same time a loud thunderclap erupted above him. A ball of lightning emerged out of thin air, consisting of 3 colors, which were gold, silver, and blue. Within the lightning was a half-human half-bird beast, and it opened its mouth to expel 3 thick bolts of lightning at once. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and his body blurred, leaving only an afterimage for the silver threads to pierce through. Immediately thereafter, bright golden light erupted above his head, and a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged. As soon as it appeared, the projection thrust all 6 of its palms forward at once, releasing 6 pillars of golden light. A string of resounding booms rang out, and despite the astonishing power imbued within the 3 bolts of lightning, they were still destroyed by the 6 pillars of light in the end. Before the strange beast up above could unleash another attack, Han Li flapped his wings and vanished on the spot. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap rang out over 200 feet away, and he re-emerged with a cold expression. So it seems you insist on a fight. In that case, I'll send you on your way and settle our differences once and for all. As soon as his voice trailed off, the golden projection behind him took on a substantial form and manifested into the Provenance golden body. After that, he quickly laid a hand onto the top of his own head, and an inky black nascent soul emerged, then disappeared into the golden body as a burst of black chi. The golden body immediately opened all 6 of its eyes at once, and it swung its 6 arms through the air, summoning a giant golden blade in each hand. The golden blades were then swung through the air in unison, and countless streaks of golden sword chi surged forth in a frenzy. After that, the golden body itself pounced directly toward the beast in the air above. The beast within the lightning let loose a roar of fury upon seeing this, and countless balls of silver lightning appeared around it. At the same time, it flapped its wings, and countless feathers shot forth like arrows before transforming into bolts of blue lightning. The balls of silver lightning and bolts of blue lightning were all quite powerful, but they were instantly reduced to tatters by the countless streaks of devastating sword chi. The golden body appeared right before the beast in a flash, and its 6 blades transformed into wagon wheel-sized golden balls of light that hurtled directly toward the beast. A vicious light flashed through the beast's eyes upon seeing this, and light flashed from its 2 arms before they transformed into a hammer and an awl. Immediately thereafter, it let loose a loud screech and swung both the hammer and awl through the air. A halo of crimson light appeared around its body alongside arcs of golden lightning, and it flew directly toward the 6 balls of golden light without any fear or inhibitions. Streaks of sword chi instantly intertwined with bolts of lightning, and the 2 seemed to be evenly matched. Shopkeeper Yu was stunned to see that even the lightning beast was unable to take care of Han Li. He was more aware than anyone of just how powerful this lightning beast of his was. The lightning released by this beast appeared to be quite ordinary, but in reality, every single bolt was capable of killing a spatial tempering cultivator. The law enforcement squad members that had managed to chase him down on the 3rd level of the Earth Abyss had been slain by none other than this lightning beast. Despite his astonishment, he immediately made a hand seal with a hand that was hidden within his sleeve. At the same time, a dull thump rang out from behind him, and a burst of 5-colored light erupted forth, then transformed into a giant peacock projection. You're a 5 light being. Han Li was rather taken aback to see this. Hee hee. Why don't you come and see for yourself? Shopkeeper Yu chuckled coldly as the peacock projection transformed into a vibrant sea of five-colored light that surged toward Han Li from afar. The space in the wake of the sea of five-colored light twisted and warped violently, as if it were threatening to make the entire sky cave in. At the same time, the silver threads that had missed Han Li earlier shot forth again before vanishing into thin air in a flash. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and blue light flashed through his eyes, following which purple light erupted from his body. A vibrant green figure then separated itself from him before positioning itself right behind him. The dozen or so silver threads shot forth through the air and plunged straight into the green figure, but it was as if they had struck a dead log. At this moment, the spiritual light flashing from the green figure's body faded, revealing it to be a green-skinned Han Li, with purple patterns all over its body. This was naturally the spirit body that Han Li had cultivated using that immortal Xianxia. Having been regularly nourished by the green liquid from the mysterious small vial, the spirit body now possessed early body integration stage powers. Furthermore, it was at the pinnacle of the early body integration stage and was only one step away from progressing to the mid-body integration stage. On top of that, after reaching the body integration stage, this spirit body had attained several incredible abilities, so it was now one of Han Li's trump cards. Han Li immediately released a wisp of his spiritual sense to control the spirit body, and he was quite eager to see just what it was capable of in battle. After the silver threads had pierced into the spirit body, they revealed themselves to be a dozen or so silver needles. What was quite alarming was that the skin on the spirit body around the areas where the silver needles were embedded had turned completely black, and a repugnant odor was being emitted from the affected area. These silver needles were clearly all extremely poisonous, and they were squirming violently in an attempt to embed themselves even deeper into the spirit body's chest. However, the green-skinned Han Li merely harumphed coldly, and a layer of purple patterns suddenly appeared on its chest, causing the skin there to turn into a gray color. As a result, the needles were unable to advance any further, and it was as if they had been trapped in a wall of iron and steel. Immediately thereafter, the green-skinned Han Li lowered its head and blew out a burst of green light alongside a fragrant breath onto its own chest. An astonishing scene then ensued. As the green light swept over its chest, its blackened skin quickly returned to its normal green color, and the silver needles tremored before being plucked out one by one, then swallowed by the green-skinned Han Li. Shopkeeper Yu was truly becoming quite alarmed upon seeing this. However, even as a slightly panicked look flashed through his eyes, he gritted his teeth and rapidly made a series of hand seals to further increase the rate at which he was releasing his own magic power. With this new influx of magic power, the sea of five-colored light emitted a faint buzzing sound, and countless runes appeared above it. These runes then formed layers of profound restrictions that crashed down toward Han Li. A hint of surprise appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. He had cultivated the 12 awakening transformations, and he also possessed five-colored peacock true blood, so he was naturally extremely familiar with the five light races' five-colored divine light ability. However, this sea of light was several times more powerful than the five-colored divine light that he was familiar with. If it weren't for the fact that he could sense the familiar aura of the five-colored peacock within the sea of light, he would have thought that this was an entirely different ability altogether. It was no wonder that Shopkeeper Yu still decided to attack him without any hesitation despite the disparity in their cultivation bases. Just this five-colored divine light alone would be enough to take down the average mid-body integration cultivator. If a normal body integration stage cultivator were to be swept up by this sea of light and trapped within the restrictions inside it, it would be quite difficult for them to free themselves. However, Han Li merely looked on at the sea of five-colored light with a cold smile on his face. All of a sudden, the spirit body beside him fused into his body again, vanishing like a projection. Han Li then suddenly rolled down onto the ground, and five-colored light flashed from his body as he transformed into a five-colored peacock that was several tens of feet in length. The sea of light crashed down onto the five-colored peacock and completely inundated its body, but the peacock merely flapped its wings and flew out of the sea of light with ease. The layers of restrictions imbued within the five-colored sea of light seemed to be completely ineffective against it. Even though he was unable to release five-colored divine light that was anywhere near as powerful as the opposing light in his five-colored peacock form, it was a simple task for him to withstand his opponent's divine light in this form. What? Are you a five-light being as well? That can't be. There's no way I wouldn't recognize a holy race five-light being. Could it be? So be it. I don't care if you were sent to hunt me down by those old bastards or not. I'm going to kill you even if it sets me back over 100 years in my cultivation. Shopkeeper Yu initially faltered slightly before his expression darkened even further, and his face became twisted with resentment and fury. As soon as his voice trailed off, he pointed a finger into the distance in a vicious manner, and an earth-shattering boom immediately rang out from within the sea of five-colored light. The sea of light then converged toward the center and formed a gigantic ball of five-colored light, which then immediately manifested into a peacock projection that was over 1,000 feet in length. The disparity between the sizes of Han Li's five-colored peacock form and the projection was night and day. However, the giant peacock projection didn't immediately attack Han Li. Instead, it flapped its wings and abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, five-colored light surged beneath Shopkeeper Yu's feet, and the peacock projection reappeared. He then stomped a foot down onto the projection, then flicked his 10 fingers toward himself, sending streaks of light rushing into his own body. Peculiar scene then ensued. Shopkeeper Yu's body suddenly began to melt away, and within mere moments, he had completely fused into the peacock projection beneath him. The peacock projection immediately let loose a clear cry, and five-colored runes surged out of its body in a frenzy as it took on a substantial form. At the same time, a terrifying aura that belonged only to late-body integration cultivators erupted from its body in a frenzy. All of the world's origin chi within a radius of several tens of kilometers converged into the massive peacock's body as threads of light that were visible to the naked eye. The giant peacock's aura swelled once again, reaching the pinnacle of the late-body integration stage. After that, it flapped its wings and the space around it twisted and blurred. At the same time, countless runes appeared around it, and all of them seemed to be imbued with devastating power. Han Li couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing this. Not only was the five-colored divine light that Shopkeeper Yu had released extremely powerful, now that he had fused as one with the peacock projection, his cultivation base had risen by 2 ranks. This was simply astounding. It appeared that this was why he had been able to remain so calm in the face of Han Li. If a normal mid-body integration cultivator were to encounter something like this, even self-preservation would become an issue, let alone killing Shopkeeper Yu. However, despite his astonishment, Han Li wasn't fearful in the slightest. Seeing as Shopkeeper Yu had displayed his trump card, he was naturally determined to kill Han Li. So even if Han Li were to propose a truce now, it would most definitely be rejected. I'm impressed. It seems that I also have to pull some tricks out of my sleeve to match you, fellow Taoist. A cold voice rang out as Han Li's peacock body was suddenly enveloped by a ball of golden light. Immediately thereafter, another enormous creature appeared in the place of the peacock, following a flash of dazzling golden light. This was a giant golden ape with shimmering golden fur, and a pair of massive bright and piercing eyes. In the face of this fearsome opponent, Han Li had transformed into the giant mountain ape, which was his most powerful form among the 12 awakening transformations. In this giant ape form, he had reached over 1,000 feet in height, and his limbs were like gargantuan pillars. He spread his hands open, and they resembled enormous canopies as they were swung viciously toward the five-colored peacock down below. A pair of explosions rang out in succession, and the 2 giant palms crashed down with mountainous force. Shopkeeper Yu was naturally quite stunned by this, and five-colored divine light immediately swirled around him, forming a light barrier that stood in the way of the giant palms. Five-colored divine light was extremely profound, and under normal circumstances, it should have been able to easily nullify a brute force attack such as this one. However, the enormous strength of the giant mountain ape was one of the ape's innate abilities to begin with, and it was far more tremendous than Shopkeeper Yu could imagine. Following a pair of resounding booms, the five-colored light barrier tremored violently before 2 sections of it began to cave in unison. Following a few violent flashes of light, the barrier began to crumble. Shopkeeper Yu was quite startled by this, but he naturally wasn't going to just remain on the spot like a sitting duck. so he immediately flapped his wings without any hesitation. 5 colored runes instantly flashed around his giant peacock body, following which he instantly vanished on the spot. Blue light flashed through the giant golden ape's eyes upon seeing this, and it abruptly stomped down with both of its massive feet before also disappearing into thin air. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted several thousand feet away and the peacock re-emerged. However, almost at the exact same moment, golden light flashed above it, and the giant ape also strode out of thin air before immediately sending both of its massive fists crashing downward in a vicious manner. Countless fist projections immediately appeared before raining down upon the 5-colored peacock in a torrential downpour. The golden shockwaves released by the fist projections colored the surrounding space a golden color, and at the same time, the space between the two giant beasts began to warp and tremor violently as if it were on the brink of being torn apart. The 5-colored peacock was extremely huge in stature, but it was able to react extraordinarily quickly. After letting loose a clear cry, 5-colored spiritual light revolved around its body before forming countless vibrant light shields, each of which was only around a foot in size. These shields stacked on top of one another to protect the giant peacock, and the seemingly unstoppable golden fist projections were only able to shatter less than half of the shields before they fizzled out of existence. Immediately thereafter, the 5-colored peacock let loose another sharp cry, and the remaining light shields transformed into countless 5-colored flying swords, all of which appeared to be extremely sharp. As soon as these flying swords took shape, they immediately shot forth as streaks of sword chi toward the giant ape, and it seemed that the ape was in severe peril. A hint of fury appeared on the massive ape's face at the sight of its fist projections being thwarted, and its rage was only fueled even further by the sight of the oncoming wave of 5-colored sword chi. It thumped its chest violently as it let loose a thunderous roar of fury, and with each thump of its chest, a metallic sound would ring out while the golden light around its body became brighter and more pronounced. After 3 consecutive thumps, the giant ape's fur had all stood up on end like the spikes of a porcupine, and 3 layers of golden light had also been released from its body. Not only were these 3 layers of light extremely dense, there were countless golden runes distributed throughout their surfaces, creating quite a mystifying sight to behold. This was a powerful protective ability that Hanli had learned after reaching the mid-body integration stage. It could only be unleashed when he was in his giant mountain ape form, and it was no less powerful than legendary Buddhist secret technique, Vajra Circle. As soon as the 3 layers of golden light took shape, they were assaulted by the streaks of 5-colored sword chi. The golden light barriers immediately glowed even brighter, releasing scintillating light while also emitting bursts of buzzing sounds. The flying swords formed by the 5-colored divine light were truly extraordinary. They were leaving long white trails in the space left in their wake, and upon reaching the golden light barriers, they were destroying the golden runes within the barriers at a rapid rate. Even though most of the sword chi was nullified by the light barriers, there were still over 100 streaks of 5-colored sword chi that crashed through and slashed viciously into the giant ape's body. However, the scenes that unfolded next had the 5-colored peacock completely flabbergasted. Another layer of golden light appeared over the giant golden ape's body, and it seemed to be an indestructible fortress, repelling or destroying all of the streaks of sword chi that struck it. As a result, the giant ape remained completely unscathed, and it harumphed coldly before swinging its furry arms through the air. All of a sudden, a small section of its arms vanished, and in the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted on either side of the 5-colored peacock. Immediately thereafter, 2 huge golden hands reached out of thin air before grabbing toward the peacock's wings like lightning. The giant peacock's heart jolted upon seeing this, but it wasn't panicked in the slightest as it also let loose a cold harumph. It flapped its gigantic wings, which then transformed into a pair of 5-colored giant blades amid a flash of spiritual light. The surfaces of the 2 blades were extremely bright, and they resembled peerlessly sharp divine weapons as they viciously lashed out toward the 2 giant golden hands in retaliation. The 2 hands seemed to be completely unfazed by the massive blades, and they balled up into tight fists before striking the giant blades in a flash. 2 resounding booms instantly rang out, and 2 balls of piercing light erupted as the giant blades clashed with the enormous fists. It was as if a pair of scintillating suns had appeared out of thin air. The The five-colored peacock's body shuddered violently, and it shot back without any warning. Only after flying back for over 1,000 feet did it just barely manage to arrest its own momentum by spreading its wings. Even though it appeared to have remained largely unscathed, its eyes were filled with astonishment. In contrast, the giant golden ape up above merely swayed slightly before stabilizing itself. It was quite clear that the ape had gained a decisive upper hand during that clash. However, that wasn't much of a surprise. Among all of the true spirits, the giant mountain ape was renowned for its powerful physical body and extraordinary strength. The five-colored peacock was no less renowned than the giant mountain ape, but it was more so known for its five-colored divine light. In a contest of pure strength, there was no way that it could match the giant mountain ape. Taking advantage of the peacock's unstable base, the giant ape let loose a low roar before hurtling toward it like lightning. However, the ape's body suddenly blurred along the way, and it abruptly vanished into thin air. The five-colored peacock had only just managed to find its footing, and a look of shock and fury immediately appeared in its eyes as countless five-colored runes erupted from its body once again. It seemed that the peacock was about to unleash some kind of powerful ability, but it was too late. Golden light flashed, and the giant golden ape appeared right in front of the five-colored peacock in a wraith-like manner. It swung one of its giant golden fists through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake, and the fist struck the peacock's body at an astonishing, unavoidable speed. A dull thump immediately rang out, and the five-colored light around the giant peacock's body managed to somewhat nullify the force of the punch, but an enormous burst of force still acted upon its body. It immediately let loose a pained cry, and it plummeted toward the ground like a shooting star. At the same time, the tremendous force had completely immobilized it by forcibly binding its limbs. The giant golden ape had no intention of affording the peacock any respite. It made a grabbing motion with both hands, and golden light flashed erratically as 36 small golden swords appeared in each of its hands. These small swords then instantly combined in each hand to form two giant golden swords that were both over 100 feet in length. A vicious look flashed through the giant ape's eyes, and it shot forth like lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Upon catching up to the plummeting five-colored peacock, it slashed the giant swords through the air, and countless huge sword projections surged forth to sweep up the five-colored peacock like a tornado. A resounding boom rang out, and the giant ape stopped in midair while the five-colored peacock was slammed viciously into the ground by the devastating sword chi, creating a gargantuan crater. I didn't want to have to do this, but you've forced my hand. Before Han Li even had a chance to see whether his attacks had been effective, Shopkeeper Yu let loose a thunderous roar of fury. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before finally catching sight of the scenes within the crater down below. The five-colored peacock laid within the crater with its talons pointing up at the heavens, and its feathers were in a state of complete disarray, with many of them having been severed. However, it was quite clear that the peacock itself hadn't sustained much damage. In the next instant, it began to chant a complex incantation, and all of the five-colored runes revolving around it suddenly converged toward a single spot. Countless runes came together to form a five-colored light formation with a diameter of several thousand feet, and Buddhist chants rang out from within the formation, which was also radiating piercing five-colored light. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he suddenly brought his palms together, upon which the two giant golden swords instantly combined as one amid a flash of golden light. The combined giant sword was around 300 to 400 feet in length, and it was flashing with golden light. There was faint azure WRM dancing and writhing within the sword, looking as if it could erupt out of the sword and rise up to the heavens at any moment. The giant ape then uttered the word slash in a cold voice, and swung giant sword downward. A streak of azure sword chi immediately erupted from the blade, and it swelled to over 1,000 feet in size in a flash before striking the giant light formation in a vicious manner. The formation was torn apart without being able to offer any resistance, but it then immediately repaired itself, and it was as if the slash of the giant sword had been completely ineffective against the light formation. A hint of surprise flashed through the giant ape's eyes upon seeing this, but a cold smile then immediately appeared on its face as it slashed the giant sword downward again. With Han Li's wealth of battle experience, He was naturally aware that the light formation definitely wasn't truly indestructible. He would just have to attack it a few more times. The second streak of sword chi was even more devastating than the first one, but as soon as it left the giant's sword, the five-colored peacock suddenly ceased its chanting, then pointed one of its talons toward a certain direction in a solemn manner. A pained roar immediately rang out from that direction, and Han Li's heart stirred slightly as he turned toward the source of the roar. There, he discovered the lightning beast and Provenance golden body still engaged in a fierce battle, and the former wore an agonized expression on its face. A loud thunderclap rang out from its body, and bolts of lightning of 3 different colors erupted forth in a frenzy, covering its entire body in a dense lightning net. It then abruptly abandoned its battle against the golden body and transformed into a ball of 3-colored lightning, then hurtled directly toward the giant light formation. Han Li didn't know what the beast's intentions were, but he knew that it would be a bad idea to allow the lightning beast to get its way. So he immediately let loose a thunderous roar while launching a massive furry fist toward the ball of lightning in a vicious manner. At the same time, the Provenance golden body also let loose a long cry and gave chase as a ball of golden light. A resounding boom rang out, and even though the giant ape was over 1,000 feet away from the ball of lightning, its punch had created a golden fist projection the size of a pavilion, and it struck the ball of lightning with devastating speed and force. The lightning beast let loose a roar of fury, and despite its incredible powers, it was still unable to take a full-force strike from the giant ape head-on. The protective net of lightning around it was instantly torn apart by the fist projection, and its body was sent flying as well. During this split-second delay, the Provenance golden body caught up to the lightning beast, and the 6 golden blades in its hands suddenly transformed into 6 ancient golden mirrors, which released 6 golden pillars of light that surged toward the lightning beast with tremendous force. A string of explosions rang out in rapid succession, and the lightning beast was sent flying again by the pillars of light. At the same time, it let loose a pained roar, seemingly having sustained some minor injuries. An urgent look appeared on shopkeeper Yu's face upon seeing this, and he let loose a piercing long cry as if he were desperately urging the lightning beast to do something. A sharp, shrill cry rang out from the lightning beast's mouth in response, following which the lightning around its body became significantly brighter, and an astonishing scene then ensued. All of a sudden, 3 pairs of wings, 1 golden, 1 silver, and 1 blue, appeared on the lightning beast's back. It flapped those wings in unison and immediately disappeared on the spot amid a loud thunderclap. Thus, the next batch of pillars of light unleashed by the Provenance golden body struck nothing but empty air. Han Li's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and he immediately turned toward the giant light formation down below. At the same time, black light flashed from his glabella, and a vertical black demonic eye appeared. A pillar of black light then erupted out of the eye, but immediately vanished into thin air. Another thunderclap rang out from above the giant light formation, and the lightning beast reappeared. At the same time, a pillar of black light that was as thick as a large bowl also erupted out of thin air. At such close quarters, there was no way for the lightning beast to evade. Yet right as the black pillar of light was about to strike the lightning beast's body, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the giant light formation. Bright 5-colored spiritual light erupted forth, and the black pillar of light faltered momentarily before suddenly turning a corner and glancing right past the lightning beast. In the next instant, the lightning beast flapped its wings without any hesitation, and flew headfirst into the light formation, much to Han Li's dismay. The process seemed to be quite complicated, but everything had actually taken place in the span of just a few breaths. The 5-colored peacock down below let loose an elated cry upon seeing this, and the 5-colored spiritual light around it surged forth in a frenzy toward the giant light formation around it. It then flapped its wings, and even its body fused into the light formation as a ball of spiritual light. Moments later, there was nothing left down below aside from the light formation itself. However, the formation was beginning to undergo changes. Bursts of rumbling rang out from within it, and bright light radiated forth as several tens of thick 5-colored pillars of light erupted from within. Each pillar of light had a radius of around a foot, and all of them shot upward before vanishing into the white cloud and mist up above. Han Li quickly determined that there were 81 of these pillars of light in total, Yet before he had a chance to do anything, countless five-colored runes began to surge out of these pillars of light before rapidly revolving through the air. An even more massive five-colored pillar of light immediately erupted upward from the center of the light formation, then vanished high up into the air in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of powerful spatial fluctuations abruptly surged forth from this pillar of light, following which a silver hole appeared out of thin air right above the light formation. In the beginning, it was only around the size of a fist, but it then swelled to around 10 feet in size in a flash, and a burst of extremely pure spiritual qi surged forth from within in a frenzy. Han Li was struck by a sense of familiarity in the face of this pure spiritual qi, and after quickly searching through his own memories for an answer, he realized that this spiritual qi was extremely similar to the spiritual qi in the vast glacial realm. The whole was still expanding right before his eyes, and he was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. He immediately swung his giant golden sword through the air without any hesitation, and countless palm-sized streaks of golden sword qi surged toward the silver hole in a frenzy, desperately trying to destroy it. However, the events that unfolded next made Han Li's heart completely sink. Even as the torrential barrage of golden sword qi surged over the silver hole, it only made the nearby space warp slightly, but had no effect whatsoever on the silver hole itself. Not only that, but a resounding boom suddenly rang out from within the silver hole, following which a silver pillar of light erupted from within it, then plunged directly into the giant light formation down below. Scintillating light instantly erupted from the rumbling light formation, and runes of all different colors rose up while the entire light formation expanded in a frenzy. The silver pillar of light then abruptly vanished, as did the silver hole, and at this point, the light formation had swelled to over 10 times its original size. The five-colored spiritual light emanating from it had spread over the entire sky, creating an extremely vibrant sight to behold. At the same time, the unsettling sobbing of women and children rang out from the center of the light formation, striking the listener with a sense of disorientation. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, not because he had been affected by this strange sound, but instead due to the spine-chilling sense of peril he had suddenly been struck by. He was sensing a very real threat that could put an end to his life here. Crap! Han Li's heart sank even further, and the Provenance golden body immediately disappeared in a flash at his behest, then abruptly appeared beside him. It then raised all 6 of its arms in unison, and there was a golden ball of light in each of its 6 palms. The balls of golden light were brought together in front of its chest, forming a head-sized golden vortex. At the same time, the golden body's 3 heads began to chant 3 different types of incantations that stacked on top of one another, and Buddhist chants rang out from within the vortex alongside loud thunderclaps. The vortex then rapidly expanded to several times its original size, and began to revolve rapidly. Specks of spiritual light that resembled starlight could be seen within the vortex, and Han Li yelled, "Go!" The golden body immediately hurled the golden vortex viciously down toward the light formation below at his command, and as soon as the vortex left its hands, it swelled drastically once again, expanding to over 100 feet in size in the blink of an eye, and it showed no signs of stopping there. Right before it was about to make contact with the 5-colored light formation, the vortex had expanded into a golden sea with a radius of over 1,000 feet. A burst of enormous invisible force erupted from within the vortex, causing even the nearby space to twist and warp violently. This was the first time that Han Li had unleashed the revolving golden light using the full power of his Provenance golden body after he had reached the mid-body integration stage, and it was so powerful that it surprised even himself. Following an earth-shattering boom, the golden vortex struck the giant light formation with devastating force. In the instant that the two clashed, ripples surged over the surface of the enormous light formation, and its center also tremored violently as if it were about to be shattered at any moment. The light formation was indeed extremely profound, but even so, it was unable to withstand the power of the revolving golden light. A hint of elation appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, but his expression then quickly changed as in the next instant, the strange sobbing sound emanating from the center of the light formation suddenly became louder. Immediately thereafter, the 81 huge pillars of light tremored before crumbling away in unison. A terrifying aura that threatened to devour the entirety of heaven and earth then erupted from the light formation, and a giant silver hand reached out of the center of the formation amid violent flashes of five-colored light. The silver hand then spread its 5 fingers and slowly raised up the golden vortex, completely unaffected by the enormous force emanating from within the vortex. Han Li's face immediately paled upon seeing this terrifying aura. Impossible! This aura belongs to a grand Ascension stage being. There's no way such an absurdly powerful ability could exist in this realm. As soon as his voice trailed off, the sobs ringing out from within the light formation abruptly cut off, and the entire formation itself crumbled into nothingness like an illusion. At the center of where the formation had once stood, there now stood a gargantuan creature that was 3,000 to 4,000 feet in size. It had 2 heads and 8 wings with a humanoid upper body, yet the lower body of a bird. The 2 heads belonged to the lightning beast and shopkeeper Yu. The 8 wings on its back also consisted of the lightning beast's original 6 wings as well as the wings of the 5-colored peacock. What was even more formidable was that bolts of 5-colored lightning were revolving around its body, and under the illumination of this lightning, the creature was made to look even more sinister and fearsome. The head that belonged to shopkeeper Yu cackled while the silver hand that was carrying the golden vortex abruptly released a torrent of 5-colored lightning. An earth-shattering thunderclap rang out and the golden vortex was torn into shreds by countless bolts of 5-colored lightning. A panicked look suddenly appeared on the 3 faces of the Provenance golden body, immediately following which golden light flashed violently around its body, and it gave a muffled groan as it swayed unsteadily. It was quite clear that the destruction of the revolving golden light it had unleashed had inflicted backlash on the golden body. Thankfully, the backlash had only affected the golden body and Han Li remained unscathed, but even so, he was feeling even more astonished as he could now confirm that this gargantuan creature really did possess Grand Ascension stage powers. Otherwise, even a being at the pinnacle of the body integration stage wouldn't be able to tear the revolving golden light apart so easily. With that in mind, thoughts of fleeing the scene immediately crept into Han Li's mind. Even though he still had trump cards up his sleeve, he certainly wasn't naive enough to think that he would be able to oppose a Grand Ascension stage being. However, he abandoned the thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. This enormous creature had 8 pairs of wings and could control that strange 5-colored lightning, so it definitely possessed powerful movement techniques as well. As such, the chances of Han Li being able to outrun it were very slim. Before the giant beast's cackling had even cut off, Han Li had made his decision. He quickly made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap rang out behind him as a pair of translucent wings surfaced on his back. He flapped those wings and balls of silver lightning began to appear beneath his giant ape feet before exploding one after another. Silver arcs of lightning flashed and a giant lightning formation took shape. Han Li was enshrouded under countless bolts of lightning, and his giant ape body began to blur as he prepared to teleport himself away. However, in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. The 2-headed creature down below suddenly let loose a loud cry, then flapped its 8 wings in unison, and an enormous burst of the power of laws erupted from its body, instantly encompassing a radius of close to 10 kilometers. Almost at the exact same moment, the light radiating from the lightning formation beneath the giant ape instantly faded, and the teleportation was cut off. Han Li immediately drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. At this moment, shopkeeper Yu's head turned to the giant ape with a cold mocking expression, and scoffed. Humph! This lightning beast may not be the same as the lightning beasts of the true immortal realm, but after I injected my true spirit power into its body, it's still able to control some laws of lightning. You're just digging a grave for yourself if you try to use lightning in my presence. As soon as his voice trailed off, the giant beast's other head let loose a sharp piercing cry, and a resounding boom rang out from within the lightning formation. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so thick bolts of lightning sprang forth like silver chains and bound the giant ape, catching it completely off guard. As soon as the lightning bound the giant ape's body, all of them exploded in unison, inundating the ape in a huge ball of lightning. The giant golden ape immediately let loose a thunderous roar, raising both of its fists up into the air while golden light erupted from its body in a frenzy. The silver lightning was instantly dispelled by the golden light, then vanished amid a loud thunderclap. As soon as the ape emerged from the lightning, it immediately shrank down and reverted back to its human form in the blink of an eye. Han Li then looked up at the two-headed giant beast with an extremely dark expression on his face. In the next instant, he took a deep breath and a golden blade segment abruptly appeared in his hand. At the same time, he swept the sleeve of his other arm through the air and over 1,000 golden flowers surged forth from within. These were none other than his mutated gold-devouring beetles. When they first emerged, they were each only around the size of a human thumb, but they quickly expanded to the size of human fists, and with over 1,000 of them clustered together, they created an extremely harrowing sight to behold. At this moment, a burst of black chi also suddenly flew out of the Provenance Golden Body's body and vanished into Han Li's body. Meanwhile, the Provenance Golden Body dissipated into specks of golden light amid a dull thump. In the next instant, golden light flashed from behind Han Li, and the Provenance True Devil projection appeared once again. At the same time, an azure figure and a ball of white light also abruptly emerged, separating from Han Li's body before revealing themselves to be that other green-skinned Han Li and a beautiful woman in white. The former was Han Li's spirit body, while the other was his sentient puppet, doll. Han Li brandished the golden blade segment before himself, then looked up at the giant two-headed beast in an expressionless manner. "Oh, so you possess mature gold-devouring beetles as well? You sure have quite a few trump cards up your sleeve. But do you really think a mere 1,000 such beetles can harm me? Perhaps if you had several tens of thousands of these beetles, I would be somewhat fearful, but with what you have now, haha." Shopkeeper Yu's head guffawed in a mocking manner, but upon closer inspection one would discover that despite his display of bravado and arrogance, he was staring intently at the golden blade segment in Han Li's hand. Even though Han Li hadn't yet injected his power into the profound heavenly blade segment, Shopkeeper Yu could still sense that it was no ordinary item due to his ability to sense the power of laws. Of course, none of this managed to escape Han Li's notice, and even though his expression remained unchanged, he was very disheartened to see this. He had originally planned to use this blade segment as a trump card to unleash a surprise attack, but now that his opponent was clearly displaying wariness toward it, the chances of that plan succeeding were significantly reduced. However, there was no way that his opponent could be aware that he really did have tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles up his sleeve, as well as the profound heavenly spirit/sword that was sealed within his arm. If he were to use those two items at the right opportunities, there was a chance that he would be able to escape. After all, even though the giant creature before him possessed early Grand Ascension stage powers, it wasn't a true Grand Ascension stage being, so it was naturally significantly weaker than a true Grand Ascension stage being. Furthermore, if he were to use his profound heavenly treasure in battle, perhaps he would be able to attract the attention of Qing Yuanzi, who was also situated in this infernal river. If Qing Yuanzi could arrive on the scene to save him, then he wouldn't have anything to fear. With that in mind, Han Li raised his blade segment and prepared himself for a battle of life and death. The giant two-headed beast raised both of its head in unison, and one of its heads let loose a sharp, piercing cry, while the other guffawed in a disdainful manner. The juxtaposition of high and low pitches struck the listener with a spine-chilling sensation. At the same time, the giant beast flapped its 8 wings viciously in unison, and all of its silver feathers stood up on end. Immediately thereafter, an earth-shattering boom rang out and countless bolts of 5-colored lightning erupted forth in all directions. When these bolts of lightning first left its body, they were only around as thick as human arms, but they quickly swelled to several thousand feet in thickness. Resounding thunderclaps erupted one after another, and the entire space was transformed into a realm of 5-colored lightning. The power of laws also surged throughout the area, and even though Han Li had seen many things during his tumultuous cultivation journey, he still couldn't help but be stunned by the scenes unfolding around him. A cold light flashed through his eyes, and he immediately prepared to use his profound heavenly blade segment. However, right at this moment, something completely unexpected took place. Just as he had tightened his grip around the blade segment, the urgent and clear cry of an ape suddenly rang out from within his sleeve. Immediately thereafter, black light flashed, and a black spirit beast bracelet shot forth, then barged into the domain of lightning up ahead in a flash. The two-headed giant beast was rather taken aback by this.